and one person on the front row. We got 2 people that are feeling okay. That's a good start. All right, just a few announcements before we kick off day 2. One, remember, download the app. Lots of information in there, including merch stamps for free shirts, that kind of stuff. So make sure you go visit the sponsor hall and talk to those folks. Also, at the artisan desk over here, if you lost something, we might have found it. Things that we have found so far: AirPods without a case. So if you got home and your case was empty, we have your AirPods. We found somebody's glasses, not mine, and we found, last night, someone left a mechanical keyboard at the after party. So if you already bought one and you're like, oh, I don't have that. Is that you, Jake Bennett? Is that you? Yeah. It's over there. Yeah, it's at the artisan desk. And if you find anything that is not yours, you can take it to the artisan desk as well and let me know about it. Okay, also, it is supposed to rain this afternoon, so we're going to stay inside. If you want to go outside, we have umbrellas at the merch store, so yay, perfect. Laracon branded umbrellas. Okay, we are going to get started. Our first speaker today is Kent C. Dodds, okay? So Kent C. Dodds is, that's not him, that's him. Kent C. Dodds is coming to us, again, from just slightly outside of the Laravel community, I think, again, showing how much all of these communities are coming together. And as a developer educator myself, Kent C. Dodds is the educator that I look up to. He's the educator that I've always looked up to, and I have a massive amount of respect for Kent, and so I'm very excited to be able to introduce him today. He taught a whole generation of JavaScript developers testing and React and then Remix. So he's taught a lot of people, but these days he is teaching something called product engineering. And so here to tell us about the last software engineer, please welcome Kent C. Dodds.
It's a beautiful day in this neighborhood, a beautiful day for a neighbor. Would you be mine? Could you be mine?
Hello, everybody.
It's a neighborly day in this beautiful.
There we go. We all need some Mr. Rogers in the morning. This is Cody. Wow, what a pleasure it is for me to be here with all of you. My name is Kent C. Dodds, and I'm going to talk about the last software engineer, where we're going to talk about the most durable skills that we all can learn now that things are changing considerably. But before we do, I had the distinct privilege yesterday of meeting somebody who was really influential in my start as a software developer. And I think Cody is blocking my clicker, so I'm going to move Cody just a bit. There we go. Ben Ornstein. If you're in here, Ben, thank you so much for the influence you've had on my career. My first talk that I ever gave, the night before I watched Ben Ornstein's talk, How to Talk to Developers, way back in 2013 at RailsConf. And it changed the way that I talk to developers. And one of the things that he recommended that I have done ever since, and now have done hundreds of times, is calisthenics. Yep, this clicker is not going to work that far. Everybody, please stand up. If you're physically able, stand up with me. Put your arms in front of you like this. Squat down and come back up. This is called exercise. We're going to do 12 of these together. I need you to count out loud with me. Ready? 1, 2. You're doing great. 3, 4. Awesome. 5. And you can really go down if you want a good exercise, or just a little dip if you want. Okay, let's start over. 1, 2. No, just kidding. Wait, I actually forgot. Is this 12? Okay, thank you. Stretch up over your head as high as you can, and even higher than that. And over to one side, and over to the other. If you're hearing popping, that's your age speaking to you. Okay, go ahead and sit down. Thank you so much for coming, for participating in that. Thank you. Your brain actually needs blood flow to function well, and doing that is going to help with that. I want to start by saying thank you. I am outside of the Laravel community, and from the outside looking in, you all are the best of friends and wonderful people to each other. So much, in fact, that last year I had a conference, Epic WebConf, and I'm going to have to just stand over here anytime I want to advance. My bad. This is my clicker, not y'all's. There are a couple people who are in this audience that I had there, and actually a couple people who were not in this audience last year, and as a result of me meeting some of the Laravel friends here are in this audience today. I see you, Ian. I should have put an area to you. But so you're just lovely people. I invited a bunch of Laravel friends to my conference because I wanted to supercharge my event with your energy, and it worked. It was awesome. So thank you. Also, my wife makes it possible for me to be here, and she would not want me to put a picture of her up here. So that's where we get. I brought my son, so she now is at home with 5 children by herself. So thank you, Brooke, for making this possible. Let's hear it up for Brooke. Oh, also, can I do a quick selfie? Just hide your face if you don't want to be in it. Everybody say cheese. Awesome. OK. Let's get into one other thing. PHP devs are not the only ones who have Lambos, OK? I have a Lambo. Look. It's a JavaScript Lambo. It's so cool. But if you're really good, then maybe I'll get a new paint job. I don't know. Actually, this is my actual ride. Thank you, JavaScript. All right, so let's talk about product engineering. What is product engineering? Product engineering is the discipline of connecting implementation details with, man, this clicker is not doing it for me, with product consequences. OK, so what does that mean? Well, it means that we're answering questions like, what would be useful given this system, this cost, these risks, and these constraints? That's what the product engineer's job is. And maybe some of you have been doing things like this whole time. You're thinking about the entire product. But for a long time, we haven't had to think about the product so much. You could make a really good career for yourself by just caring about the craft of the code. But things are changing, and I'll talk about that. I want to make a clear distinction against product management, because it is different. And a lot of people are concerned that, like, oh, man, all this AI stuff is just pushing us over into product management roles. I don't want to be a product manager. I would have done that by now if I wanted to be a product manager. I care about the code. So product management is different. They connect user and business needs with product decisions. And so they say, what would be useful given these users, this market, this business model, and these priorities? That's what a product manager does. We are about implementation decisions and product consequences. So here's a metaphor that I like to use. Pretend that the work spans these 2 stilts. And some of the work is done by the tools that you have, and some of it is done by you. And the more that you can get done by the tools, the more work you can do. So maybe imagine this as 3D, and you got many of these blocks that you can set up on these 2 stilts. But the thing is that if you don't do all of the work, if all the work is not finished by somebody, then it's going to fall over. So you do need to get the whole job done. But the things that have been happening recently is that AI coding agents are taking over the stuff that we traditionally have been doing as software developers. And the available space for things that are useful we can do is shrinking, at least from what we've done in the past. So the question is, what do we actually do here as software developers? If things are changing, what are we changing into? Are we thinking about reasoning and prompt engineering and automated prompt engineering, whatever that is, and context engineering? Is that what we're doing? What about like all of these things? RAG and MCP and CLIs and agents and queues and computer use and subagents and orchestration. And oh yeah, let's not forget the flavor of the week, loops. No, sorry, just kidding. That wasn't the flavor of the week. That was the flavor of last week. Now we're talking about graphs. Folks, I'm tired. Who is tired? Thank you. I'm tired of changing my workflow to fit the way that we do things now, only to find out in 2 weeks that the workflows are completely different. The agents have gotten better, the models have gotten better, and now I don't have to do the stuff I used to do. And beside that, even if they don't, I'm always living in fear that I am doing things in a suboptimal way. There's probably a better way to do this. I don't know what it is because like it's just changing so fast. I'm really tired of that. So the fact is that we are on a trend line, and maybe it's going to continue. Maybe the agents continue to get better. Maybe we hit AGI, or maybe we don't. Maybe it's going to plateau. We don't know. Nobody knows. Anybody who tells you that they know does not. They don't. So let's just imagine for a moment that AGI arrives and it actually can do the entire work without our input, without our help. That's like some Star Trek or Terminator future that we cannot fathom. Who knows? You certainly can't plan for that. And so it's actually not useful to talk about this. What if instead we back up just a step and we say, OK, it can do almost everything, but not everything. OK, we'll back up just a step in history. There's a little slice that's left for us. So when I'm thinking about how do I plan for the future, as an educator, what do I teach people? And as just a software developer, what are the durable skills I can learn? These are the durable skills that I learn. I figure out what's happening in that little box right before the end of it all, right? Assuming that the end of it all even happens. But I think that this thought experiment is actually quite useful because it gives us a framework of imagining what would be the most durable thing we could learn, the thing we can learn that doesn't change every other week. And that's judgment or product engineering. If we can learn how to engineer a product really, really well, then that will be the most durable thing up until the agents can figure out how to do that. OK, let's talk about product engineering. My name is Kent C. Dodds. I'm a recovering software implementation educator. I've been teaching people how to develop software for over a decade. It's all been in the JavaScript world, so lots of you have no idea who I am. But one thing that I discovered as agents continue to get better is, oh my goodness, these agents can serve my students way better than I ever could because I can't instantly respond to every question that they have, and I don't have the context of their project. I have to unload that to myself. So I can't serve them as well as these agents can. I am not bitter about this. I'm actually thrilled. On top of this, all of my education has been open source since the beginning, and so I'm in the models. You ask any model about me, and they'll know, and they'll be like, yeah, he's awesome because he taught me React or something. And I'm not mad about this at all, because aside from feeding my family, my goal has been to make the world a better place through quality software. And so the fact that you all have more easy access to the education that I put together is not a bad thing for me at all, except I do need to feed my family, which is why I'm pivoting over to product engineering, because I don't think that this is something that agents can do just yet. So here's a metaphor for the way that things have changed. This is Cody the koala as an archer, and I want you all to imagine that you're archers as software developers. And you take your arrow, you aim, and you listen to the little whisper of your product manager in your ear, and they say, shoot at that target. You take account, the wind and everything else, you fire, and hopefully you hit the target exactly in the center every time. It's not a perfect analogy, because then you have to fire 1,000,000 more times to get it just right, and you're iterating and all that. But the whole goal here is just to deliver on what the product manager tells you you're supposed to build. And some of you have gotten really, really good at this. Some of you are so good that you can hit the target through a ring. Can you believe this guy? What? Unbelievable. So here's the thing that's changed, is that now we're going beyond just shooting arrows at a target, because our arrows are much more capable than they ever were before. Now the arrows are like homing devices. You can almost aim in the wrong direction and just say, I want you to hit that target. And it'll just, like a Men in Tights thing, for anybody who gets that reference. So the other thing is that the targeting area has also changed. We can hit way more targets than we ever could have thought possible. My ambition for projects that I work on now is so much more than it ever was before. Not because I would look at a thing and say, oh, that's too hard, but because I never would have imagined it in the first place, because it was so difficult. So now we've got moving targets and everything that we have options to hit. But here's the thing. You might say, well, OK, with my infinite enterprise money, I'm going to hit every target, and then I'll cover my bases. But that's not how that works. The whole attention is all you need thing applies to users and even agents as well. you only have so much attention from the user. So you actually have to be intentional about that attention. And so knowing which target to hit is still just as relevant as it was before, except now it's a lot harder because there are more options. So I have a podcast called Become an Epic Product Engineer, and I've had a whole bunch of really amazing guests on there. And I want to call on a couple of the quotes from some of the guests I've had on there. So first is from Uncle Bob. He said, code is the slow part for humans. We had to walk away from the binary, then we had to walk away from the assembly language, and now we're going to have to walk away from the code. How many people bristle at this a little bit? You're just like, I don't know about that, my man. Wow, nobody. Or you're just not very engaged. Should we do more air squats? No. Just kidding. Maybe you all agree with this, but there's a part of me that's like, no. I feel like the craft of the code is kind of useful. And I've got to be honest, some people are saying, well, natural language is the new programming language. That is absolutely not correct, because a programming language is a thing where you take this and you generate a deterministic output every time. That's a compiler. No, an LLM is not a compiler. That said, I do think we are moving up a layer of abstraction, and I agree with Uncle Bob here in principle that we do have to walk away from the code and move up a layer of abstraction. And frankly, this is the same layer of abstraction that team leads and managers have been operating at all of this time, where they're not necessarily directly in the code. Maybe sometimes they are, but they're actively working with the team to make sure that the team is effective in there. And now we're all the team lead, and we're working with our agents and making sure that the agents are operating inside of that software factory to their very best of their capability. Then, Shande Person, we have to talk about what this product is supposed to be now. What is it supposed to be long term? We are now long-term thinkers. The days of being able to just take a ticket and think about it, implement it, and then pass it on and take the next ticket, it's a ticket taker. You're not ticket takers anymore. You know who is a ticket taker? An AI coding agent. They are really good at this. And to take that a little bit further, Wayne Allen said, building the right thing down, I say this wrong every single time. Building the thing right is downstream of building the right thing. Product engineers care about customer experience and the commercials of the product, not just tinkering with the tech, but getting an outcome. So you cannot just be a ticket taker anymore. You have to care, because agents, they don't care. They don't care about the commercials. They don't care about the customer experience. You have to be the one to fill that gap. And I know lots of you really do care, and we'll talk a little bit about that, about what you do about that here in just a second. Will King, on this stage also, he said, you're using AI to bring things to you to use your judgment on. So give yourself as much information as you can to make a judgment. So just because agents don't have that product sense or that taste that we're all talking about doesn't mean that they are not amazing tools at getting you the context you need to be able to make those judgment calls. And so you act, and on top of that, they actually do have a really good mechanism, or are really good at helping you weigh trade-offs. And you use your expertise that you have as an engineer to marry those trade-offs with your situation and the products that you're trying to build. Jack Ryan said, what to build, how to build it, when to build it, that is still our choice. Customers don't have to, and I would add agents as well. Customers and agents don't have to deal with the consequences of being wrong. Ownership, that is massively needed, and an agent cannot replace that. Agents do not have ownership. Why did you delete the production database? You're right, I should not have deleted the production database. Well, great, you're fired, I guess. It doesn't care. There's no accountability. There's no ownership. And it's not just about who do you get mad at, but it's what it changes about you, knowing that you're the one that they're going to call at 2 in the morning. You're going to double check that disaster recovery actually does work. So that is important for you to have that ownership. Lucas Vargas said, you might have to talk to stakeholders and people that before you were just totally shielded from. I loved being shielded from these people when I was an early software developer. This was one of my favorite parts about a manager. Like, thank you so much for making it so I don't have to talk to these people. That was such the worst attitude. You need to be interested in what sales has to say, and what support has to say. And ultimately your customers. And you need to understand what are the problems that they are experiencing that I can solve with my technical expertise. So that is your job now. And Grady Booch said, we have judgment that is informed by a particular kind of experience. Liam Neeson reference. Knowledge of computer science, algorithms and architecture, and the human issues. All right, so that's our, a lot of you have been developing software for a long time. I don't want to call anybody out, but who here has been developing software for more than 2 decades? Not me, it's an example. Yeah, long time. And how much do you love the idea that that 2 decades of experience is now worthless? Well, lucky for you, it's not. There's a lot of latent experience in here. Just like the syntax was never the thing. Like knowing how to split an array and do some binary tree inversion or whatever, that was never the skill that was actually the most useful thing. The actual skill is all that latent experience that you have when you're in a meeting and somebody says, we're going to do this, and you say, no, we can't do that. And then you have to think about, why do I feel that way? That's the latent experience that you have, and it's so valuable. Because the agent is just going to match your momentum. They're going to be like, yeah, man, we're going to do it this way. It's going to be amazing. And you're great because they're the biggest sycophants. I love that. But you have that experience, and you marry that to the human issues, understanding what the user is actually looking for. So here's the thing. What if I'm wrong about this, and it actually plateaus? So we don't just go up to AGI, and we just stop right now. All model development stops. Maybe some governments get involved or something. I don't know. Or maybe this is just the ceiling that we could ever possibly get with large language models. This is possible. I admit that. But here's my secret trick to all of this, is that even if we're still stuck with this, and that's as much as we have to deal with, guess what? Knowing which target to hit and how to hit it, that is still a really valuable skill. And in fact, one of the most common hallmarks of history's greatest software engineers was product engineering. So Margaret Hamilton, in the Apollo 11 mission, it was about to be canceled as they were coming down to the moon, because they were the thing that she was in charge of, her team, was the executor that was in charge of taking jobs and executing those and prioritizing all of those. And as they were coming down, they started getting a bunch of error messages from that system saying, hey, I'm getting overwhelmed. I don't have the resources to execute on all these jobs. But because Margaret and her team had the product sense to know that that situation could happen and to understand what the important critical systems were, they prioritized and said, it's OK to just not do some of those jobs. And we'll just prioritize the most important thing, which was the landing guidance system. And they were actually able to land on the moon. If you disagree that they landed on the moon, then let's have a conversation later. That's a funny thing to think about. But product engineering, from the very, very beginning. Paul Bouchette, at a time when everybody was micromanaging their inbox because they had only so much space, and also even if I had all the space in the world, how do I find what I'm looking for? So I'm going to label everything and I'm just going to micromanage this. He's like, no, we're going to give them unlimited space. Who remembers early Gmail? On the Gmail homepage, you'd see the number of how much space you had in your inbox, and it just kept going up. Remember that? That was so sick. Like, look at how many megabytes there is. It's wild. But he said, let's just give them all the space. You never have to delete your email, and we'll implement search on top of that. That was a product decision. Kevin Systrom built an app called Bourbon, which was basically a Foursquare clone that enabled people to check in to different locations. And people weren't using all of the features. In fact, the only feature that was really being used was photo sharing. And a natural inclination there would be, well, let's just fix all the other features, and we'll make sure that people use all the check-in features of this app. Instead, he said, no, we're cutting out everything else. We're just doing photo sharing. And that was Instagram, another product decision. Jan Koum, everybody else was building apps with ads and games and all of this extra stuff inside of their chat app. Jan was like, no, we're just going to keep it simple. That worked out pretty well for him, too. Sir Tim Berners-Lee, thank you for the internet, for the World Wide Web. He made a product decision to make this an open protocol rather than a closed thing for his company. That's a product decision as well, thinking about the future impacts of your decisions. So what are you going to do? What product decisions are you going to make? Now, I just have a couple quick things, and then I'll wrap up. First, if you do want to learn not just like that you need to care about customers, but how to turn that care of customers into action, then I do have a workshop. So there you go. I'm selling something now. But I also, here's another thing I'm not selling right now, but I will eventually, is Cody, which will augment your current agents to make them more useful. Does not replace your agent, makes it better. So take a look at that, and if enough of you do, then I might actually get a Lambo. So that would be sweet. With that, I just want to say, wrap up with one thing. Just because technology disrupts industries does not mean that that industry necessarily disappears. It does mean that members of that industry need to adapt to these changes. Now, I know some of you are thinking, hey, Kent, AI is disrupting every industry way more than the calculator ever disrupted accountants. And yeah, I would agree with that. It's kind of hard to predict what the future is going to look like. But I've got this feeling inside that says humans want to interact with humans, and humans understand other humans. And agents won't be able to replicate that. And so lean into your humanity. That is what's going to differentiate you from the ticket takers that are currently just implementation-focused machines, because those are replaceable by actual machines. So I wrap this up by saying, you got this. We all got this. Thank you very much.
Nicely done.
Thank you, Aaron.
So obviously, I've followed you forever, and so this is the nice optimistic ending. You went through, I know, because we talked on the phone several times, and we were like, what are you going to do? Because we're both developer educators. Talk to me about like going through that trough of despair and then coming back out, because maybe a lot of people are still a little in that.
Well, I had 2 existential crises. How many people felt that this year? OK, good for most of you. It's coming, don't worry. Just kidding, hopefully not. For me, it was just thinking, well, agents are better at this than I am. They can serve people better. Not as like oh man, that's a sad thing. I'm happy that people have a better way to get education now on implementation-specific things. And so I did look at other companies and started interviewing and things, and then ultimately decided I just love teaching too much. And so we're going to have to figure out what is the and I can't just teach, OK, here's how you use an agent this week. Like, that's not what I do. I want to teach a durable skill. And so that's where I came to that metaphor of like, well, if Terminator is coming, what's the last thing that is useful before Terminator shows up? And that's product engineering.
Amazing. I love it. Y'all give it up for Kent. Good
Thank
job.
you.
Let's make the most of this beautiful day.
OK, so starting off strong, and we're going to keep it going. Up next is Joe Tannenbaum. He is the OSS team lead at Laravel. So a lot of that open source stuff that got launched yesterday happened under Joe's direction. So he has been at Laravel for a while. What I love about Joe is he is just so curiosity-driven. If you've seen any of his CLI experiments over the years, any of his wacky ideas, kind of like what Christina was talking about yesterday, this whimsical, artful software, Joe is a very artful, creative person. And that comes through in every single thing that he touches, and that comes through in his talks. And so we're really lucky to have Joe here today to talk to us about building real-time collaborative apps with Laravel. So please welcome Joe Tannenbaum.
What up, what up? Let me put this water down. How we doing? Whoa, that's like 10x more than I thought on day 2 of morning of Laracon day 2. OK, hello. Heads up, this is optionally participatory if you want to participate. If you do, and the Wi-Fi is like, we can't handle this, maybe switch to mobile if you want. It's up to you. Just a heads up. OK. Great. My Wi-Fi is working. That's good. OK, we're going to be talking about building real-time collaborative apps with Laravel. Okay, everybody's scanning. Good, good. And we're going to be talking about the building blocks that the ecosystem provides, the first-class building blocks that they provide that allows us to build apps like this. So it's a little bit intro, but I think mostly we're just going to really have some fun today, as we're already having. This is delightful. I tested this over and over with 2 phones that I was frantically working with. So to see more people, this makes me very happy. OK, great. Who am I? My name is Joe Tannenbaum. I am currently raining emojis. Whoa, mama, here we go. OK, OK, OK. This is going to be an interesting 25 minutes, y'all. Oh, my God. I am Joe Tannenbaum. You can find me online at Joe Tannenbaum or joe.codes. I am the open source lead engineer at Laravel. My computer is probably crashing right now. You guys are amazing. I'm a little scared right now. OK. I also live in New York City. If you're ever in New York City, hit me up. I'd love to hear from you. And we're going to switch slides. I hope it works. Okay, yes. This is the team I get to work with. This is the open source team. If you enjoyed some of the announcements in the open source part of the keynote yesterday, these are the people that you get to thank. And a lot of them are here. They're super kind, nice people. I love them so much, and I'm honored to work with them. So go say hi, strike up a conversation. I'm sure they'd love to hear from you. So this is the stack we're going to be working with. We are going to be working with Laravel Cloud. Obviously, everything is deployed on Laravel Cloud. We are working with Reverb. Reverb is our first-party WebSocket server, OK? We are working with Echo. This is so much more insane than I ever thought it was going to be. And I love every second of it. We're going to be working with Echo. That's the client-side companion to Reverb, so it allows you to send and receive WebSocket events via JavaScript. And we're going to be working with Octane. Octane basically boots your app on deploy and keeps it in memory, so it allows you to just like sling HTTP requests as fast as possible, as you're literally seeing right now. So that's the stack we're working with, just so you have sort of like a baseline. OK. Let's get to know our neighbors. If you have somebody to your right, scan the QR code on their phone. If you have somebody in front of you, scan the QR code on their phone. And if you don't, that's fine. And while we're here, introduce yourself. Make a friend. Make plans for lunch. I don't know. We're at Laracon. Let's connect. OK. OK. This is working. We should start to see some semblance of what the audience looks like shortly. OK. Good. Everybody's very good at following instructions. We got a lot of islands. Maybe we got some people that aren't. Everybody scanned? Still working? I still see it shifting, so I'm assuming scanning is still happening. This is a lot different than with like 2 phones and 2 other people. But it's a lot more fun, too. It's like the worst game of Tetris, it looks like. OK, we're going to assume everybody's scanned at this point, or pretty close to it. Now we're going to do something that's going to be rad as hell if it works, and terrible if it doesn't. Everybody just hold up your phones like this. I don't even know if I'm going to be able to see everybody. I'm going to do a quick calibration on my phone. And then, are we seeing anything on our phones, or is this just for me? Are we calibrated? Show me your phones. Flip your phones around. OK, pretty close to being rad as hell. Not quite rad as hell, but it is cool. It's cool from where I'm sitting. OK, cool. All right, so we're calibrated. So what did we just do? We just had a bunch of mini apps, right? Every one of those was a real-time collaborative application that was happening in real time. They were just little games that we could play, right? So let's talk about what is behind those little games. Oops, I didn't press it. There we go. OK, this is how we start. PHP Artisan install broadcasting. This kicks off the whole process. This sets up everything server-side you need. It optionally sets up everything client-side that you need. So it detects the library that you're using and sets up and configures your client-side as well. By the time you're done with this command, you are ready to be broadcasting. You could do cool stuff like this. A lot of cannonballs being hit. OK. One of the main things it does is it sets up this channels.php, right? So channels.php lives in your routes directory. It lives alongside your web and your API files. And it sets up the channels that you are going to be broadcasting to in your application. And it sets up authorization for those channels as well. So let's zoom in a little bit. If you're building a real-time collaborative app, probably one of the first things you want to do is you want to know who's here, right? You want a presence channel, who is present. So this is how you set up a presence channel in Laravel in your channels.php. You define the channel name, and then you get a callback. And that callback has the currently authenticated user, right? And you decide, is this user able to join this channel? Are they authorized to join this channel or not authorized? And if they are, you return an array of information about them. And if you don't, you return null, and then Echo will stop trying to connect to the channel, and it will abort the connection. OK, what does it look like on the Echo side? On the Echo side, use Echo presence, specify that channel name. Once you're connected, you get a here callback. And the here callback has a list of all of the users that are connected, and that includes you. You are also connected. So it's a list of all of the users that are connected. You can do with that information what you will. As people are coming and going, you get the joining and leaving callback, and you get the user that has joined or left. So you can have a list of users and list them out. You could have a count. It doesn't matter. You can do whatever you want with that information. In this case, we're just counting how many people are in the channel. More often than not, though, you're going to be using private channels. And private channels look like this. You specify the channel name, you get that user again, but you specify a Boolean, OK? So these are channels that require authentication to connect to. They're not public channels, they're private channels. And you determine it just the same way you did with the presence channel. It's just a private channel, and you return the Boolean instead of a null or an array. On the consuming side, we use echo. You specify the channel name, any events that you want to listen to, and then you get that event back with any data, and you can do whatever you want with that data. Now, sometimes you want to bypass the app altogether. You don't want to use the app server. You want to go client to client. And you can totally do that with Echo. And you do that by whispering. Okay? You connect to the channel. That does fire one authentication request to the server, so that's the one interaction. But after that, you can whisper events and listen for events, and it just goes straight to the WebSocket server and then back down, right? It fans out to everybody, okay? So this bypasses the app server altogether. When I was doing this flashlight thing, that had nothing to do with the app server. It was all WebSocket all the way down, okay? Now, I just said something kind of important and something you need to think about when architecting these apps. So that's fan out, okay? You can barely see it behind all of the explosions here. But fan out is a really important concept. You need to architect these apps and these channels so that you know who's listening and who's broadcasting. And you need to be like hyper aware of that. And what I mean is, when you use one of these echo hooks, they will connect to the channel. The moment you connect to the channel, you are receiving all events. The browser is receiving all the events. The callbacks will filter for the event that you specified, but you will be receiving all of the events. So imagine when everybody's tapping earlier, if everybody was connected to that channel at the same time, it would be exponential, right? There's so many events. Everybody would be getting everybody's events in this audience. So instead, you all tapped, you sent a request to the app broadcast, and I was the only one listening, if that makes sense. So that's something you need to think about, right? Who actually needs to be connected on the client side, and who should just be broadcasting through the app is an important concept in all of this. OK. Let's have some fun, OK? You should be split into two teams, right? Red and blue. But those are such boring names. We don't like red and blue. That sucks. Anybody on the red team want to shout out a chill PG name for your team? Nope. What? Rhinoceros? You're going to make me spell rhinoceros? OK. Rhinoceros. OK, sure. Blue team? Huh? Elephant? All right. We're at a PHP conference. I'll let it be. OK. OK, we're in a rhinoceros and elephant. We are going to talk about several methods of doing real-time, from the least real-time to the most real-time. OK? The least real-time is polling, but it's still a totally legitimate strategy. So we're going to play a little game. It's the reaction time game. OK? This is polling. You can see in the upper corner there, every 2 seconds, it's fetching new data from the server and rehydrating, OK? I'm going to press a button here. We're going to do 5 rounds of reaction. You're going to tap as soon as you see a tap on the screen, and we're going to see which team can react faster. Are we ready? Are we set? Rhinoceros versus elephant, go. Ooh, this is close. Okay, so as people are tapping, it's fetching that new data from the server. It's refreshing the board. Oh, this is tighter than I thought it was going to be honest. Okay. Okay, so that's polling. We got new data every 2 seconds. That's real time if that's good enough for your app, and that's totally fine. Polling is a completely legitimate strategy that you can use to make real-time applications, okay? Polling in inertia is super easy. Use poll. You specify the interval. You can specify any data if you want only specific data. We also have some new modes to get really granular control over that polling. So we have new modes that are cancel, overlap, and rest. Cancel will cancel any outgoing request that's currently polling and supersede it with the new requests. Overlap will overlap with the request. I know, it's crazy. And rest will wait for that last request to actually finish before starting its request, finishing, and then setting the timer. So you get to control how polling works in your app. So that's polling, totally legit for a lot of use cases. Let's take it to the next level. Let's do queued events. Okay, by default, when you broadcast an event from the Laravel app, it is queued. Okay, I'm going to go to the next screen. You will have the opportunity to send 3 jobs to the queue, and we're going to see which team's processes first. Ready, set, go-ish. Okay, this is using the new managed queue stuff that we just launched yesterday. So that queue went from 0 on to actively processing these jobs. Rhinoceros wins. Okay, go team Rhinoceros. Let's go, all right. You can't tell because it's all red and Rhinoceros is also red, but you know, that's what we're doing. Okay, cool. So that's queued. What does that look like? This is what the job looks like. It implements should broadcast. That indicates that it should be queued, and by default, it is queued on whatever your default queue driver is, right? So if it's like if you're using the managed queues, it'll queue on that. You just specify which channel it needs to be broadcast on, and it's easy as that. It gets serialized, it gets pushed in the queue. Once it's processed, it gets thrown out to the WebSocket, and you can listen for that event. But sometimes you need an instant event, right? So an instant event, there are times when you need to process things in real, actual time. And so we're now going to play a game. This is the part that I'm the most nervous about. We're going to play a game that looks like this, okay? You have nothing to do yet. Hold on. I saw everybody look down their phone. Hold on. We have 2 bars here. As everybody starts tapping, a progress bar is going to fill up. You collectively have to be in the target zone for 5 seconds to win this game. So if you see the bar turn green, you're in the target zone, and everybody should stop tapping unless you're a jerk, okay? Okay? Everybody's got, okay, here we go. Ready, set, go. Target range is 6, oh boy, yeah, this is gonna be, everybody chill. We're tapping way too much. Everybody pump the brakes. Oh, yeah, we're feeling the rhythm of it. Oh my God. Okay, maybe one person, can you just tap for your front? No, just Y'all, come on. This is it. Oh! Oh! Okay, everybody just slow down. Okay, yes, everybody stop, chill. Ah! Yo, come on. Oh, stop. Rhinoceros, chill. Oh my God. The timer was right there. Wait, oh. Yes, it's fine, it's okay. It should be, we have a winner? We should have a winner. That should have been a winner. What happened? Oh my God, am I Come on. Okay, I may have to nix this. I'm worried that like it's gonna. Okay, the elephant chilled. No, stop. Everybody stop. That's a definitive winner. Maybe it's just too much for the browser. What are we doing? Stop. Okay. Okay, forget it. Forget it. We're nixing it. Here's the deal. Here's the deal. I had 3 more rounds of this where the range got tighter. We ain't doing that. That's not happening. So we are fully nixing that. Okay. We're going to have a very funny moment in a second that is going to look so chaotic. Actually, I don't even know if it's going to work because we didn't finish a round. We'll see. So to do that, you'll just see that it's exactly the same as the should broadcast, but it should broadcast now. And what should broadcast now does, that's what it implements, it puts it onto the sync queue, okay? So it's still queuing it, but it's putting it on your sync queue, which makes it broadcast immediately, right? Okay. I don't know how this is going to go. We're going to go to the next screen. It might be insane. It might not work. It might be, yeah. Okay, here we go. The cool thing about this is that, oh, it's working. You can replay everything in 5x speed if you wanted to. So this is the game we just played. We can watch it fail over and over and over again. I'm so curious. I wonder why it didn't mark those as winners. We're still, yeah. So anyway, you've saved all that stuff server-side. You're sending it through the app, so you can process it however you want. We saved all of those taps, and they all got saved, and we're replaying them as they actually played out in real time at 5x speed, if that makes sense. This is fascinating to watch at this. Okay. Okay. So let's talk about what we talked about. All right. We talked about reverb, and we talked about echo. These are the bedrocks of real-time collaborative applications in Laravel, okay? Reverb is the first-party WebSocket server. Echo is the client companion to that. We talked about polling. Polling is totally legitimate use case for many apps, and you should probably reach for polling first before you reach for WebSockets to see if it actually suits your app use case. We then talked about queued events. Queued events are a step up from polling, and they allow you to process them as you want to, as opposed to process them in real time at the moment that they happen. We're talking about instant events, which you saw very clearly from this tap game. That did not play out the way I thought it was going to be, but here we are. And we talked about client events. We touched on that shortly. So when you want to bypass the server altogether, you can actually just go straight to the WebSocket server. You can whisper things back and forth, and that is a solid way to do it if you don't need the app server in these moments. OK, before we wrap up, somebody on their phone, it says green winner. Who is it? What's your name? Ben? Okay, Ben didn't listen to my talk. He won the cannon game, which is fine. Ben, that's totally fine. We salute you, Ben. What's your score? Shout it out. 238? Ben, salute. Give Ben a round of applause, for real. Holy cow. So Ben, pop quiz, what's broadcasting in Laravel? Do you know? Is that, no, you probably do. You've got glasses, you probably know what's going on. Okay, so why are we building apps like this beyond like the challenge of building apps like this? I love building real-time applications. I love building things where people are collaborating and figuring it out and untangling that web. But the thing is that like most of us, I don't want to speak for you, but for me, like I'm a remote worker. I sit at my desk. I sometimes don't see people for days at a time, like actually see people outside of like my wife and child. But you know, it can be a little lonely. And when you stumble across apps that are real-time and collaborative and done really well, it feels like a different experience. It feels a little bit different than the web that we're used to. It feels exciting, it feels beautiful, and it makes you feel like you're just not fully alone on the internet. And we are all now a sweeping gradient of color as we, this is beautiful. This is great. That's my time. I hope you enjoy the rest of Laracon. Thank you so much for listening. I appreciate it, and I'll see you next time.
Man,
Went a little early. I thought I had 2 more rounds of that game, you know?
Are you kidding me?
Plays out the way it plays out.
That is amazing. I was sitting backstage and thinking, I hope he remembers that this is streamed. And so all the
You
extra...
think I didn't geofence this, brother?
Oh, okay, there we go.
When they all popped in, they had to verify their location.
Oh, thank goodness.
And if you're on stream and you figured out how to like spoof that, you're allowed in. You're fine.
Yes. Okay, I was like, this is going to crash immediately.
Oh, no. That's the first thing I
10,000
thought of.
Okay,
Yeah.
perfect.
I feel bad asking for location permissions. I hate doing that. But
That's okay.
It's okay.
But now that you have them... anyway...
Oh, y'all are in Boston? Interesting.
Anyway, so one thing I want to ask you about is these slides, your process of prepping. Like,
Yeah.
Like I said earlier, you heard it, you were over there. You're just so like driven by creativity, curiosity, but you're also deeply technical. So how do you prepare for something like this? Because your CLI stuff was always super entertaining.
Yeah.
This is incredible. So like, what's your process?
For this one, I was like, okay, what are the concepts I want to get across? And I originally was going way deeper, and then I was like, I only have 25 minutes. I can't go that deep. I need to lay like a baseline. So I tried to come up with games that correlated to those concepts, and those games looked like garbage in the beginning. It looked like, white background, black text.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was a list of like, introduce concept, here's the game, this is why it relates to that concept. That was like the whole...
So you had one thing you wanted to teach, and like, how can I make
and
a
how
game
can
out
I
of
make
it?
a fully interactive game out of teaching that?
And was this just fully a web app that you just
Fully
went
web
full
app.
screen?
So
and...
I was controlling this from my phone. There's an admin side to this, so there was slides, and then a remote control that I made on my phone that was still doing broadcasting. So everything was WebSockets in this.
Well, that was incredibly impressive. Okay. Y'all give it up for okay, so coming up next is Pauline. So I first met Pauline when she was giving a talk at Full Stack EU several years ago. She was giving a talk, and I was sitting in the back because she was talking about Git, and I was like, I don't super know Git. And then I realized how little I actually know about Git. She started talking about ref logs, and I was like, okay, this is way over my head. She is a genius when it comes to source control, and she's going to talk to us today about something that is not Git. So she's going to talk to us today about an alternative called JJ. And so, we got one fan, so get ready. Okay, so for the rest of you, you're about to become fans of JJ. Please welcome to the stage, Pauline.
Good morning, Laracon. The rumors are true. It's extremely bright on the stage. I'm so excited to be here. It's my first time speaking at Laracon, and it's been, and then it's the biggest Laracon. That's amazing. It's been incredible. Thank you. I work at MongoDB, but I am not going to be talking about anything related to MongoDB. I'm going to be talking about what I usually talk about, which is version control. I know, a riveting topic after that talk we just had right now. How fun was Joe's talk? That was amazing. So I'm going to be talking about version control, and specifically JJ. Where was that one? Yeah. Okay. Anyone else heard of JJ yet? Okay, quite a few hands. Not that many, though, which is not surprising, because it's fairly new. So it's kind of an abstraction, sort of. It's a next-generation version control tool that's kind of is an evolution on top of older version control systems like Git. So I'll get into that in a second, but I just told you I usually talk about version control, and I've been doing that for going on close to a decade now, I think. I've been talking about Git and teaching people about best practices in Git, and at the basis of what I talk about are atomic commits. Oh, I think the clicker, yes, the clicker works. So atomic commits are a way of organizing your commits as a small logical change sets. So that's as opposed to what I like to call checkpoint commits, which are kind of a linear chronological log of what you're doing. So imagine typing a Word document, and you're typing away. It auto-saves now, obviously, but you're typing away, and you're saving, and then you're typing a bit more, and then you're saving. So checkpoint commits are basically you're making some changes, and you're using commits as a save point. So you're committing, then you're adding a little bit more, and then you're committing again. Whereas atomic commits are like these these logical units of change, like these small logical units of change. And so if you've committed something already, and you need to add a change that would logically belong to that commit, then you need a way to add that to an existing commit. So you're kind of rewriting history, okay? So just to kind of illustrate what I mean, the thing on the left here, if the code execution does it, okay, I'll do it with the keyboard. The thing on the left here would be checkpoint commits. So you have a few commits that say what changed, right? But then you also have things like fixing code style, which proper code style should have logically been part of the commit that introduced the changes that they affect. And things like, you create a PR and someone requests changes, and then you implement those changes, and then you create a new commit for that when really those changes logically belong to a unit of changes, right? Does that make sense? And then on the right, you see an atomic commit log, which just very clearly communicates what changed in which part of the code. So I can't go super into it, but that's the basic concept behind atomic commits. And there's a reason I have been talking about atomic commits for so long, and that's because they have a number of benefits. I can't go super deep into them because I just don't have that kind of time today, but I will go through a few of them really quickly. So first of all, they're really helpful with code review. So if you're doing checkpoint commits, you generally, who here when they review code, they go to the Files Changed tab immediately? Yeah, so you review from the Files Changed tab, right? So that could be the entire PR, maybe 20, 30 files for some, in no particular order, with no real context except for the PR description. And you have to do that because you can't review commit by commit if you do checkpoint commits. Because what happens is, if you're reviewing the first commit, and you're requesting changes, and then by the time you get to the fourth commit, you realize, oh, they actually already resolved that thing that I mentioned in the first commit. So it doesn't really make sense. But now with atomic commits, because they're like little sets, like little units, you can review them commit by commit. You're not touching the same part of the code across commits, basically. And so you have these kind of chunked up little units with the commit message as context, so it helps you figure out what you're reviewing, and it kind of helps you with that information overload. Then, secondly, the range is a little... OK, I'm just going to use the keyboard, I think. So they eliminate complex merge conflicts. I don't know if you've ever tried to rebase checkpoint commits, but because you're touching the same part of the code across commits, you're going to run into the same merge conflict time and time again. And you also don't get these really large merge conflicts or merge commits that resolve conflicts from all over, like unrelated conflicts. So that doesn't happen. And then because of that, you have this really easy to read history, not just visually, but also because each commit records your application in a stable state, which is also one of the kind of dogmatic rules for atomic commits. So it's really easy to traverse your history, to check out commits in the past, to revert things, and all that will unlock a lot of really useful Git features that many people don't know exist because they just don't really make sense until you start committing atomically. So things like dropping commits, cherry picking, rebasing, reordering commits, and my personal favorite, bisect. Any bisect fans in the house? So yeah, even fewer than JJ, that's incredible. So a bisect is like a pretty arcane Git feature. A lot of people have maybe heard of it, but then never tried it out. But it's actually, it's by far my favorite Git feature, and it's really powerful. If you want to know what it is, either Google it or come talk to me. I'll talk your ear off all day about bisect. But that really only makes sense if you have atomic commits. That really makes bisect really helpful, and a bunch of other really good features. So, like I said, I can talk your ear off about this all day, but I can't. So if you want to know more about why I think atomic commits are great, I have done some writing, and so you can scan the QR code to dive deeper into it. Or I also have a bunch of talks on YouTube about it. Now, you might think, why in this AI age is this lady talking about version control hygiene when my agent is committing everything, right? So it is my opinion that clean version control and good version control hygiene is actually extra important, because I know this is probably relatable to most of you. Your agent can kind of get away from you, no? So sometimes things run amok a little bit, and it really helps having this chunked up context and this really clean log, not just for you as the human in the loop, but also for your agent to understand what has changed, why it's changed. It knows exactly what it can revert and what it can't. So it's really, really important, not just for you, but also for your agent, to have good version control hygiene. And if you are an agentic dev, which I think by now most of us probably are, I have a surprise for you at the end, so stay tuned. Then you might think, why is this lady talking about atomic commits so much when it's a JJ talk? Well, that's because JJ makes everything to do with atomic commits a lot easier, which I love, because like I said, for atomic commits, you need to be able to kind of rewrite history, and that requires a little bit of slightly more advanced Git usage. And in JJ, this atomic commit workflow is the point. So all of JJ's features have that as their default workflow, and kind of abstracts away all of Git's more advanced features for atomic commits. So in JJ, the point is that your revisions that you're working on are always kind of alive while you're still working on them, and you can kind of move freely between them, which I'll show you in a little bit. And another really nice thing about JJ is that you don't need to convince your team. You don't need team buy-in, because it uses Git as a storage layer. So that same file system storage that Git uses for to store objects, like commit objects, refs, blobs, all that stuff, JJ uses that as its storage layer. And so in any existing Git repo that you have, you can co-locate a JJ repo and just start working with JJ locally today, and it won't affect your remote. So you can be using JJ, and your team will be none the wiser. They won't know unless you tell them, which I think you should, but you don't have to. Okay? So just to take you through the basics of JJ real quick before we get a little deeper into it. Oh yeah, I keep forgetting the code execution doesn't work with the clicker. So this is what a JJ log looks like. So you'll see, I don't think I can laser on this giant screen, but you'll see on the left in bold, you'll see revision IDs. So those are basically JJ's equivalent of a commit ID. So commits in JJ language are called revisions. And then you'll see that the first character or a few characters of the revision ID are highlighted. So those are the short forms of the revision ID. And anytime you want to refer to a revision, you can use that short form ID. And usually that's really only one character. I know in this example there's 2 and 3 characters, but usually it's only one. And then you'll also see this little @ marker on the left. So it's at the top now, but this @ marker, so it's at that KNU revision. And that @ marker denotes what revision you're currently working on. And anytime that @ marker is on a revision, any change that you make will automatically be recorded in that revision. So you don't have to stage anything or commit anything. Just anything that is in your working directory, when that @ marker is on a revision, will record it in the revision. And you can move that @ marker freely. You can move it at will. So you can always switch it and point it to a different revision, as long as it's a mutable revision, meaning it's not part of any of your shared branches yet. You can just point that @ marker wherever you want and start adding changes and removing changes from that revision. You'll see also that revisions are shown here as a dependency tree. You see a dependency graph. You see that PL revision there kind of branches off into, that's the root for 2 different paths. So the KNX, the code for the KNX revision is not in those other 2 revisions, and vice versa, but they each have the same root. So it's shown as a dependency graph. So revisions do build on top of other revisions, but there's no branches in JJ, okay? JJ uses bookmarks for pull requests. So if you're ready to create a pull request, you point a bookmark at a revision, and then you create a pull request for that bookmark. Now that sounds kind of arbitrary, like why are we calling that bookmarks? But it's not, because like I said, JJ does not have branches. Okay, so it also doesn't have branch management, and you'll see why that has a big impact later. Then a typical JJ workflow, so this would be the equivalent of checking out a branch in Git, making some changes, staging them, committing them, then pushing the branch to create a pull request. So in JJ, you would start a new revision on top of the one that you're currently on by running JJ new, and then you start making some changes, and again, those changes are now in the working directory, meaning they are in the revision that you just started. Okay, and then you can describe the changes using JJ describe, which is the equivalent of a commit message. The difference is that you don't need to commit to describe the changes. So you can really describe the changes at any time, even before you create the changes. So yeah, but that is going to be the commit message. Then when you're done and you're ready to create a pull request, you point a bookmark, you create a new bookmark, and you point it at the revision that you want to create a pull request for, and then you push your bookmark, which will create a branch on the Git remote. So then you can create a pull request as normal for that branch. So that is the basics of JJ, just so you kind of know how to read what's happening in JJ. I hope that helps a little bit. And now I want to show you some side-by-sides of Git versus JJ usage. Now, when I do that, if you're not used to like interactive rebase and some of that other stuff, I don't want you to expend all of your mental energy trying to understand the Git portion. Just focus. If you don't understand it, don't worry about it. Just focus on the JJ portion, because the point of these side-by-sides is exactly to show you how much more convoluted the Git usage is compared to the JJ usage for exactly the same purpose. Because again, JJ kind of abstracts away that functionality, right? So one basic example of changing your history, your commit history, is rewording a commit. So let's say we want to reword this commit message because it's got this whip prefix there, and we want to remove that. In Git, you would have to go into interactive rebase. Then you tell Git you want to reword that commit. It opens the commit message. Then you save that, and then it continues the rebase. And that is how you, in a nutshell, you rewrite history in Git. And that's a really, really core way of organizing your commits atomically. That you're going to be doing that every day if you do that. Now, in JJ, what you're going to do is you're going to use JJ describe and give it the short form ID. So same exact thing. You've got this UI revision that you want to describe. So you go JJ describe UI. And without ever leaving like the revision that you were working on, you can change the revision description of this revision. And that is basically the basis of it. Like anything that requires interactive rebase in Git, you can use with JJ subcommand, short form revision ID. And you never have to go into interactive rebase. So I'll show you a few more examples of that. A really big one in atomic commits, of course, is editing a commit to add more changes to it, like I was explaining before. So again, in Git, you would have to enter interactive rebase again, and then tell Git which commit you want to edit, which will check out that commit. Then you implement the changes really quickly because it's not relevant, so it's kind of sped up. And those changes are now in your working directory. You have to then stage the changes and continue the rebase to amend those changes to the commit that you were editing, okay? So again, a lot of faff. And in JJ, it's the same concept as before. You go JJ edit, and you give it the short form revision ID, so O in this case, and then you'll notice that that @ marker has moved to O. So you're not stashing anything, you're not checking anything out. You go JJ edit O, and then we're going to implement the changes. And they'll be in the working directory, but again, we don't have to stage them. They're going to be recorded in that O because your @ marker is there. And then if you want to go back to the revision that you were already on, you can JJ edit that revision, or you can go to a different one. So a lot simpler. The last short example for this behavior, because it's all kind of the same basic concept, interactive rebase, and then JJ operation, short form revision ID, is drop. So let's say we want to get rid of this debug statement commit because it's kind of useless. That's that one, the same one from before. We're going to go into interactive rebase. And to drop it, so to remove the commit completely, you can just cut the line, and then that will remove the commit as if it never happened, basically. In JJ, you use abandon. So same concept, JJ abandon, revision ID. Okay? Now let's say, so now that revision is gone, let's say that was a mistake. So this was always another big hurdle to get people onto atomic commits, is that people are really scared to make mistakes in changing their repository state. Like, oh, I screwed up a merge, I screwed up a rebase, what am I going to do? I'm just going to hard reset to what's on the origin and try again. So what's really nice to know is that actually nothing in Git is as permanent as it seems. So let's say you accidentally dropped that commit and you didn't want to. There's this thing called reflog, which is basically similar to a commit log, but for all your local operations. And so you can use that to undo your mistakes, basically. But the problem is that it's also kind of a nightmare to work with. And so that's why a lot of people don't know about it, is because it feels a little intimidating. So in Git, to undo that mistake from just now, dropping that commit, so that commit is now gone, then we would have to go into git reflog and find the operation that dropped that commit, and then reset our repo state to the operation before we did that to get back that state that we want back. So it's a little intimidating and difficult to read, I think, for what is essentially an undo action. It's Control-Z. Well, guess what? JJ undo. So same thing. The revision is gone, you run JJ undo, and it's back. And so that's super nice because, so JJ also has an op log, which is very similar to reflog. So you can go back more operations, but 9 out of 10 times, you just want to undo the oopsie that you just did. And that was always missing from Git. So it's really nice to just have JJ undo, and it's done. So you can already kind of see how much simpler a lot of these basic things are that are not so basic in Git if you want to reorganize your commits. And now if you take it into like real-life scenarios, that's where it kind of really shines. So let's say this is, don't mind the commit messages. It's very ugly PR. Don't do this in real life. But there's this PR with multiple commits, right? And then someone's requested changes. So you might implement the changes and then make a new commit, combining all these changes that kind of logically don't belong to each other. But if you're doing atomic commits, you actually want to implement those changes and put them in the commits that they belong to, right? So in Git, you would go through a whole thing with fixing up and staging, and it looks like this. Again, don't worry if you don't get it. It's a lot. That's the point. So you've got your commits, and then you've got changes in your working directory. You're going to add part of the post controller because that belongs to your latest commit. So we're going to amend that to the last commit. And then we're going to stage the post model. And then we're going to create a fix-up commit to point that to the commit that it belongs to. And then we're going to stage the rest, create another fix-up commit for that. Go into auto squash in interactive rebase. That will squash it all into the commits that they belong to. And this does become muscle memory over time. But yeah, as you can imagine, when I'm explaining it to someone, they'll be like, OK, I'm not sure if I want to get into all of this. Now, in JJ, you would have your changes in the working directory, and then you run JJ absorb, and it will automatically absorb the changes in your working directory into the correct mutable revisions. So it'll look at the changed lines, and it will compare it to the lines that have changed and the files that have changed in your live commits or revisions. and it will automatically absorb those changes, even if it's 2 revisions per file, for instance. It will add one part of the file, a change file, to one revision and the other to the other revision. So really, really handy. You've just fixed everything up automatically. And if it's ambiguous, for instance, because one line changed, one single line changed over 2 different revisions, it'll leave it in your working directory so as to not accidentally absorb it into the wrong place, and then you can kind of decide yourself where you want to put it in, what you want to put it into. But most of the time, it just kind of cleanly absorbs everything, and then you can push, and your PR is updated and beautifully atomic. Then the next and last scenario, because I'm running out of time already, is 2 dependent PRs. So this will be very familiar to you if you do a stack diff workflow, or if, for instance, you have like a feature branch, task branch thing. So you have one PR with one commit, that's this red branch, and then you have a second PR with a single commit that builds on that first branch. Now let's say CI on both of these is failing because it's code style dirty. So you have to run a code style fixer, right? So in Git, you would check out the first branch, run your code style fixer, then stage those changes, amend them to the last commit, the single commit you have in the PR, and then you force push the branch so that your PR is updated. And then you also have to do that to your second branch. Now, then you get the problem that in your second PR, you'll notice that there's not only the commit that is in scope for the PR, but there's also the other commit that is supposed to be part of that other PR. And that is because that branch is now stale. So because you've changed the commit object on the first branch, it now has a different commit hash, and the remote is seeing that as 2 distinct commits, when in actuality, this top commit there is just an old version of that other commit that you don't want anymore. So now you have to rebase your branch onto the base branch, run the code stuff. So you have to do all this checking out and stuff. And like I said, JJ does not have branches, so there's no branch management. It only has bookmarks. So what JJ does is it abstracts away rebasing dependent revisions. So when you edit a revision, it automatically rebases all the dependent revisions under the hood. And so if you have the same situation, you can run your code style fixer once. Then you have those changes in the working directory. You absorb them in the into the correct revisions. And then you'll notice that for those revisions, the purple thing in the back there, that's bookmarks. That's the bookmarks, and they'll have an asterisk. And the asterisk tells you that the bookmarks locally are updated in relation to the origin. And you can push all of your updated bookmarks in one go. So you haven't checked out any branches, you haven't rebased anything. All of that is just done under the hood, and now you've updated both PRs, and they're perfectly rebased all at once. Now imagine if you have like 4 open PRs that are interdependent somehow. It really takes a lot of the pain away. I hope I've been able to infect you with this a little bit. That's all I have time for in terms of demoing. If you want to talk about it, again, I could talk about this all day, so please do. I did promise you a surprise. So I've got this repo here that has all my Claude stuff, which is only a Git plugin at this point. So it has advanced agent skills for Git, so your agent can now keep your commits atomic and use an atomic commit workflow. It also has debugging with auto-bisect and regression testing. If you don't know what that's about, please look that up or talk to me, because that is super fun and exciting to do. That's always my favorite thing to talk about. And I'm also working on a JJ plugin that will be similar, but will also leverage JJ workspaces. So you can run parallel agents and at the same time still be able to see that whole dependency graph. And that's all updated. OK? So again, all I have time for. Thank you so much. Laracon has been great.
Amazing.
Thank you.
I think JJ Absorb is the one that kind of blows my mind the most.
Especially with code style fixes. It's,
yeah. Okay, so like I said in your intro, I think I saw you speak on Reflog like, what was that, like 8 years ago, 9 years ago?
I think that's about the first time I started talking about it. Yeah.
So you've been doing version control talks and education for 10 years.
Close to, yeah.
What is it? So we talked a lot about JJ, and you mentioned just briefly philosophically, you think that clean atomic history is important. I want to give you a chance to tell us more about, like, philosophically, why has that been true, and why does that remain true?
Ooh, there's so many different reasons, but I think just having everything just chunked up with the proper context, and also what people tend to do is in their commit message record what the changes and the implementation details of the
Right.
changes, not super relevant. What you want is like a really good chunked up context of what has changed in what part of the code and why was that change necessary, so that for posterity, you or your agent can see exactly why that commit is there and why you shouldn't touch it, or,
How are you finding the agents to work with JJ? Because Git is 1,000 years old and JJ is pretty new. Is that why you have that skill, or are they pretty good at JJ already, or do they just go to the underlying Git when they need something?
Yeah, so Git obviously is universal enough that it just knows how to use Git. JJ, it'll do JJ just fine if you let it research the docs.
Okay.
And so if you keep that in memory, then that works really well. Yeah.
Amazing. Incredible as always. Y'all give it up for her.
Thank you so much.
Good job. Okay, so up next, we're gonna have a little break, but every time I say that, everybody gets up and I have so many more things to say, so don't get up yet. We're gonna have a little break, so go get your stuff stamped and you can get a free shirt. Lunch is gonna be inside today because it's gonna be raining, so look out for the tables and stuff. I'll have more details about that later, but at lunch, the Laravel's community is gonna be taking a picture on stage. So Laravel's is for people that are underrepresented due to their gender. So if you are in that community or want to be in that community, just first thing before we go to lunch later today, before we go to lunch, we're going to get everybody up on stage to take a picture. So tell your friends that are maybe not in here right now and prepare for that at lunchtime. And we will be back at 11:25. Now you can go. See you at 11:25.
Almost. But, let's count. Hey everyone, welcome to the first break of day 2 from Boston Laracon. We are currently in the sponsor tent and it is raining like crazy outside, but it's been a great event so far. It's been a super fun day, great party last night, and everything in between. So with me today, we got Margot and Dan from Vehicle. So I would like y'all to introduce yourselves, say hi to everybody watching on the live stream.
Hey everyone, I'm Margot from Vehicle. Glad to be here. Thanks for having us.
Dan Spells from Vehicle. Thrilled to be here. It's another fantastic event.
Sweet. So I feel like everybody knows Vehicle, but why don't we tell the world, what does Vehicle do, what do you specialize in, and why they need to use you?
Yeah. So we're a Canadian software consultancy. We specialize in writing PHP and JavaScript. Very much Laravel. That's why we're here today at Laracon. We'd love to be an extension of your team. We're all Canadian-based, and we have about 80 people on our team that all write code.
Absolutely. We've been longtime supporters of the framework and the Laracon event, and a lot of people come to us for that expertise. And our big team is really, I think, one of our biggest strengths as well, because on top of PHP and JavaScript across our team, we have teams working in a bunch of different tech stacks, right? And there's a very good chance that if the specific team that's working on the project doesn't have expertise in a certain area, someone across our team does, so we can swap people in and out and really draw on the experience of the larger team.
Nice. So yeah, you mentioned you've been with Laravel for a long time. How many conferences is this? Have y'all been to all the Laracons, or is this? It's got to be at least 8, right?
Yeah, Dan has more on me, but I've been going since 2017.
2017.
Yeah.
Personally, Louisville 2015 was the first one I was at. So
okay.
This is I was counting. This is my 9th Laracon US, and I was at 1 Laracon Australia. So number 10 for me total. But yeah, Vehicle. Since I was joined Vehicle in 2015, we've been a sponsor of the conference and the framework. Yeah.
Sweet, sweet. So as far as like the vehicle side, people need like custom work, just sort of anything that they might need help with. That's when they come to vehicle and get y'all to do the work for them?
Yeah, I feel like people that are scaling their team, they have a large project, they need extra help. Experts in Laravel definitely is somebody who would be a really good use case for us. We love helping other teams, being able to help write code or help with architecture or share the experience that we have. We have a lot of things that we do, like pair and mob programming, which we love sharing with other people, collaborating. I mean, if you want to add on to that, Dan.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, staff augmentation is a big part of what we do. Over the years, we've worked with everything from, more greenfield startups to very established enterprise businesses. And, the reasons they come to us are sometimes varied, but it's often, either they have some project, some initiative that they want us to work on first that they don't necessarily have the capacity internally to do, or they just need some more, more hands, right, on deck kind of thing. And we're just, always, in either event, we want to be an extension of their team and just kind of blend into whatever process they have going on already.
Sweet. So I feel like I know what it is, but I want y'all to clarify. Staff augmentation, that's where they hire you and you kind of do what they would hire a W-2 employee or a normal employee to do?
Yeah. Jim made a little joke on stage too.
Yeah. Sorry, go ahead, Marta.
No, we just want to feel like you've hired devs ready to work, learn your tech stack, learn what kind of ticketing system you use whatever chat service you use. We have a lot of different experience. So we just want to feel like, hey, we're ready to go, ready to start coding and jump in wherever we need to.
Yeah, I think for clients sometimes there can be a bit of a trade-off there between hiring internally and externally, and I think maybe sometimes there's some trepidation because an external, you bring in a team, they may have their own system, their own process, and be kind of disconnected from the team. So the augmentation piece is there. It's just like we want the client to feel very comfortable with us coming in and almost as if they've hired staff and internally, and we're just going to, like we said, blend into whatever process they have going on and really be just an extension of their team.
Nice. Gotcha. Yeah, that was my main question when you mentioned it. I was like, I want to make sure I understand what staff augmentation is. So transition a little bit. Let's talk about what Vehicle does for the Laravel community. Y'all run the Laravel Worldwide Meetup, and I think, Margot, you're the host.
No, Dan and I are both.
Okay, two hosts.
Yeah, it's been awesome.
So talk about that. Like, how did that start, and how long has that been running?
Yeah, I think it's been such an incredible experience. We know, like Frank, thank you, Frank, for starting it. And I know things got busy, and we decided, hey, let's relaunch it. Let's kind of take a look at it. So a couple years ago, we relaunched it with the help of Vehicle. Got a lot of help from the Laravel community, coming with a lot of different Laravel talks. And it's been pretty great. It's been since what? Since
Start of 2024, I think about 2.5 years now. Yeah.
Time just flies. But it's been really great having a meetup the last Tuesday of every month. Normally we're like noon Eastern, and it's a great way for all people around the world to kind of take a look and watch on the Laravel YouTube channel.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we were just looking for ways, we could contribute more to the community, and then we saw that opportunity there. And Frank was very gracious and saying, hey, my hands are full with the 1,000 packages that Spotty manages. So, yeah, we were very fortunate to take it over, and certainly on a personal level, it's been such a great way to meet people in the community. And, even this conference, I've met so many people in person that I've spoken with on the meetup, but haven't had a chance to meet in person. So it's been a fantastic way to connect deeper with the community.
I love that. What about so if they're watching, if anybody's watching and they want to be a speaker on the what do they need to do there?
Oh, we would love that. If you have some great stuff that you want to share with the Laravel community, you go to meetup.laravel.com. A great opportunity to come and see what we've kind of talked about in the past and submit your proposal for a talk. We'd love to see it.
Absolutely. Or if you're here in person, come and find us at the booth. We'd love to talk to you there as well.
Yeah. And it's like you said, it's been one of those things, and it's been with the community for a while now. It's like a super great way. If you can't go, if you don't have a local meetup in your area, just tune in, and that way it's not quite the same as a real local meetup, but it's as close as we can get through the internet.
Yeah.
So to transition from there, anything else you want to talk about, vehicle-wise, or what are y'all doing, or Laravel, or anything?
Yeah, well, maybe Dan, you can kind of expand.
Yeah, another community thing. We looked around the community and we see there's so many great podcasts in the community, right? And we want to be part of that and contribute our voice. We had a podcast a handful of years ago, a Torqued podcast. We're sticking with the automotive theme here at Vehicle. So we're in the process of relaunching that. So look for that. Hopefully in the next coming weeks and months, where you get all your podcasts. But the Vehicle Torque podcast will be returning shortly. Looking forward to it.
What?
Just some topics that maybe people could be interested in. We really want to touch base with like what our devs are working on, what kind of things they love doing, so people can kind of I mean, working with a consultancy, you really want to understand like personalities and who you're working with. So I thought it'd be a great way that we could be able to show that off on our podcast.
Right.
What kind of things we're working on, what kind of things that we do. I think it's a great way to be able to do that.
For sure, for sure. You actually just mentioned something too. The name vehicle. You said automotive. Where did it come from, or what is the spelling and what is it?
Yeah, that's a great question. We get that all the time. It's actually a combination of the founders' last names. And so we also thought about, hey, we're a consultancy. We want to get you to where you need to go. So a little bit of the background there.
I think a little bit too. It was born in that era. I think a lot of tech companies were dropping vowels in their names, and so I think we kind of got on board with that trend a little bit too.
I love that. All right, so we're gonna have to wrap this one up. We're running up on the 10-minute mark. Anything? I'm gonna leave the floor to y'all to say anything before we head off here.
Yeah, I mean, we're just so incredibly thankful to be one of the partners for Laravel. We love this community. Dan and I have been in it for a long time. The vehicle team's been in it for a long time. And every time we come out here, we have such an amazing time. And thank you, Eric, for having us. This has been such an amazing opportunity. We always look forward to Laracon every single year.
Yeah, the production value of the conference just gets better and better every year. It's just a bigger and bigger event. When I think back to 2015 to now, this production level, all the stuff that's changed. So it's so many people have had a hand in that. And just so thankful to be a part of it, and so thankful for all those people.
Sweet. Well, I want to thank y'all again. Thank y'all for being a great community member and just supporting Laravel all these years. Vehicle's always been an awesome company within Laravel. So thank y'all.
Thank you. Our Laravel News is an awesome part of the community too. It's been my longtime source of info of what's going on in the community. So thank you for that too.
Well, I appreciate that. That makes my day. I thank you greatly for that. All right, thank y'all. We're gonna swap you out. I'll take that one and. What's up, Ian? The Godfather himself. I'm going to hand this to you guys. All right, next up on the stream, we have two guys who created a thing in Laravel and PHP. It's called Native PHP. Everybody knows them. They travel the world hyping up this thing called Native PHP. So Simon and Shane, welcome to the show. And tell everybody what Native PHP is.
Native PHP.
Wait, you gotta have that.
I have to do this.
Go, right here. Right here.
Okay. Me go. All right. What is Native PHP? It is a way to build native desktop and mobile applications from Laravel. I think in a nutshell. Yeah.
Okay.
And a really crazy idea.
A really crazy idea. But it is a crazy idea, but it seems like it's working, and it seems like people love it. So how has the adoption been?
It's been wild. So I don't know if you remember, but last year I announced the mobile side
right
at Laracon EU. And ever since then, it's been going crazier and crazier. And I don't know, actually, did you check this morning? Have we?
I'm going to check it right now.
Check it
do
right
it live.
now.
Do it live.
Here we go, folks.
So
it's we hit 20,000 downloads all of last year, which is not a great deal.
Turn it to the camera.
Just hit 100,000 today.
100,000. Congrats. That's a big milestone, right?
That's since February, since we went free.
Wow. So that's really cool. So what is in the works next for Native PHP?
All right. So a lot. For us, I think mobile is still like the strongest thing that we're putting most of our energy into now. Desktop is actually, Simon's breaking some ground on doing very similar things with the architecture for desktop. For us, getting fully native mobile applications was kind of the summit for the last almost 2 years, and we've achieved it. And we're releasing that tomorrow at the Vibes at our event, and there's a lot of other things around that we're going to do, so it's not a super surprise. So that was the summit for 2 years. Turns out it was just the base camp, or it is the base camp now. We have so many more ideas, plans. And we're just dreaming now of in the world of AI, in the world of everything can be at your fingertips. How does one manage their business or multiple businesses? How do they go from idea to users as fast as possible? And we are constantly swinging sledgehammers at those ideas.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
I would just add that, we're, as Shane's saying, we're now seeing ourselves at the base camp of this whole project. From here, our next kind of plateau, if you like, is what can we do that no other cross-platform framework is doing today? And maybe what can they not even do because they're using compiled languages instead of something like PHP. So really like opening the door to all of the flexible things that PHP is great at. And to be able to do that, we have to just say like, are we as performant as what the current platforms can do? And the answer is, find out tomorrow.
So let's talk about tomorrow. Y'all are doing I guess this is technically your first ever native PHP Laracon event. It's going to be, I guess what they call it, day 3, native PHP. So what can you tell me you're going to announce there? You don't have to give away anything, but I'm just curious, like what can people expect? And for those people, I guess the problem with Livestream is everybody watching is actually not here at the event, so they won't be able to attend. But for the people at home that can attend, what should they do to kind of keep up with what all is going to happen tomorrow?
I think tomorrow is, I think the environment we want to set is a little bit more intimate for our closest tribe, and that's intentional. Right. Since day one, we've always talked about honoring the early access supporters and everybody that started early with us. The way that we see this going, it's going to be very large. When you announce things like the world's fastest cross-compiling mobile framework, and it's going to make ripples and splashes all over. And I think the focus is going to, we want to keep it very small initially, but we are going to have a Laravel News article come out probably Sunday in the newsletter. We still have to talk about that, but I think we're good on it.
We'll do it. We'll do it.
See, that's how you get things done, I think. You can just do things.
Yeah.
Right?
I can't say no on the line. You got me. Nah, I'm just kidding.
So as far as like announcements, things that we're going to announce, I already said like the super native, fully native mobile applications, some of the benchmarking, the stuff around that. We have 6 first-party plugins. Plugins are composer packages that have PHP and native code, so different functionalities, things that we couldn't do before that we're fully supporting. And a new Jump app. If you're familiar with the Jump app, we have a new version of the Jump app coming out, completely rebuilt from the ground up.
Nice.
There's some more things, I think. Yeah, there's a lot more.
More.
You'll see in the article, I think. Yeah.
Yeah. The other way that you can keep up with it is if you sign up to our newsletter, which we don't publish as often as Laravel News.
Well,
and it's just about native PHP, but that's on the website. Discord as well, and of course all the social networks we're on now. So go and follow native PHP.
And you have a podcast or a live stream that y'all do all the time, right?
Yeah.
So, and I'm sure you're always talking about all the new stuff on there.
We do that now, and like we haven't really talked about it much. That may change. That may have to change just as our focus has to shift. But for now, yeah, we're every Friday at like 9 a.m. Eastern on our YouTube channel. So go and subscribe to that, and yeah.
Sweet. And now the transition from native PHP. I want to talk about you guys travel. You've been to every Laracon this year, right? And Laravel Live. Have you even missed one this entire 2026 so far?
Between the two of us, no. Like I was in London, but he didn't go. But and then he did a couple in other ones in UK that I didn't go to. But yeah.
Wow. So are y'all doing the Denmark and AU and?
Not Australia.
Not Australia this
Australia,
year?
No. But I will be in Denmark. Yep.
Okay, cool.
And we'll have some releases in Denmark too.
Nice.
Yeah.
So you just travel the world doing, what's the right word? Traveling the world selling native PHP.
Yeah.
Or singing its praises. Well,
Yeah.
sweet.
Thanks
Well,
PHP.
Thanks PHP.
thanks, PHP.
Thanks to all the community. I mean, that's yeah. We work hard. I mean, I sit on my couch all the time and just like tell Claude to do crazy things in my head and drink caffeine, and next thing you know, you're in Germany or something. It's crazy.
That's awesome. So I guess everybody go check out Native PHP.
Yeah.
Check out these guys. They're all on the socials. Shane, Simon, got it right this time.
And Eric.
and Eric. And we want to thank y'all for building this and everything that you're doing.
Thank you. Thanks for everything you're doing too. Appreciate it.
Appreciate it.
All right.
All right.
There you go.
Do it. Who are we missing? Oh, come on in. We're our guest. Next guest isn't lined up quite yet, so apparently I apparently cut that one a little bit short. No,
Waiting
right
for
there.
you. Yeah, no, not, she won't do it.
Okay. So anyway, Harris.
Yes.
Let's talk about the conference so far. I've been out here in this little booth and haven't been able to actually go inside and watch many talks, just from the preparing and doing all the other stuff. What about from your perspective? How's the conference going and everything?
So far, so good. I think everybody's pretty pumped up. People are loving all the talks so far, the booths, the sponsors. I think it's going very well. Besides the rain.
Yeah. I mentioned as we went into this break, it is raining outside, and we're actually in this tent, and the water is just kind of flooding through.
You might be able to see it, like we are in the sea right now.
Yes.
It's fine.
So this is your second Laracon US.
Third one for me.
Third US.
Yeah.
How has it progressed since you started coming 3 years ago?
I really enjoy seeing more people, new faces. It's the steady people that always come to those Laracons, but we do get more and more new faces around, right? So that's great. That's great.
Yeah.
Like
for sure. And so I guess we'll transition a little bit from Laracon to something more local.
Yeah.
You run Laravel. It's not Laracon. It's Laravel Greece.
Laravel Greece meetup. Yeah.
Laravel Greece meetup.
That's true.
And as far as I know, it's a pretty big event in Greece, right?
It's one of the biggest events, compared to the population, of course, right? So we get around 50 people, give or take, every time, and we can go up to 100. We've been to up 100. So it's like a small event, let's say, a small Laravel Live event.
Right.
Yeah, but it's pretty cool. So last time we got Nuno. He was there as a speaker as well. We also got a great speaker as well. And we keep getting people from Laravel and from the community.
That's cool. Well, how does the language work? Because I know a lot of like Nuno's English. You said you got a Greek speaker. Is most of the talks in English or
all of the
in
talks
Greece?
are in English actually.
All
so far.
in English.
Yeah. So we do 2 events. One is in Athens. Every talk there is in English for the past year and a half.
Right.
And we also have one event in Thessaloniki, which is a city up north. This one is half and half. Because we still try. It's new, so we still try to transition people into that. I think people are very shy when it comes to English, even though I think all the people in Greece, all of them speak English.
Okay.
But for some reason, because they don't actually speak English in their daily life,
right,
it's hard for them to speak in English. So I can see the next speaker is here now.
That's understandable.
So,
yes.
We'll transition to him right away.
All right. So everybody, if you're in Greece, check out Laravel Greece
For sure.
and come to a meetup.
Yeah, sure, for sure. See you.
Thank you, Harris. Come on in here, Roman. You can just hold it if you want to. What's up? It's been a while.
Yeah. Hey.
All right. Next up on the stream, we have Roman from JetBrains, creators of PHP Storm and a lot of other things. Y'all have a lot of products, which is kind of interesting. All right. So let's talk first about y'all's brand new thing that you launched pretty recently, PHP Storm Lite.
Right. Yeah.
Tell us about that.
So it's been in the air for quite some time. People asked about a lighter version of PHP Storm.
Right.
And we figured, why not? So that's what we did. It's an experimental version. Ideally, you shouldn't notice any difference in terms of what's available because we removed the parts that actually don't make sense anymore. In the time of PHP Storm been out for 10 years or even more, and there are some things that were added back in the day. They don't make sense anymore. So we removed those. We also made a few aggressive optimizations for indexing, startup time, and other things, memory. So it should be faster, yet still smart, and
So it still kept all the autocomplete, all the good stuff, basically.
Absolutely. Yeah.
So when you say light, is it light in comparison to like a Sublime text, but it would still be heavier than that, right? So it's more of a VS Code with some plugins, probably.
Yes, correct. So it's not an editor; it's an IDE. So it's smart, so not Sublime kind of light experience. But we're actually aiming. I think we can. One important thing I want to do with Light is have almost daily releases.
Okay.
So that we can move faster, we can experiment more, and maybe improve experience with every release every day. Yeah.
Nice.
So it comes with a certain trade-offs with that, because when we move faster, we sometimes can break things, but we also fix faster. So that's the idea. Yeah.
Right. And the light version that's sort of available, I guess, like as the EAP process. Like it's free, you can download it and just start playing with it today.
So two things. First, it's free for everyone right now. It will be you will never have to pay extra, so it always will be available with PHP Storm main. Ideally, at some point, we actually have just one product, we merge them. And the second thing is that you can install it side by side with your main PHP Storm and just try it out. If you don't like it, go back to your main PHP Storm.
Oh, nice. So it's only been out a few weeks, right?
Yeah,
or is it about a month, maybe?
Yeah.
And how's the community been embracing it so far?
Yeah, I think actually that was experiment, and we knew that we might get some negative feedback. But so far, we actually have very positive feedback. People like it. People really confirm that it's actually faster. There are some bug reports, which is also a good sign because people actually use it. And those are genuine bug reports, like as in we actually fixed those issues. I think so far our conclusion is that it makes a lot of sense. Even here at Laracon, many people come and say like, hey, yeah, it works. Or if they don't know about it, they're like, oh yeah, that's what I wanted.
Yeah.
That's a good sign, yeah.
That's good. Well, speaking of Laravel, I know the full PHP Storm, y'all have added a lot of Laravel features because you added the plugin that Adele created.
Yeah.
Now it's part of PHP Storm. With the light version, are you going to still have a lot of the Laravel integration with that? Or is that going to be, you need the full PHP Storm for the Laravel stuff?
We keep the entire Laravel integration with Light, so we don't sacrifice anything basically for Laravel. What could make sense is for those who don't use Laravel, so that this plugin is not bundled for them. But right now, we actually Laravel users are our main focus. So we're thinking more about Laravel users. So this comes with full Laravel experience out of the box.
Oh, nice. And what is as far as downloading it and everything, just go to the PHP Storm website and look for the light version?
No, so actually right now, you can go to our phpstorm.dev website. It's a separate website that Brent and I built. It's like a place for our experiments. So you can download light version there, or you can use Toolbox. Toolbox is an app to install all the PHP Storm products, JetBrains products, and starting from yesterday, you can actually you can install PHP Storm Lite from there, and that's the recommended way. Download Toolbox. You can get that from JetBrains website, and then you'll receive updates every day, frequently.
Right, super fast. So that next question. This might be a PHP Storm proper feature. Y'all recently added like a Laravel cloud integration. And I played around with it. It's pretty sweet because you can actually, one of the features I like was you can actually see when your app is deploying and kind of follow along and see when it's actually finished deploying and then go check it out. Is that going to come to light, or is that going to stay at PHP?
It's already there.
It's already in light too?
Yeah, it's already in light. So the Laravel plugin, it's bundled with PHP Storm. But it's developed separately by Adel, and he has his own release cycle, so he releases more frequently than PHP Storm. And everything that comes in this plugin is available in the light version, so
Sweet.
We never sacrifice anything for Laravel. Yeah.
Nice. And while we're talking about it, what all is included cloud-wise in the plugin now? Because I feel like that was a new feature that just came out this year at some point.
Yeah, one thing I really like is a log viewer. Mm-hmm. So it's pretty cool. Think of it as Sentry or Nightwatch. Those are really great products. They have a lot of features, but many times you don't need that many features. You just need the aggregated logs, and this is now available in Laravel plugin. So you can view your local logs aggregated, but you can also connect Sentry. And we'd really like to have a Laravel cloud connection so that you can view your production logs in PHP Storm right away. This is not available yet, but we are working on it.
Oh, nice. And then that'll be nice because then the PHP Storm AI can read your logs and suggest fixes and do all the things that are really useful now.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that makes sense. That's exactly our thinking behind it.
Oh, that's perfect. Anything else PHP Storm-wise that I missed asking you about?
What is coming is the new AI experience. So in the past we had the AI chat. This will be renewed, and you will see the EAP version of the new AI thing in the next couple of weeks, and then it will be released in the next major PHP Storm update. It will be released, and it's more focused around agentic workflows, so it should be super cool.
Sweet, sweet. That actually brings up a question. The PHP Storm release cycle.
Yeah.
Is it once a quarter? Is that how you do it?
So we have major releases every 3 months, right? No, 4 months. So three releases per year.
Okay.
And we have minor updates in between. With PHP Storm Lite, we want to have more frequent releases, almost every day.
Right.
And if that works, we'll use that approach for the main version as well.
Okay, nice.
Ideally,
yeah.
Yeah.
Because I was gonna say, because when we cover them on the the Laravel news side, I always notice it's like the year and then it's like 2026 dot something. I can't remember if it's the month date.
Yeah. It's actually just number 1, 2, or 3.
Ah, okay. All right, perfect. So, all right, we got 3 minutes left, and then they're going to take the stream back to the Real Talks.
Okay.
So, as we finish out the 3 minutes, can I ask you about the PHP
Foundation
internals? Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Everything
sure.
you're not even PHP Storm, but just because you're so into PHP. How is that going with the new Elizabeth Barron taking over and doing all that?
It's going really, really, really great. I'm super happy. So for those who didn't follow the news, I founded the PHP Foundation. I'm founder of the PHP Foundation, and I served as a director of the PHP Foundation for 4 years. And last year we hired Elizabeth Barron. She had a really great background. She worked at GitHub. She worked at another tech nonprofit, and now she's a new director. And I was worried a little bit. I wouldn't lie, because it's a PHP Foundation, sort of my baby. So I was very worried about it. But so far, she's doing such a great job. She's absolutely amazing. I'm super happy about how it's going. And I remain on the board of directors of the PHP Foundation. And you can follow what's happening by subscribing to the PHP Foundation news. I think one thing I want to highlight, we have 1 more minute, is security. So I think this is one of the most important things that the PHP Foundation is doing, is making sure that PHP is secure, especially with the AI going on. It's very important. So last year we conducted the first security audit of the PHP core, and this year we launched the security team.
Oh yeah.
And the security team, we get access to the Mythos model to get the security analysis and a whole bunch of other things, and it's already showing great results. So I'm super excited about security of PHP, and
Same, y'all are doing great work. I mean, because y'all had all those composer and packages updates. You helped, or I'm assuming the foundation helped find those and get all those fixed. So it's a really good service, for anybody that's using PHP. We want to appreciate y'all doing the foundation, doing everything. We got Matt Stauffer now on the foundation. So
thank you.
All right, so we're getting feedback. 40 seconds left. So the next talk is Filament Advanced Practical Examples with Povilas. So we got to talk to Povilas yesterday. He loves Filament. This is going to be a great talk.
Absolutely, Povilas came to our booth yesterday. We had a really nice conversation. I'm super excited about his talk. And I follow his media. Super excited.
Sweet. Well, we want to thank everybody for tuning in during the break. We'll see you at lunch, a couple hours from now. Thanks for tuning in, and stay tuned for all the awesome talks that is yet to come.
Thank you.
Hi, everybody. Nice to see you again. So normally I spend my entire sponsor slot just talking about the puzzle because you kind of know who we are and what we do. But I did that yesterday. So one thing I'm going to do really quickly is I'm going to announce the winners of this wonderful wooden mechanical keyboard that is co-branded with Titan and Laravel. This is for anybody who completed all 8 of the puzzles, got entered in a drawing. So we did the drawing at midnight last night. And so with these 2 people, Wilson Hernandez and Godfrey Martinez, come by the booth at some point and come pick up your free keyboard. I want one. I'm jealous. OK, so since we did already talk about VoxCon all day yesterday, instead, I will just tell you a little bit about a new thing we're doing at Titan. You actually probably heard me talk about it a little bit yesterday when we did the Q&As, because he unexpectedly asked me great questions that led towards what I was going to be talking about here anyway, but you're going to hear me again. So since the very beginning of Titan, we've focused our time and our energy on building and also sharing expertise. So expertise in writing Laravel code, so we make sure we're the experts, and then we teach you. We do YouTubes, conference talks, blog posts, whatever. But also about the processes and the interactions about how to build healthy, effective, diverse, scalable teams that are building amazing and shipping amazing applications. And nothing about that is changing, and nothing about the need for expertise is changing. Nothing about our expertise or your expertise is changing. And that is still the main thing I want you all to walk away from, is that we are still needed. The things that we are offering to the world are still valuable. And so even if you don't care about hiring Titan or whatever else, please walk away with that, is that what you are offering, what we are offering, is still of value to people. There's a still need for it, and we should come out of this with hope and excitement, not fear and anxiety. But I also will mention that this is valuable for us because if AI is not just replacing expertise, but instead is compounding our expertise, that still means that us as experts, you as experts, us as experts, still have something very distinct to offer. But some things are changing. As I mentioned yesterday, our clients are now coming to us, instead of saying, I have an idea and we know it's going to be a year before we even touch code, they now say, I've been sitting with Lovable or Replit or Claude Code or Cursor or whatever else, and I've been doing these initial stages of building. And that can be kind of scary because sometimes they get so excited and they start asking questions of, oh, do we really actually need developers anymore? And the great news is they absolutely do need developers anymore, because we all know logistically, just because you can build a prototype of something doesn't mean you can actually ship it reliably and safely to production. And that's not making fun of anybody. It's just a realistic thing. It's just the moment where they talk to us may have shifted a little bit, but they still need to talk to us. And so that's totally fine. So once we step past fear, this is now an exciting moment, because as we mentioned, as Aaron talked at the beginning, we've got a whole bunch more builders potentially joining us. And so for us, we're just noticing that the bottleneck that used to be getting started is now moving a little bit further, because again, you do your $500 level credits, and now you're coming to us, and it's just a new bottleneck, which is going from there to actually being able to launch reliably, scalably, securely to prod, and that's fine. So now it's moving from a prototype to an actually good app, good code, good process, good infrastructure, good everything you need. We still need good, it's just that expertise is being applied a little bit differently than it was before. We've talked about this again quite a bit, about the fact that Laravel is putting us in a really great situation to work with AI, because the AI needs to know how to do it. And if you take AI and attach it to just a million disparate resources you could possibly use, you're going to get a lot of confusion, you're going to get a lot of bike shedding in the AI, unless you bring it to something where everything is just opinionated. It should work this way. The AI knows that, it reads it, we've got the docs, we've got the YouTubes, we've got everything that just says this is the way to do it, and the AI is like, sounds great, let's just build. But it also sets us up in a great position where if you work from a prototype, Laravel is also a really great place to land. So someone can start anywhere with their AI, slop or not slop, but their prototype, and it still makes sense to bring it to Laravel. And again, this is for something we do at Titan, but it's also something I want you all to be considering doing. Oh, we went forward too far. So 2 things that we do at Titan today. Number 1, we turn prototypes into production. So if you or anybody you know, your boss has got a Replit subscription, is churning out things. We actually have a client who basically makes a demo of something, sells it to a client, and then brings it to us and says, great, now make this something I can actually kind of have people pay me to do. Great, we're happy to do that for you. But also if your team needs help learning how to adopt new technologies, to adapt to these new ways of working, we've always worked with teams to help them set up productive development environments, figuring out how do we do branching, how do we do pull request review, what is the size of our team, help with hiring, stuff like that. We've always done that before, so we're still just doing that newly in the world of AI. So I want to remind you that we can not just help your code, but we can also help your team. And that's, I think, more relevant to people here. If your team is in a place where you or your leadership is unsure about what adopting and adapting AI looks like in the new world, give us a call. We've worked with literally thousands of teams to help them get set up in this kind of way, and we'd be happy to work with you. So reminder, double clicks again, we do build, We do rescue, but we also augment. So if you need our help with your existing team, give us a call, stop by the booth in the back, or hit us up at titan.com. So thank you very much.
Twice. 2 times. Good job. Okay, up next we've got Povilas. And Povilas is by far the hardest working content creator that I have ever seen. He's got 4 daily channels now, so Laravel, Filament, and a bunch of others. And if you've never tried to record a single video, you won't understand how insane it is, his output rate. He just continues to work for years and years and years. So he's the founder of Laravel Daily. Many of you have seen his face all over YouTube and probably learned a lot of Laravel from him. He has spoken at Laracon India, Laravel Live UK, several other spots, but this is going to be his first time on the Laracon US stage, and he's coming to us all the way from Lithuania. So please welcome Povilas to the stage.
Hello, guys. With those two words, I started over 3,000 videos on YouTube, but it feels so different here. In my wildest dreams, I didn't even imagine that this regular guy from Lithuania who started like 10 years ago on YouTube would travel half the world and speak here in Boston to 1,000 people, with a lot of them being my true friends over the years of Laravel. So on that personal note, I want to say 2 things. First thing is, as one wise man said, you can just do things. And I would add to that, if you do things for long enough and consistent enough, magic happens. So here I am standing on stage. No pressure. Thanks. I was actually betting on a warm audience, and I was so right. Yes. And second thing, as people on Twitter often say, thank you, Laravel. With that personal note aside, we're talking here about Filament, and I feel a mission here because even when talking to you guys in the hallway, I realized that many of you have heard of Filament, maybe read about that or watched one of my YouTube videos, but never tried it because you didn't have a chance, you didn't have a project. So with my talk, I have a mission to basically showcase the possibilities and break and bust some myths about Filament. So the last slide about me, because we're not talking about me, but for those who don't know, and Aaron mentioned that, I have now 4 YouTube channels, which is crazy, but I'm a fan of all of those things. So I started with Laravel Daily like 10, 11 years ago, and then I became a fan of Filament, which is like the highlight of this slide, but also for a year, I recently celebrated a year anniversary of AI Coding Daily, which is now growing, and also I'm a big fan of native PHP. So I feel like my mission on YouTube is to showcase those things which I'm a big fan of, and I try something with Filament or with native PHP, and I just show it to you, and I keep doing that, keep enjoying that, and will continue doing that on YouTube. But Filament Daily is the highlight of that today. But with native PHP, I also want to mention that I will be tomorrow. There's an event by native PHP guys called The Vibe, so I will be there if you want to talk more about native PHP tomorrow. But today we're talking about Filament, and this is the screenshot from the homepage of Filament. And I remember in the earlier versions of Filament, they were presenting Filament as a set of components and more like admin panel builder with, again, components. But recently, they kind of expanded their message and the mission to build apps and admin panels, and apps being the first word, not the admin panel focused. So this is, again, my mission to show you that Filament is not just admin panel. And these are the numbers about Filament, screenshot taken like 10 years ago when I was preparing for that presentation. So this is the proof that Filament is big. It's pretty huge. As niche as it is in like PHP, Laravel, and then Filament community, but 30,000, 31,000 stars on GitHub. 31 million. I'm not sure if it's correlated. That was pretty random, 31, so maybe for 1 million downloads, 1,000 people start on GitHub, I'm not sure. Maybe there's something there. And also version 5, I wanted to emphasize that this is a mature project. They went through phases, so version 3 was a big thing, then 4 and 5. So you can build a lot of things with stable Filament. And technical kind of tech stack of Filament is tall stack. So basically Filament is a layer on top of Livewire. You can think this that way. So yesterday someone in the hallway asked me about Filament. Does it work with inertia or Vue.js? Well, no, it's tall stack. But if you are a back-end developer like myself, for example, I come from really like back-end stacks. So I was never really a full stack. I can do enough JavaScript somewhat, but I was more towards like PHP and backend, and that's why Livewire and then Filament on top makes very good tool stack for those who want to stay in the comfort zone of backend without writing too much JavaScript or at all. So this is the example of one of my demo projects for YouTube with the goal to convince you that it's not just admin panel. This is just screenshot from a typical app. So with Filament, you can build something like internal admin panel also for your company, but it could be internal CRM, data management software, warehouse management software, stock management software, which is kind of admin panel under the hood, but it's much more that you can do with Filament, and this is the goal of my presentation here. But for those of you who haven't started at all, this is how you can start. So like 101 of Filament, this is how easy it may be. It can be, for example, you have already a Laravel project, and this is like totally fresh Laravel project with just user model and user stable inside. And with these 3 commands, you just start with Filament. So you run composer require, Filament install, and then make Filament resource. And Filament resource is a set of forms, tables, and a few things on top if you want to add that. And if you use -- generate, it just generates to you form, table, and you log in, and you have the first CRUD, so to speak, first menu item. So this is Filament 101. So if you haven't started, believe me, start is like easier than you would think. But also on top of that, of course, Filament is deeper, and on the surface it has elements like dashboard widgets, so you can put like charts and various cards and tables on your dashboard for like managers to look at, operational, like people who would like go to dashboard and see like business at a glance, for example, with numbers and charts. And also with complex forms, you can go pretty crazy on how you position various elements in tabs, wizards, and various stuff. So this is just kind of intro example, but I will go deeper, but just so you can see screenshots of possibilities. And this is also another thing with actions. The word action, in recent versions, they made it even better and more centralized. You can put action on a table, on a form, which would open modal. That modal could have other actions, and this is all under the hood Livewire and Alpine, but you don't have to write any Livewire, mostly. I will get to that in a few minutes. So there's quite a complex set of things you can do with Filament, way outside of just admin panel. And you can actually have a look and have like click around on the official demo. They have a very good official demo with all the features inside. So I do advise you to just go and click around demofilamentphp.com to be pretty surprised with what Filament can do and what they built over the years. I've been a fan of Filament since version 2 or maybe version 1. I've been following their journey by Dan and now expanded team, and they did really good job. But I'm here to go deeper and focus on this word. So I want you to imagine Filament not as just CRUD and forms and tables, but I want you to imagine what apps we can build for your businesses, for your internal teams, for yourself, for your family, for your community. And I have 13 practical demos, and each demo will be a screenshot, like how it looks, and then some part of the code, really like overview without going deeper, how you would implement such a thing. So in addition to forms and tables and widgets and stuff, you can do something like this. That's the first example, attendance management. Attendance, you can it can be like school attendance, employee attendance, any grid of like days or months or whatever, and the names or items, and then you have checkboxes. And this is actually under the hood Livewire table or Livewire page. And this is the code. Again, very, very like, I'm omitting a lot of things and skipping a lot of things, but basically, Filament custom page, you can create a custom page, which under the hood is a Livewire component. So you define blade, you define properties that you need. For example, this user attendance becomes a wire model of Livewire, and that's it. In the blade, that custom page blade, you can do whatever. You can write for each, you can write HTML, CSS, and, well, do whatever the blade can do. But for design-wise, you can use X-Filament blade components to make the design look similar or the same. So for those of you who work with Livewire, Filament is kind of extension of that, and you should feel at home. So wire model is proof of that. Second example of grids. Grid can be checkboxes, but it can be just colorful table with, again, for example, availability for, I don't know, employees. In this case, it's cars, hotel rooms, or whatever. So you can do like colorful stuff here. And the code looks very similar. It's just instead of custom page, it's a widget which you can put on any other page inside of other page. And again, you provide path to blade view. You do your eloquent queries. You define Livewire properties or that class properties. And then again, in Blade, you do for each, you do Tailwind, you're free to do whatever. In this case, it's, I skipped a few like ... things, which like a lot of Tailwind classes. So again, Filament is tall stack, so you're free to do anything that tall stack does in Blade. Third example is like close to heart to us, to developers. You can do something like this. Heat map, looks like GitHub. And the code is very similar, and this is actually, the whole thing is a Filament page. So at one time I was really passionate about, let's try to go to Product Hunt and rebuild stuff like that from startups in Filament. So I was like pushing the boundaries of what Filament can do, and it looks like a pretty well structured startup page, or like, I don't know, what's that? It could be any startup with like user, avatar, and stuff like that, and part of that could be GitHub-like heat map. With the code, again, really similar, but in this case we have a page of view record of view user, and again, you define blade view, you define the data, which could be a private method in this case, heat map data, and then again, in Blade, you just use X-Filament page for like the whole design, and inside you're free to customize stuff. And then the fourth example, which we did like a few years ago, so Filament has concept of grid even inside of table. So this is actually Filament table, just positioned not as like list of rows, but instead it's a grid in itself. This is pretty complex to do actually, and I wouldn't advise you to like, it's not 101. They have a great documentation page, which is very long with those examples, but while defining Filament table, you also can not customize the blade, but instead position the table as a grid with columns and split and stack, and this is pretty complex. The whole code is much more complex, and also you can do responsive stuff like MD and Excel, but also it is possible. So this is actually a table. Like I show people the table because you see, some of you may see pagination at the bottom and then filters on top. So this is the table, and people don't believe that it's Filament table, but it is. So this is in terms of like grids. How can you do custom grids in Filament? Second kind of group of examples is about what you can do visually with Filament. And this is kind of tricky because Filament is pretty limited on like, there are no custom themes. It does exist, but those themes are more about customizing various parts of Filament. But visually, if you work with Filament and you see Filament page in the wild, you would recognize it's Filament. It's hard to restructure, like totally customize, but you can do still quite a lot with so-called hooks. And a few examples about that. So for example, there's a menu items list on the left, and then on top of that, we can put, for example, user avatar, which is not there by default, but you can add it there. And also on the top left, you see like logo with like colorful icon before that. So for that, Filament has a system of hooks, around 100 hooks last time I checked, which are used something like this. So in the file admin panel provider, which is like global file for configuration of Filament panel, you can do a render hook. And there are, as I said, 100 hooks around, and one of them is sidebar nav start, which means like before sidebar navigation start, you can do whatever. And that whatever may be also blade view, so you render view render like this, or there are other syntax options. And then in that blade, again, you can do whatever, like putting stuff like user avatar on top. Then another example visual, a few years ago, so this was done in version 3 of Filament with the team, we had a challenge like how far can we go with the design, like totally customized. So we took a theme from Creative Team, I think it was called, Material Design, it was Vue.js originally, so can we do something like that in Filament? And we can, with the caveat that then it becomes kind of custom CSS. So you can do something like that, and we didn't dig deeper with the team more than this dashboard, so we didn't create the table and the form and all of that, but just to achieve this, it's quite a lot of work. It is possible technically, but then it becomes something like this. You define your theme CSS, and you basically write a lot of CSS for overriding Filament CSS classes and styles and working a lot of Tailwind. So basically you're creating your own huge CSS file, so probably I wouldn't advise you to do that, but again, technically it is possible. You just write a lot of custom CSS for that. Another demo is how you can move things around. So there are a lot of like separate components on Filament page, and for example, the search by default is on the top right. How to make it in the top left above the menu, it is possible again. And the code is similar. You can do that in App Service Provider or elsewhere. Again, render hook, sidebar nav start, render blade, and that blade may be Livewire component from Filament itself. So this was the code of that example. And all those examples, by the way, are real examples. I showed them on my YouTube channel and elsewhere. Those are not just screenshots for this presentation. It was just over the years I've been experimenting with a lot of things. Next thing, custom forms, complex forms. So for example, you have invoice, parent, child, master, detail, whatever you call it. And it's also possible in Filament, and pretty easy actually, because they have so-called repeater component. So inside of, it's called schema for like defining inputs. You have repeater, you define that the repeater has select and text input, and it is, well, repeating. And then you define how many things, how many items, a lot of customizations. So the docs of Filament are pretty huge, like same size as Laravel documentation, so there are a lot of things to customize. And this is why I can shoot many videos about it, because a lot of things that people don't know or don't read in the docs. People don't read docs like even less than they used to these days, because agents are reading the docs now for us. But still, a repeater is a great way to position the form in like parent detail way. Next, if you have like really big form with like 50 fields, 100 fields, like create employee with like a lot of fields, you can group the fields into, one of the ways is like sections, just visually, for it to be clear for user to fill in. Or another way is tabs, so you can put the tabs on top and also make it easier. So for better kind of probability for a form to be filled, Filament also has tools for that. And the code for that is really easy. So you define the schema again with text input, 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 and then on top of that you add another layer of section make, tab make, or there's another third way which I will show now, which is wizard. Also, you can do like step by step, which is again each step is a form in itself, like schema of inputs, and the code would look like this. You define the steps of that wizard. In this case, it's a create form. But also that step could be quite customized. So in this case, I override the step of wizard to be a summary of the wizard. So there's that. And then the final, have 5 minutes, great. Final kind of set of demos, which is another kind of myth I want to bust, that Filament is not admin panel. You can use Filament things outside of Filament on public pages without any authentication. So instead of installing whole Filament, you can install Filament table or Filament form and then use that table outside of Filament using the same styling. So a few examples on that. So recently World Cup was over, but it could be any like table competition or something, there's random numbers, so don't look for your like result or flag. So yeah, you can define a table and then put it inside of Filament, so you can see menu on the left, or outside of Filament, so you can like create your World Cup standing page using Filament. So this is Filament table, quite custom, but you can do that with Filament. So again, pretty similar, custom page. You define the data, you do eloquent queries, and then that blade, inside that blade, you can have Livewire components. In this case, it's a for each Livewire component for each table of standings. You wrap it up with Filament panels page, and you have the table, in this case, inside of Filament, but you can do outside of Filament like this, for example. So this is a Filament table, but you don't see the menu items on the left because it's not under auth. It's a public table with the same filters, with the same pagination and typical CRUD stuff, but outside of Filament. And this is how that code would look like. So you have XApp layout, which is not a Filament thing. It could be blade layout, and then inside you have Livewire component, which has this table. So you define the table in Livewire component, which happens to use tables that, like, you have the trait from Filament table, you use that, and you have public table. And the final example, public form. So to book an appointment, for example, like this, you could have, it's basically a Livewire component with Filament components used together. So the code would be something like this. Again, XApp layout, you use Livewire component, and inside you have wire submit, and you have this form. And that this form is rendering of Filament styled form, which you define in Filament. So yeah, 13 examples with the goal to inspire you, to showcase the possibilities. You can go and read the docs or ask your agent to read the docs and build something like that. So when you come back to your team, come up with ideas for your internal apps, and Filament is great for that. So with that, my message is let's build more apps, not admin panels. So I tweeted yesterday that what is our solution to AI situation is we build more things, more complex things, challenge ourselves, and Filament could be one of the tools for that. And if you want to follow my journey with more examples or watch one of the 300 videos on the channel, Filament Daily is where you can find me. Thank you. Oh. That was hard.
All right. Kind of bright up here, isn't
I
it?
made it, can you imagine?
I can. I knew you were going to do great. Okay, so I have followed the arc of Filament from pure like CRUD panel to building apps and stuff. Yep. I built my first internal app with Filament maybe like a year and a half ago. So before, long time ago, I built tons of internal software, not CRUD apps. One of my stipulations is big SaaS is dying, but internal applications are thriving. What have you seen inside the Filament community about small teams building internal applications beyond just CRUD panels?
It's not even in the Filament community. All over Twitter now, people are building internal apps, and I've seen Filament in some of them, or like packages with Filament. It's one use case of building internal apps and probably one of the best ones for Filament, so I see that trend in general. I'm not sure where to add. It is possible. It is good.
Which one of your 4 daily channels, I know that Laravel's been going the longest.
Yep.
Which one of the, I guess, other 3 is the one that you are most enjoying at the moment?
So you have 4 kids, I have 4 YouTube channels. Like, you see
I won't make you choose. Okay. Okay. All right. Well done, Povilas. Oh man. Quick on his feet, Povilas. All right. We have a special one up next. Up next, we've got Gordon Diggs, and he is an engineering manager at Stripe. So we're very lucky to have somebody technical from inside of Stripe, because who here uses, has used, or wants to use Stripe? And the rest of you are just being lazy. You don't want to raise your hands. Yeah, exactly. Everybody. And so we're going to get a little bit of an insight into this company and this culture that we all love, respect, and admire. I mean, It's been around since, goodness, he'll maybe tell us, but I feel like it was like 2008 or something. And so it's going to be very nice to look inside of this. Before that, he was director of engineering at the New York Times Cooking. And he's going to be speaking to us about building products for agents and humans. Please welcome to the stage, Gordon.
Hello! Oh my God, this stage is so big. You should all be grateful that I have to stay on my laptop, otherwise I would just be wandering the stage. But, hello. Onboarding is a really, really hard problem. And it's our users' first impression of the products that we build. And when an agent, say Claude or Codex, tries to onboard to a product, it really needs guardrails. And so agents have a really sort of hard time trying to onboard to products. We give them certain prompts like don't fill out optional fields, and we really try to keep them on the happiest path possible that we can. And so as a result, if we're building for agentic onboarding, we build incredibly simple and straightforward onboarding flows. We make them resilient to new models, resilient to hallucinations, and as a result, users really feel like it's magic, which is very cool. But straightforward agentic onboarding is also very simple for human users. It's even easier for them. Like, we're still smarter than machines, and we're still better at onboarding to products than agents are. And this is what I want to talk about today. I want to talk about how we can build for agents and humans without sacrificing the user experience for either to deliver incredibly simple and powerful user experiences. So hello, I'm Gordon Diggs. I'm an engineering manager at Stripe. And specifically, I work on a team called Ecosystem. My team focuses on third-party integrations for startup users who are getting started on Stripe, to really help them build and enhance their experience using Stripe. And one thing that we're responsible for is this product called Stripe Projects, which is what I really want to talk to you today. I'm based in New York City. I'm not a Laravel or PHP engineer by trade, but I do have a long Rails background, and it's been very fun sitting here and thinking about all the similarities between Laravel and Rails and all the great things that we can build together. So here's what I want to talk about today. I want to give you an overview of what Stripe Projects is, and then I want to dig into some of the product and engineering decisions that we've made that are in service of a good user experience for both humans and agents. And my goal here is to inspire you to think a little bit about how you can adapt these to your own domains and how you can build for all the things that are using your products. So let's get started with a quick overview of Stripe Projects, which is a product that allows you or your agents to quickly and securely provision infrastructure. So Stripe Projects is a plugin for the Stripe CLI that lets you or your agent provision services such as hosting, databases, auth services, analytics, and a lot more. Most services on Projects have both a free and a paid tier. And for paid tiers, Projects centralizes your payment for all of your services in one place. So all of your cloud services get paid through one payment method on Stripe. Once a provider is connected, Project saves configuration for that provider in your .env file and also in the cloud so that you can sync it between devices. These are the current provider categories. You can scan the world's largest QR code to get the full list. There's about 60 providers, and we're adding more regularly. And for a full list, you can either, like I said, scan the QR code or run Stripe Projects catalog in your terminal. Laravel Cloud is a provider, so if you are coming out of this conference excited to deploy more things on Laravel Cloud, please consider using Stripe Projects to do that. This is an example prompt that will one-shot deploy an application with Projects. Use the Stripe Projects CLI to create a Llama-themed to-do web app with persistent storage and auth that allows me to access my account on the web, use only free tier services. Your agent will build your thing, which you know it does well, and then it will use Projects to deploy it. A little bit more of sort of some of the things you can do with Projects. Getting started is as simple as running Stripe Projects init name. We mirror a lot of Git patterns, so init with the name of a directory or just init in the directory that you're working on. When you run the init command on projects, it will set up your app with a few key files. We make this .projects directory that stores some state. We'll set up some skills that are both specific to projects, but then also pull in skills related to the providers that you have. So if you add Laravel Cloud, we'll also add some information about Laravel Cloud for your agent. And then finally, as accounts are provisioned from different providers, projects will automatically place environment variables at the root of your project. More list of commands that you can run. I talked about init, I talked about catalog. Adding a provider is as simple as Stripe projects add provider. We handle the sort of authentication with providers for you, so you can just run Stripe projects open Laravel Cloud, and it will open the sort of Laravel Cloud dashboard in your web browser. You can sync environment variables, you can track your spend, and then I'll talk a little bit more about project share in a minute, but we have a way to share out projects that you're building if you're doing something open source. On that note, we have a leaderboard on projects.dev. These are projects that people have built and open sourced and deployed using projects and are sharing them out into the world. Some example things that people built in the process of working on projects, GitHub Analytics dashboard, a happiness jar to drop notes to yourself throughout the day, a gardening app that catalogs your plants, and an app that uses books, uses an agent to recommend books appropriate for toddlers. So Stripe Projects is built to be used by both humans and agents. Everything you saw there, you can absolutely run on your command line, or you can instruct your agent to do it for you. And in the process of building this product, I've realized that techniques for user experience can be consistent and make the product better for all users. And the first area that I want to talk about is documentation. So for decades, we've relied on documentation to understand how to use tools. We look at READMEs, we look at man pages, we look at print books, we read online documentation, and these are all the same documentation that agents use as well. They look at READMEs, they'll load man pages, they were trained on print books, they'll access online documentation, and a lot of this is in Markdown, and Markdown was initially developed to be a human understandable markup language without having to render it. So you can look at a raw Markdown file and understand this is a H1 header, this is bold, that kind of stuff. And so it's no surprise to me that it's also now how we write documentation for agents. It's actually a very effective, relatively low token way to give sort of semantic information to an agent. And so all of our documentation for Stripe projects is available in Markdown. You can copy the sort of text for an LLM. You can view it as a Markdown. The content is exactly the same. The rendered version that you see on the doc site is the same thing that you copy and give to your agent. And agents take this try it and see approach to discovering functionality. You've probably seen this if you say, find all the PHP files in this repo. The agent's going to try the find command. It's going to try the RG and the grep command. And it learns from errors that it runs into. And so the output of any command line tool is a really important signal to users. Here's the output of Stripe Projects Help. It shows you many of those commands that I talked about earlier. This just tells me what every command does. And I look at docs like this constantly when I'm trying out new tools. And in our testing, so do agents. If you tell the agent, use Stripe projects to do whatever, oftentimes the first thing it does is let me look at the help docs to see what Stripe projects can do. And a really great benefit of modern agents is that they can understand this as is. They can read this in the same way that we do. So we don't need to write a separate JSON version of this so you can chain a bunch of JQ commands together to figure out how to do what you want and find the information that you want. But we do have JSON output for most commands if you want it, so you can use that as well. And we found in building this product that agents work really well with all of these well-established conventions. And so I'm seeing that things that have been best practices, or at the very least common practices for years, continue to be. And so these best practices are still best practices, and I think agents are reinforcing our habits of using them. And so here's some well-established command line conventions that agents use very easily. -- help flags to output information on how to use a command. Standard exit codes to signal when things have gone wrong. And you don't just have to use 0 and 1. You can use the whole range of 1 to 8 plus whatever to signal things of how your commands are working. You can cleanly output information to both standard out and standard error and ensure that that can be piped to other commands cleanly. And you can also use tabs to denote different sections of output, like we saw in the help command. We do a lot of work to get agents to work in the right way with our products. But these are some things that they just try on their own without us prompting. And they're the same things that I sort of look for and care about when I'm using a new command line tool. And particularly number 3, when that isn't correct, is like a particular pet peeve of mine. Really interestingly, I don't tend to see agents using man pages. I'm not really sure why, but I don't think I've ever seen Claude code run like man command. I don't know. Very interesting. And so at the end of the day, I think good documentation is good documentation regardless of who's reading it. And in building projects, I've rejected a few times where we've sort of leaned into doing some LLM specific output in help text or something. And sure, we use skills and different sort of documentation to direct agents to use the product correctly. But I think if you use standard existing pathways of documenting your product, it's just going to work for everyone, and it's going to work for a long time. So the next area I want to talk about is supporting non-standard cases. So building good agentic experiences can end up supporting edge cases in human experiences. Every project's command supports this non-interactive flag, which allows agents to prompt users for specific information. So maybe in the process of setting up a provider, you need to provide the name of a service, or you need to agree to some terms. This just lets the tool run within a conversation without the agent trying to use a terminal user interface and having to figure out how to tab through things. This flag also means that projects is highly scriptable. If you want to make a repeatable stack and script this yourself, this non-interactive flow provides a stable interface to do that. But we do also support templated stacks using Stripe Projects Build, and we have this repository of community-submitted open source starter applications that are generally geared towards deploying something that is also sort of the start of a Stripe integration. But going back to this, this also allows us to support a wide range of terminals. It means projects will work in things like a VS Code terminal, which is weirdly non-standard, or in sort of different tiling libraries that people might be using. And when you want to grow a product, particularly for engineers, supporting as many kind of users as possible is really essential. So next, let's talk about state machines. If you're not familiar with state machines, here's a really simple example using a stoplight. State machines have different states, obviously, which is a distinct mode or condition that the system is in. You can transition between statements using events or triggers. And really notably, a state machine can only be in one state at a time. So if you haven't heard of state machines before, there you go. But agents thrive on knowing all of the steps that need to be taken up front. Claude has that, all of their models have that tick where they say, now I have the full picture, I have all the information now. But humans like to know how much work something's going to be too. I want to know how long is this going to take before I start doing something. And so projects commands set really clear expectations on all of the steps needed. This is a portion of the spec for a given provider. I think this is from the Cloudflare configuration. We're letting them define that users need to provide a name and a location for the buckets that they create. In practice, these end up being steps in our terminal user interface. On a web page, you can show a lot of information, but terminal user interfaces don't really show that much information at a time. And so internally, we keep track of where we are in collecting information. And we also map those to backend states so that if somebody closes out of a command, we can always resume their workflow. And particularly for us, where we need to proxy all of this information to third parties, it's really useful to keep track of where users are in their flows. And so this last one isn't even really necessarily related to projects, but it's an interesting area that I think is worth discussing. Agents aren't yet that good at using the web. A really interesting thing about talking about anything agentic or AI related right now is that things become outdated so quickly. So this may not be true in a week, but for now, agents tend to have a hard time with like modern web applications. But when I see agents use websites successfully, they've largely relied on accessibility tools, which are the same tools that people with accessibility needs use. And so I want to take a look at a few common techniques for making websites accessible and how they're useful to both humans and agents. So, tab navigable web pages allow users to navigate web elements using the keyboard. Semantic, you can just use semantic HTML and priority, proper hierarchy and priority of tags. Make sure you have your H1s, your H2s, divs, Ps, all that kind of stuff. The browser will just do the right thing. Users with alternative input devices or really just keyboards can cleanly navigate the whole page. And agents are able to cycle through elements to find things like input fields without having to take and parse screenshots, which will be expensive and use more tokens. ARIA tags describe things that don't match the above semantic elements. You do this just by simply adding ARIA attributes to various HTML elements. This helps screen readers understand state, properties, that kind of stuff. So if you have a progress bar or like a non-standard tab navigation, these are ways to do that. And then similarly, agents can understand properties, state, etc. Alt tags on images describe the contents of an image. These are really easy to add. You just add the alt tag to any IMG elements. This allows screen readers to describe images to people who can't see them. And agents can understand images, again, without having to take and parse screenshots, which is really helpful. The last one, a little bit like trickier, but if you can successfully render a version of your website that doesn't require JavaScript, I recognize that this is a fair amount of work these days, but assistive technology will have a much higher chance of working. And similarly, agents will be able to run your website in much less complex browsers, which again will save on tokens and make things more repeatable. So, in my experience, a few things on this. One, all of these are long existing best practices. None of this is new. All of this was invented at least in the 2000s at the latest. And in my experience at past jobs, accessibility was always a really hard thing to get buy-in to invest on. We always wanted to, the business would say, you know, it's hard, we got this other stuff. And so I think that making applications agent usable through accessibility might be a really interesting way to get that implemented. So I would really charge you all to go try this at your jobs and let me know if it works. Always trying to find ways to make the web more accessible for people. So where does that leave us? What's next? What's old is new again. So much of what I've talked about are just long-standing best practices. Like I said, maybe some of the ARIA tag stuff like came about in the 2000s. All the Unix stuff that I talked about is like from the 70s. So standards and best practices persist, and agents are only furthering them. So just use these best practices in your products, and they're just going to work fine. And don't just build for agents. Humans aren't going anywhere. We're still using the web. We're still using command lines. And I think that we can build experiences for everyone that will really just sort of, raise all ships on the web. So thank you so much. Please visit projects.dev and try out Stripe projects. Come ask me questions. I'll be at lunch. And thank you so much for having me at this conference.
That was great.
Thanks.
I love that.
Thank you.
Best practices are still best practices.
Yeah.
Humans and agents. My question is, now that we have agents, are you finding, I guess, inside of your team, you're able to adhere to even more best practices, better ARIA accessibility, better documentation, anything like that?
Yeah, that's an interesting question. I think it's actually allowed us to accelerate building.
Okay.
Because when we're making product decisions, I'm just going to what are standards set by Git or other Unix tools, that kind of stuff. And particularly for building a CLI, Git has so many conventions that I'm like, what if we just stole the Git convention?
Yeah.
And that has been working really well. And actually just allows us to work faster.
So I could ask you a million questions about the inside of Stripe.
Sure.
Can you tell me, as an engineering manager, the engineers on your team, what does it look like in there in terms of humans writing code, agents writing code, guardrails, CI, tests, deployment, anything you're allowed to share? I would love just a glimpse inside of Stripe.
Yeah. I think a lot of places we're using a lot of agentic-driven development. Stripe has been an early adopter of a lot of technology, and I think AI is no different. One thing, just sort of my opinion about sort of AI at Stripe, maybe not a company opinion, so then doesn't reflect the decision of my employer necessarily, I don't know. But I think Stripe has been very pragmatic about where they put AI into the product experience.
Okay.
And I think at a time where a lot of companies are just slapping chat boxes on every single website, I think Stripe has been very deliberate about that. And I think that, that bleeds into the way that we use AI.
Well, Stripe is known for its very high taste.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
That doesn't surprise me at
Yeah.
all. Yeah, I'll say thank you to Gordon for being here.
Thank you so much.
Go find him at lunch.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. All right. Whoa. Not yet. We went over this. Okay, so lunch will obviously be inside. Please, when the time comes, please go over there, grab your lunch. You can spread out in here. You can go into the sponsor hall as well. There is an ice cream truck coming. So even though
On air. Hey everyone, welcome back to the little live stream interview section of the day. Right now at the event, we're on lunch break. Everybody's enjoying some food. We're in here talking to people, just vibing and having fun in the sponsor tent. Weather-wise, it quit raining, so we're not going to get drowned out this time like we did in the first interview we did this morning. So with that out of the way, here we are with Devon from the Laravel Cloud team. So for those that don't know you, go ahead and introduce yourself.
Awesome. Devon Garbalosa. I work as a solutions engineer at Laravel. So I work on our cloud sales team, helping customers that are looking to migrate on the cloud, figure out the right pathway for that, and come up with any complex requirements and things that might come up, figure out how to get it out of the way. So
sweet. And specifically, you're on the enterprise side, or cloud in general, I guess is the right.
So technically cloud in general, a lot of the customers that would need the skill set that I offer versus some of the other people on our sales team is when there are complex requirements that private cloud becomes the kind of the front runner of what they would be looking to get onto. That's where I would step in. So I spend a lot more of my time talking about private cloud.
Oh yeah. So what's sort of the differentiator between normal cloud and private cloud? Why does one need one versus the other?
Yeah, so the biggest reason somebody would need to go to private cloud usually is either compliance reasons, isolation, sensitive workloads to noisy neighbors, anywhere where you would need like a dedicated compute so that nobody else can kind of take that. So to kind of give a little bit more context, that shared cloud, as I call it, just cloud, it's Kubernetes based. So whenever you deploy a workload, it's namespace, it's separated, there's no sharing of data or anything. It's It's all separate, but it's all sharing the same hardware underneath. And so some compliance workloads require that not be the case for certain things. So SOC 2, Type 2, sometimes you'll need that, fintech, things like that, healthcare. And so private cloud, we essentially create an AWS account that's owned, managed, and maintained by Laravel. And then we deploy that Kubernetes cluster in there and then put the control plane over the top. That's dedicated to your company. And with that, we're allowed to do things like VPC peer to it, connect to other existing resources, and it gives you just a lot more features and functionality that you might need for some of these more advanced workloads.
Nice. And I was going to say, and even some of the smaller stuff, like I know I talked to you one time about caching and doing all this other stuff, and you're like, if you go to private cloud, you can actually do all this other stuff that you can't do the other way.
Yeah, so there's a lot of good features with our private cloud. So the one we were talking about is the private edge networking. And so essentially we set up a dedicated hosted zone with Cloudflare Enterprise. So then at the time you were trying to cache stuff on your Cloudflare, and it was like, you could just do this here. You could do it all in one place.
Right, yeah.
And so it would make it a little easier there. So yeah, that's included with our private cloud. It comes with our advanced support as well, and then the compute that's there, and then any of the databases and resources. Another big thing people reach for is our RDS and our partnership with Planet Scale for our databases are only available on private cloud because they need that VPC. So it's as you kind of get up there in database requirements, that's another reason you may go towards private cloud.
Nice. And you mentioned support, so you get like if you do switch to private cloud, you get like premium support or a whole different support packages. Is that?
Yeah. So we have 2 support packages that are add-ons. One is our advanced support, and then the other one is our artisan support. Main difference is advanced support is SLAs for business hours in the US and EU based on where you choose. And then our artisan support is 24/7 SLAs and has some better SLAs like 99.95 instead of 99.5 on advanced. Right. So it depends on what you need, what your requirements are. Those are available. But with private cloud, as part of getting private cloud, we include that advanced support as part of it.
Gotcha. Is there like a certain level of like business that typically goes from one to the other? Like I guess it's sort of the money making and what they're actually doing with cloud is what makes them switch to private, or is it just?
Yeah, it's a lot of factors. So I get this ask all the time: is how come it says contact sales on the enterprise plan? And the reason for that, it's all custom.
Right.
And so that's where we'll do an analysis. We'll see like how much computer you're using, what size database do you need. Kind of go through a lot of those different things to figure that out, and then we price it based on what you're actually going to use, as opposed to having like just the rate card for like, well, you could do this or this or this. So it's less choose your own adventure.
Yeah.
And so the kind of the starting point is usually about $2,500, depends on the region and how much compute, USD for just the compute and the private cloud to get that set up and get that going. So that's where we kind of start that out. But it could go way higher, it could stay around there, it depends. If you have a compliance-sensitive workload that requires that isolation, then that's your option. And that's dictated by your business requirements. So it really depends. It's usually either compliance or wanting to be isolated or wanting those better databases or needing those better databases to be able to run those for different things. So. And when I say better, we have great databases all around. To be clear, the scale to zero on Laravel MySQL is awesome. It's amazing.
Yeah. But the private, you probably don't need that, right?
Right. Yeah. So like with RDS, it has the point in time recovery instead of the daily backups. And so if that's valuable to you or for your compliance audits, then it's just more features that are available. So.
Gotcha. Well, what about I actually had another question. There is, you mentioned a price. It kind of starts there. Do you have to do like yearly contracts to get started on the private side, or do you can still do month to month, or
so
is billing different? I guess is the better question.
It all depends. We're pretty flexible. We have a team of account executives that specialize in that. They don't really let me talk money because I can't count higher than 3, but it all depends. The most common contract is a 12-month, pay month to month, and then 30. But there are if
they can be flexible.
Yeah, you can be flexible. You could ask at least.
Right.
We'll let you know what we can do. So
I love that. All right. So that kind of transition. So you're actually giving a talk later today.
Yeah.
On just tell the crowd what you're talking about because I can't remember. I'm getting old.
Yeah. So 3:15 p.m. Eastern time today, I'll be giving a talk on scaling Laravel. we're going to be talking through some customer migrations that I've been a part of and talking about how that works and how customers actually get onto the platform.
Oh, nice. So I assume in your role, you have seen some crazy migrations.
I've seen some crazy migrations.
I mean, your talk's going to talk about some, but I bet, are there some you can't even talk about? They're so bad. I'm going to put him on the spot.
It's funny. I actually include some of the bad ones today.
Do you?
Come check it out, yeah.
But names are withheld for
yeah. No, I did get consent from all the companies that are named, so yeah.
Well, good.
Yep.
So that's today at 3:15. You want to check that out. I'm trying to look at the time. It's 2 hours from now, somewhere in that range. I'm drawing a blank. I'm drawing a. I can't. You can't count to 3. I can't do math in time.
It's about 3 hours.
About 3 hours from now.
It'll be the last talk of the day before the panel. So.
Perfect. Yeah. You'll definitely want to tune in for that and then the panel because know it's going to have. I'm trying to remember all the panel, but there's like 3 or 4 people up there.
Yep.
Talking about all the Laravel stuff, community, everything in between.
Yeah, I think we're looking to have some apps or something too that people have created.
Oh, that is right. Yeah. So the panel this afternoon, people submitted apps to Taylor and the team, and they're going to get on stage and pitch them the app, right?
Yeah.
And they're going to Shark Tank style say, that is terrible, or I'm in.
I can't wait to watch this.
I'm assuming that's what they're going to do. I have no idea what's actually to expect.
Spicy Taylor is back. So
This is true. He's like, with that, I'm out. All right, so Devon, anything else that I skimmed over or I missed that you want to talk about? Either Laravel Cloud wise, your talk wise, or anything else?
Yeah, if you're not using Laravel Cloud and you're interested, shoot me an email. Find me on Twitter. X, the everything app, whatever we're calling it these days, and I always love to talk about cloud anytime.
Sweet, yes. And I will confirm, I did talk to him about cloud. He jumped on a live stream call with me, and we tried to work through what me and JMac were working through, and it was great service. And I'll give cloud another pitch. I was in Amsterdam and I had some issues with something. I can't remember what it was, and I went to the desk and they're like, oh, this is what you did wrong, and they just fixed it for me. It's been amazing. So I appreciate the support y'all are offering for that, and if you need private cloud, see this man right here.
Awesome. Thanks for having me.
Hey, man, I appreciate you. Thanks for coming on, Devon.
You're up. All right. Cool.
Here we go. Up next.
Oh man, we're live.
We're on air. The man, the myth, the legend, JMac.
We're already here.
Yes.
Let's do it. Walk right in.
So me and JMac, we've actually been on a lot of live streams over the last couple months, or I guess we did them as podcasts. I can't remember now, but anyway, we've been working on the caching for Laravel News and making it super fast. So it's been great.
Yeah, we were just talking about that yesterday. You said you did a little redesign, so you need to like purge the whole cache, but otherwise it's been humming along. I'd be interested. Do you know what some of the stat numbers are off the top of your head? Like 60% cached? I think when we looked at it together, it was about 60.
I think so. Yeah, it definitely cached a lot more, and it's definitely felt quicker since we've integrated, all the caching strategies.
Super fast.
And that was going to lead me into your course, which was Fast Laravel.
Fast Laravel.
And that's your newest course. It came out this year.
Yeah, I launched it kind of quietly over the holidays around Christmas, which from like a marketing perspective was not a very good idea. But again, I kind of made the course quickly for me as I was doing these own practices on LaravelShift.com. And like, I got that up to like 99% cached. It kind of became this game, and I just thought, okay, I'm gonna go back and kind of like start at square, zero and work through all these practices and like just turn the camera on. So I made the course very, very quick. But it's got a lot of cool stuff on there. I want to finish up Wood video with like what we learned on Laravel Cloud. I know you kind of were talking about that with Devon just a second ago. Devon's been a great resource. He was super interested in the course. I think we're going to see some of it in his talk.
Nice.
But yeah, super quick course. I think it's still practical. I mean, I was doing this caching stuff like 15, 20 years ago when I worked for some big companies back in the day.
It's almost a forgotten thing. It's kind of like HTML email design. We still need it. Everybody forgets about it until it's time to do something, and you're like, oh, I have no resource here. And it was because even what we did, it was like stuff that I remember, like you said, years ago, like an e-tag or something else. And so it's like one of those things. Once you learn, it's good forever.
Yeah, caching is core to the HTTP, design. So like, yeah, these headers and stuff have been around since the beginning. Just knowing how to use them, you're not going to get your site any faster than that. You know what I mean? So anyway.
Yeah, for sure. And it integrates with Cloudflare, which that's what I was using. That's what I used for Laravel News website. And then if you are on Laravel Cloud, they actually are on Cloudflare too, if I'm right. They have Cloudflare in front of your site there.
That's right.
And you can manage some caching there, and you can manage some over there.
Yeah.
And, so
that's kind of what that bonus video is going to be on. Just clearing that up a bit, which will probably change by the time I record it. But yeah, it's one of those things where there is a little nuance there because they have their own little sub, Cloudflare, Laravel Cloud, tunnel.
Right. Yeah. To the cache.
Yeah.
So let's change gears a little bit. Laravel Shift, which has been going for a decade now.
This is its 11th year. So
11.
November will be 11 years.
That's crazy. So you've been basically at the forefront of Laravel updates since the beginning. You've dove in and seen all the nuances all the years over this decade.
Yeah.
And I do remember, back in the old days, it would be like 4 to 5, big upgrade. 5 to 6 maybe was a big one. There was a lot of big stuff happening within those. Everything from internal structure to changing folders around, doing things like that. What have you noticed on that front in the last, as we went from those early days to now?
The framework's obviously matured in that time. I mean, I got in, to your point, I got in from the 4 to 5 or 4.2 to 5.0. And then all of the 5.x series, which, they come off from a Simber perspective of like minor releases, but those were major releases for Laravel back in the day. And they happened every 6 months. So again, a lot more active back then because so much was maturing, the community was growing, and there were just a lot more changes in the framework where something like Shift was really, really, really like a no-brainer. Right. And, of course, I still feel that it is a no-brainer, but to your point, like probably around Laravel 10, Laravel 11, you started to see some of those big changes slow down. The last big change was probably the slimming in Laravel 11. But Laravel in 12, 13, honestly, they've been mostly kind of maintenance releases. There are things that are changing, but those things are changing on a weekly basis, more so than like, here's all of this wrapped up and saved for a year and then rolled out as 13. It's getting rolled out along the way. So there's still a lot of changes. It's a little, not deceiving, but it's a little hidden because each week you're getting these huge things and they're not even announced by the time next March comes around. They're just kind of assumed that
Right, yeah.
Shift still wraps all that up the way it used to, and so it provides a much fuller upgrade than what you're going to see in the upgrade guide and all that. But it's just one of those things that, like, they're almost putting stuff out on a weekly basis that isn't breaking and just rolling it out immediately instead of kind of holding it to make a bigger release.
Right, yes. And that sort of made me think about this. One of the cool things that Shift still does is it takes the recommendations of the upgrade, right? Like there's a lot of stuff that still you didn't have to change between, say, 12 and 13, but you want to change it. That way, when 14 comes out, your app actually looks like a 13 app or a 14 app.
Yeah.
I think that part's super cool that a lot of people sort of miss when they're upgrading.
So much has been marked as optional over the years, but as you get into the future, you realize, well, sure, I didn't have to make that change, but now all these cool things I'm seeing in Stage and these talks and like PHP attributes, that Taylor was even showing yesterday, like your app doesn't have those. Or you go to the docs and you see those and you're like, wait a second, where my code doesn't look like the example code anymore. And that's kind of one of the underlying nuances of Shift is that I've always had that kind of high bar of like, no, the goal is whatever version you were on, you're going to look like you're on the current version when Shift is done. And I think even AI doesn't do that because its training is the same as what we all see, which is the upgrade guide. And so if the upgrade guide is not even listing it, it doesn't even have training unless go do the attributes too, And of course you can prompt and do that, but then you're spending just as much time and tokens as you might have just going and, throwing the $20 at Shift and having a beautifully curated PR. So.
Yeah, curated and done. Which that sort of does bring me to the AI question that we all keep asking about, products and building stuff. What have you noticed as far as AI with Shift? I think you did excuse me, I think you did launch some sort of feature
Yeah.
with AI on Shift. Can you elaborate on that?
It's kind of been my own like evolutionary path along the way. So for Laravel 13, I included copyable prompts in those those curated PR comments that you get that are like, hey, you might want to take a look at this, or hey, these third-party packages weren't updated. And now I put in these prompts that are like, hey, copy paste, and it gives the same kind of curated comment to your AI of choice.
Mm-hmm.
And then it was like, okay, well, let's go farther. Let's turn. I think Matt Stauffer had made a skill that he shared like in a gist, and I finally took a look at that after the release settled down. And I was, oh, let's meet up. Tell me about it. And so I refined that into a first-party skill that'll actually just uses the GH commands underneath to go read the PR, and so now you don't even have to look at the Shift PR anymore. You can run and review it all right from your AI of choice. And then the step farther on that was like, well, if you don't even want to do that, when you're checking out on the Shift site, you can say, do the last mile with an AI review. And it's my it's Shift's token, so tokens included. So it's like $9. You get the tokens included. It's going to run everything. That way, when the PR's there, it's in a much, much more like double reviewed, mergeable state.
Right.
So if there's value in that, instead of copying all the prompts or whatever, then throw the extra $9. If not, you keep doing it, in the prompt, because those skills from Shift are all open source and they're out there to use. But that's the way I use Shift now.
You're not supposed to say that.
Pay me money. Yeah. But I mean, that's how I use Shift now. Honestly, is those skills. It's amazing because we're all in. That's just the reality of it. I'm not trying to compete with AI. Like AI's here to stay. We all use it. It's how we write our code. It's how we do things. I'm trying to figure out how I can bring Shift into that fold, not the other way around.
Right. Yeah.
And I think that hopefully will keep me around just a bit longer.
Yes. And I think we're all into that. We're at that stage now where it's basically you have to embrace AI. If you're fighting it, you're going to get left behind. As a company, as a developer, as kind of
For sure. Yeah.
That's the way I feel about it. I could be wrong, but we'll see.
I don't think there's much fighting. No.
Yeah. 2 minutes. We got 2 more minutes.
2 minutes.
Yeah,
oh, okay. Well, we got this. What else we want to
What
chat about?
Yeah. What do you want to chat about next? So you do live streaming.
Yep.
That's on a weekly schedule?
Yeah, that's on a weekly schedule. I mostly try to do it on Wednesdays. Every now and then it's hard to do something every Wednesday. Stuff comes up. I still have young kids, so maybe there's homesick or something. But for the most part, I stream. Over the last few weeks, I've been doing a stream on basically again. Claude or AI can do everything for us. I've always had a bit of a bone with Mockery, the testing library in PHP. So the last few streams have been basically having Claude rebuild Mockery the way I kind of have wanted it to be for 15 years, but just didn't have the brain power to immerse into a deep technical library like Mockery. And so that's actually called Test Double. It wrote the documentation on the plane. Nice. Using Claude Design to kick out a nice shell. So that's testdoublephp.com. But I'm going to be talking about that more in the next few weeks. But, as Laravel developers, we're all very, very familiar with using, the DX of Laravel, but even on a testing layer, how you do a cert database has.
Right.
And let's say you're wrong about your data. It doesn't just say unexpected, call. Right. It says oh, you looked for this in the database, it wasn't there, we found this instead. It's very suggestive, and again, going back to AI, prompts eat that up. They now know just from that. They don't have to, unexpected. That's what this library brings to PHP testing as a whole, is that kind of smooth DX where you get this full error message that's not only human, but also agentic. And the fact that it's going to decrease your testing cycle. It lowers the bar, right? That's what it's always about. Lower the bar. Make it more human. Yeah. That's what I like to do.
Exactly.
So
check that out. We're out of time. All right.
We're
out of time.
Handing it off.
J-Mac, appreciate you greatly.
See you, man.
Yes, sir. I'll take that one and send it over to the next person. So that's J-Mac, Laravel Shift. We got another special guest coming up. What's up, buddy?
How we doing?
Next up on the stream.
Like that.
Is this guy named Caleb who creates a lot of stuff.
Some stuff.
Super nice guy.
Fairly nice.
No, he's very nice.
Relatively nice.
Relatively nice. He's got a couple podcasts.
Multiple.
But anyway, Caleb Porzia, welcome to the On Air, and say hello to everyone.
Hello, everybody. Thanks for having me on air. This is Eric Barnes. Also incredibly nice. Good golfer.
Well, I play a lot. That helps. So let's talk about Livewire.
Let's do it.
So Livewire came out with a new version earlier this year, end of last year, sometime in that frame. How is the new version going? Is it stabled out?
Yeah.
Is everybody loving it as always? And
Yep.
all the things?
Yeah, it's great. It's doing the things. It's stabilized. It's actually not even in my head because it just feels like Eric was like, "Did you do that this year? Was it released this year?" And I forgot. Like, it just seems like it's been here a long time. And we're working on another version. So like my head is in the future. And yeah, there's a ton of stuff. Like just the past 2 weeks, a lot of things have just kind of like shaken out for me. And I'm starting to see like what the next step is and the next set of problems I want to solve. And so I'm super, super excited about Livewire 5, actually. Maybe this is the announcement. I haven't even said anything about it. But
breaking news.
Breaking news.
Breaking
We're
news.
Working on Livewire 5, working on Flux 4. Maybe we do like an online conference or something in the fall or winter. Ideally, I would be doing all that here right now.
Yes.
But I had a baby and couldn't. So
you put the baby in the corner. Didn't we
And
learn
somebody
that?
else said
Didn't
that.
we learn that?
Just put the baby like in the podium or something.
Yeah,
like,
yeah. Get the crib, put the baby in the crib.
I'll just be like rocking, like.
That's good. So I have a question. I don't know if I've actually know the history. How did Livewire come about originally? Did you just lay in bed one day and like, I want a new way to do JavaScript?
Right. No, I guess like it came about because, so I went really deep into JavaScript, particularly Vue.js. And, it was great, but at the time there wasn't, Inertia didn't exist, there wasn't any extra tooling. It was, everybody was making like bespoke full SPAs. And it just felt like I was doing a lot, but at the company that I was at, I like led them in that direction.
Mm-hmm.
And we got to a point where they started asking like, why is it taking a week to ship an avatar upload?
Oh, yeah.
It's like, and the person who was asking me that was like a normal PHP guy who was like, isn't it literally just a form with input type file? And I was like, no, it's JavaScript. We have to like get the input file, right?
Yeah.
And that like marked me. He was like, oh, you have been pilled by something that is costing our business so much money. And that was a realization for me as well. So that's kind of the first thing that set it off, where I was like, now wait a minute, how much extra ceremony am I doing for this?
Right.
And whatever. Long story short, I started kind of exploring other things, and then Phoenix Live View, actually in the booth back there, Tony at Neon he like remembers when that came out. I was just talking to him, and I saw Phoenix did something like Livewire, and it was just like a light bulb. I was like, let's make this for PHP. And, they took totally different courses, but that was, kind of where it came from. And then Inertia started like the same month. Like Jonathan Renning, started Inertia, I started Livewire, and we were both trying to solve the problem of like, we need to figure something out. This is completely unnecessarily complicated. So, yeah, it's kind of where it started.
Yeah. So I don't think I ever heard the origin story. So it's good to finally hear that and get that out.
And it was right after I quit Titan. Like I just quit my job.
And you're like, I got to do something.
Well, I was like, I'm just going to go on a sabbatical. That's what I said. And then like 2 weeks later, Phoenix Live View came out. I started Livewire and just never got a job. So
that's awesome. And then, all right, so then from Livewire, now you have Flux, which is, let me think the right way of wording it. It's like a Livewire UI package type
Yeah, it's a
thing.
UI kit.
Yeah, UI kit. Yeah, good example. And Flux actually has a free version. It has a paid version, and the free version is in Laravel if you do the Livewire starter kit.
Yeah.
And then the paid version is like you get extra bonus stuff if you go that route.
Yep. So when it came out, we had X set of free components, and I don't even know if we had free components when it first came out.
I think it was paid. The
it was
thing
fully
was
paid.
Yeah, I think so.
Right. But I wanted to get it in the starter kit, and I wanted to get it in people's hands, and so we made a free version, and ever since we've just been like funneling components into free. Basically anything, I'll start a new app in a starter kit, and anything I actually need, I'll just put in the free version. So the pro version ideally becomes this thing that, because we need to fund it all, I need like money to build it.
And to live.
So my ideal world is that the free version has everything you need for an app, and the pro version has like the crazy data table thing that, is like, clearly.
Carousels, isn't that brand new?
Yeah, we have carousels.
Yeah,
right.
I think I've seen that last week or 2 weeks ago.
We're getting to the level of component that's like, do we even need a carousel?
Everybody needs a carousel.
Apparently. So I was like, whoever needs a carousel, right?
What? So no, this reminds me about Taylor's announcement yesterday.
Yeah.
Did you see the head stuff that's coming to Laravel?
Yeah, I did. Yep.
It's like, oh, it's simple. Nobody. It's like everybody needs that. It's so great. Like,
Right.
I
But
just need that back.
Let me fully crap on carousels.
Okay.
You have an image thing with dots and arrows. When's the last time you put that in a site? Well, actually, Laravel News, you would put it all over.
Yeah,
the
I was
site.
gonna say, I would probably use
well,
that.
so I'm like, I never need a carousel, but I started like looking around at sites and going, carousels are everywhere.
Yeah.
And they're like ChatGPT has feature recommendations. That's a carousel. I just didn't think of it as a carousel.
Yeah. Amazon product images.
All
carousels.
Amazon,
Yeah.
all Airbnb, you know, it's all carousels everywhere. So
Yeah.
then when I like saw that, it's like, I'm actually super excited about carousels, and we got them, and they're great.
And there you go. And you need it. Yeah, you need
a
a
carousel.
Any site needs a carousel.
That's right.
Somewhere. Even a personal blog.
Everywhere.
Carousel.
That's right.
That's funny. All right, so what else are you working on? So let's talk about your podcast.
Yeah.
You have, what's it called?
Notes on Work.
Yeah, Notes on Work. I was drawing a blank on it.
Yeah.
And it's a podcast where you talk about work.
It's true. I actually don't talk about work.
Well, I was going to say the last one I listened to, he was actually telling me how to pack my bag to go on a vacation.
That's true. Right. Yeah. It's more of a travel blog. No, it's just anything I ever want to talk about, work or not work, but actually never advertise it. I've maybe never tweeted about it because nobody should listen to it. It's like, you know.
That's the best way. It's like a hidden gem that you just like come across and you're like, oh my gosh, this is great. I love this.
Yeah, people tell me to listen to it. I'm like, don't listen to it. I spill my guts on it. I share, you know, my deepest thoughts and secrets. But no, it's a good time. Go listen to it.
Yes, and I do have a travel hack for you.
Yeah.
Put stickers all over your bags, and then that way when they come out the carousel, you can find your bag easily. There you go.
Stickers?
Yeah, put stickers all over your bag.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And then, because nobody will have text
I'm
stickers.
thinking, right. Mine are like a canvas wrap type thing, like a Travel Pro, like.
Oh, you got to sell that, get a hard bag.
So the hard thing seems insane to me because, like, the gushy one, you can potentially overfill it into infinity.
That's true.
You know?
Yeah, but I don't usually take that much.
Yeah. Well, you start out not taking a lot, and then, you know.
Yeah.
You fill up the swag bag.
Yeah, I was going to say, then you come to this conference. I brought 2 bags just for this conference because every single conference of Laracon, you come home with so much swag, you just have no room for it. You're like, what am I going to do with this? So I checked in 2 bags just for that purpose.
Brilliant. There's like a flow of, at least for my life, started coming to Laracons, freebies. Then I go, why do I need all this crap? I'm just going to like chuck all these things. This is all littering all over my office. Now I have kids. I'm like, I'm Christmas shopping. I'm like, getting sunglasses, clicky things.
Yes.
So give me it all.
And you got to get multiple. Like I've got multiple kids, so you got to get stickers for each kid. You got to keep them all.
I'm like,
all
can I
the
get
same.
2 of these, 2 of everything?
Yes.
Yeah.
All right, so we got 2 minutes left. Anything we missed, work related, you want to talk about, or anything else that
I'm just
could be
super excited.
interesting?
Yeah, we're working on some AI stuff for Flux. So like, my belief is that Flux could potentially, maybe is already, but we could really make it like the greatest way to build an app with AI because of how like batteries included it is, where it's like a UI kit where you have a component that could actually talk to a server in like a baked in way where you never have to like wire any of that up. So we're trying to like lean into that advantage, and we're working on like ways to get AI to make design, like well-designed concepts, and which is actually really difficult. Like AI will just make you like a boring form if you're telling it you need X, Y, or Z, or if you give it a screenshot of an app, it'll follow it too closely and like rework all your components into that. So we're experimenting with like a bunch of cool things that we're super excited about. So that's kind of coming as well. It's just like novel, cool ways, technologies we can provide, whether it's MCP, skill. I don't even know how we're going to deliver it. But we know that it's going to be a kick-ass way to use Flux with, your LLM.
I like that, yeah. And the cool thing about Flux is like you could even build like admin panels, just like be like, Claude, build me a Flux admin panel.
What?
Like an admin panel, or like you could just do anything.
You say admin panel so weird.
Really?
Yeah.
It must be the accent.
Say it again.
Admin panel. Admin panel. Admin panel.
Yeah.
Admin
panel. So yes, if you're building an admin, I love it. Okay.
People on the stream, do I say it weird?
Is it admin panel or admin panel?
Admin
is
panel.
the question.
Admin panel.
But yes, if you're building an admin panel.
You're from too far up north, and I'm from too far down south to understand what's going on.
Admin panel.
Admin.
Yeah.
Oh.
We got a wrap.
Oh, okay. Pleasure, sir.
Barnes.
All right. We look forward to covering Livewire, the next version when you come out with it. But
Okay. Thanks, everybody. See ya.
Come on, Ruby.
Thank you so much.
All right, that was Caleb Porzio. He was making fun of me on the stream, so I'm going to pick on him on my next podcast. But how are you doing?
Good. Day 2 of the conference in full swing. And the rains definitely helped our sponsors because everyone's inside now.
Yes. It was very loud earlier. Now we can actually kind of hear what's going on a little bit better. So for everybody watching online, just tell them who you are and who you're with.
Lovely. Hi, folks. I am Rithvi. I'm with CodeRabbit. I am
Oh, never mind. Sorry. Go ahead. No, I didn't see the microphone.
If you can't hear me, I'm happy to scream. I'm with CodeRabbit. I'm a developer experience engineer at CodeRabbit, and we do some fun stuff. We get to basically go talk about the product everywhere.
Nice. Yeah. So tell us about CodeRabbit, because CodeRabbit's interesting. You know, y'all came, to me, it feels like y'all came out of nowhere. You had Aaron Francis make a video on the launch or the funding or something, and then it just seems like it's just exploded all over the dev community.
Yeah, so it's so funny. Everyone has a different interpretation about how CodeRabbit blew up. But it's been, it's a good product. So it's been like blowing up slowly. Like a lot of people, I think the Laravel audience is very different in a lot of ways. Like y'all are your own niche community.
Right.
So y'all have very specific people y'all follow and y'all hear from. Like most of the world knows us from Theo or Fireship. Have y'all heard of that?
Yes.
Right. So our influencer marketing team is pretty great.
Yes, that's cool. So how long have you been with CodeRabbit? Fairly new?
A little over a year actually. I was one of the first, I think 30, 40 people.
Oh.
Yeah, we're 270 now.
Nice. And so y'all have full, I guess, Laravel integration. I mean, it kind of just integrates with everything, right?
Yeah, we're
Yeah,
taking
it's not like specific to any language or framework or anything.
And we get to bash AI at the same time while asking people to use AI. It's great.
Yes. So what's y'all's plans, I guess for Laravel developers that haven't used CodeRabbit, why do they need to check it out and give it a try?
Why?
Yeah, why?
Oh, if I've had so many folks drop by the last couple of days telling me that, they're still getting acquainted with AI, because I think communities like PHP, Laravel, y'all are very protected and y'all have extremely passionate developers.
Right.
So y'all don't just adopt things as they come. Y'all vet it, and I think y'all are at a point where you're happy to try new things. So I think for the thrill of trying new things, try it. But apart from that, it's a great way to make sure you're pushing safe code. Right? You're not distributing your data out to everyone, data memory leaks and stuff like that. So yeah, it's a great tool. If you're using AI, you should have a check for it, basically.
Right.
So yeah, it's like when you started the Web 2 came around and you had accounts, we realized, username passwords are a good thing. It's like that. It's that basic at this point.
Nice. And actually, we were talking earlier. You said you have a Laravel story.
Oh, so yeah, but before that,
I have
stickers for you that I would love for you.
Oh,
they
nice.
look great on the batches.
All right, which one's the best? You said this one's the best?
The heart looks the best, yes.
Oh, no, this one's the best. All right. We'll get one for my badge.
Yeah.
And
come get yours if y'all haven't already. I have some really cute stickers. People love this one where it says, "Code review is my cardio."
Oh, nice. See if you can pull the back off. I'm having trouble.
Love that. But yeah, so folks, Laravel is so close to my heart because the last year of my college, I was doing a lot of hackathons, and I got recruited by Estee Lauder, which is the makeup company that everyone knows of. They use Laravel a lot internally, and I was hired randomly out of you learn whatever you do on the job. And I was thrown into a team, and they were doing Laravel. And that's the first job out of college. I'm a firmware engineer by background.
Right.
So my stack is CCPP, and I was doing Laravel out of college, and I loved it.
Oh.
I remember being in the Laravel Discord asking for help, people trying to help me. It was amazing.
That's amazing. So do you still get to use Laravel much at all, or you just kind of?
Oh, not at all. But I was trying to play around with some demos, trying to see if I can figure out something weird or fun with CodeRabbit about Laravel. Not yet. Stay tuned. Come by the booth.
Come by the booth and watch. We can watch you do it live over there.
Yeah, totally. No pressure at all.
Exactly. So I'm assuming this is your first Laracon ever.
Yes.
As a sponsor and just as attendee and just
Yes,
yeah.
yes. I think Code Rabbit did do Laracon last year, but it wasn't me. So first Laracon, yeah.
What do you think about Laracon so far? Like being here in person, I guess is the better.
Yeah, so I have been going to tons of conferences. The last year, I think this is my first conference of 4 conferences in the next 2 weeks.
Yeah.
I have a very clear distinction about good conferences, and that's when the talks are going on, everyone's at the talk.
Yes.
Right? So this place, folks, empties out when the talks are going on, and that's how I know everyone is there for the talks, for meeting people, for discussing topics, and it's awesome.
Yes. Yeah, it's crazy because we're in this booth and it's like when the conference is going on, it's so quiet in here, we can hear, and then as soon as it's lunchtime or break time, it's like boom. I guess it's like you can't even hardly hear each other anymore. So it's kind of neat. It's kind of fun. So you said you were at four different conferences this.
Yeah. So we're going to Chain React tomorrow.
Where's that at?
Portland.
Oh wow.
So I fly out in a couple of hours actually, and then we're at GopherCon in Seattle, and then we're at GopherCon in London. So
wow, that's a lot of traveling.
It is.
That's a whole lot of traveling. So. Kind of as we wrap this up, anything Code Rabbit related that I didn't ask you about that you want to bring up or mention?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much. I'm sorry this became like a sponsored podcast at this point, but we have like 4 new products in the market now, completely unrelated to code review. Well, not completely, but mostly unrelated to code review. Yeah, follow us. Our Twitter, we have a really cool guy, Dan, the pizza boy, who handles our account, and he's hilarious. Go provoke him. He's great at it. Like he's great at meme replies and all of that. Yeah, that's it.
Sweet. That's awesome. Well, I want to thank you so much for coming and joining me, and everybody that's watching. Go check out Code Rabbit, and they're big in the community now, sponsoring Laracon. So we appreciate them, and thanks for coming out.
Thank you so much, Brian. It was lovely meeting you.
Yeah, lovely meeting you too.
There you go.
We're gonna right over there. Hope everyone's enjoying this. Trying to keep something different. While the live stream goes on, instead of just a blank screen. Come on in. Sorry.
We're good.
How are you doing?
I'm good.
I'm Eric. I don't think we got to meet her.
I'm Lauren. Nice to meet you.
Lauren, good to meet you. So, Lauren, we're on live now. Yes.
I like it.
So, if you don't mind, just we're going to tell the audience a little bit about you and name.com or name.dev, whichever version you want to talk about.
Oh yeah, we can talk about both versions.
I like that.
I'm Lauren. I'm from Name.com. I'm the director of marketing at Name.com. So don't ask me any hard product questions because I'll have to go get someone from my team. But we are really excited. It's our first Laracon. We're here to talk about our domain API, which sounds very unsexy, but it has a lot of utility.
Right.
We basically have been a domain registrar for like 23 years, I want to say. We're a smaller player. But our domain API basically lets you unlock registration, purchase, and management within your own platform. And you can white label it as your own product. So a lot of the way we talk about that in some sense is someone builds something, right? You build something on Vercel as one of our partners, right? You build something on Vercel. You're like, oh shoot, I want to put it out there, I want to publish it. And I don't know how to do that. Now I have to go back into my individual registrar. I have to pull the DNS records. What if I could just buy a domain directly in Vercel? And that's exactly what our API has basically unlocked, is your ability to buy a domain when you're ready to ship your stuff. And it's been great.
That's perfect. It's I was trying to think of a good use case for the for the developers out there. It's like if you're building a new age WordPress and you want it to be or a SaaS app, you can just be like, hey, you get a domain with this, or you buy a domain with this, and everything's handled.
I mean, it's just like we all know with like AI, we're just like shipping code, and just generally people who have not been able to build things and can now build things. The internet's just exploding, right? And so we're benefiting from that because there's a higher domain demand now, which is amazing. But also we wanted to provide like a tool for people through the API if they wanted to bring those own services and not have to deal with all the like registrar background stuff into their own platform. That's what we'll take care of in some ways. And so it's cool to like get on this trend of like just anyone being able, the democracy of building a little bit, right? Like where even I as a marketer, I can't code, I'll be honest, but like I can vibe code.
Exactly,
I can figure
yeah.
out how to do that.
Yeah.
And that's pretty cool.
And that gets the job done now most of the way.
Exactly.
I was you sort of mentioned, sort of it, with the age of AI, everybody's needing domains for everything, and it's exploding. Is that why, you might not even know the answer, but I was going to say, is that why there's so many extensions or different top-level domains now? Because there's
You're about
so
to get
many.
real nerdy.
There's so many top-level domains.
I can get so nerdy on this.
You can?
So name.com actually supports like 600 what we call top-level domains, which are TLD is the acronym we use, but that's essentially the extensions that you would think about.
.co, .dev, .app.
There's all like
those.
the generics, which you could call your like ones you assume and everybody knows, like the .coms, the .nets. But then there's like this whole range of what we call like new TLDs, which is incredible. And those have all kind of rolled out, I would say, in the past like decade or so to add diversity. What's awesome about them is like a lot of people, especially as domain demand goes up, they don't want to sacrifice their brand name.
Right.
So if you can't get the .com for your brand, you can get, I don't know, Lauren.bio, right? Like I can choose the one that's like descriptive to what I want to build or what I want to do, and that helps. And I think one of the common myths is also that like not having a .com will impact like your SEO and your AEO. That's just not true.
Not true anymore.
It's not true. Like, when was also the last time someone typed something
That's true. That's
in their
true.
search bar, right?
Yes.
So like it really doesn't matter, and I think people neglect that. But we are actually, this year is the next round is opening up from like the governing body of domains.
All right.
And so we are expecting the next 2 years there'll be even more extensions available
Really?
for everyone, which is hard to believe given there's like already 600 of them.
Yeah,
but-
like now you go to a registrar and it's like, you put in the name and like you said, there's
Right.
1,400 extensions and you're like, I don't know what to
There's
pick.
a lot of
so
options.
many. Yes.
Yeah.
Well, and then I'm sort of divergent here a little bit
No,
because
go for it.
because apparently know a lot about the domain side. Why is some, like say a .app, $1,400 a year with a huge renewal, and a .net is $12?
Yeah.
Is that all because of ICANN and all of that side of it?
No, so every extension is owned by, we're a registrar.
Okay.
So we sell direct to customers, but we get all of our extensions from individual registries, and registries own essentially the extensions. Someone actually makes money off of every extension that gets sold. And so when you're a registry, you have the opportunity to set your own pricing. And so we intake the pricing and it gets reflected. Like as a registrar, we can mark it up a certain percent. Like obviously that's how we make money. But like at the same time, they have the opportunity to set it. And then there's things called premiums, and they know are high demand domains, and they'll mark those up even higher. So it's really up to like whoever is the owner of that extension to set the prices of how they want to position it.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
Because I'm sorry, I'm running away from name.com.
I can talk domains all day, but like, yeah.
So like one of the interesting things is Laravel in the beginning.
Yeah.
Developers in the beginning, we would all use like mysite.dev.
Yeah.
Because there was not a used top level domain, so we
Right.
could all use it to our local networks.
Right.
And now Google bought the .dev, I think, and they are like, you can't use that anymore. So we've all switched to .test.
Yeah.
Is .test reserved, or are we going to be screwed in the long run on that?
No, I mean, I think you're fine. I actually think descriptive domains are awesome. Like if you're using it as a testing environment, why not make it
Right.
.test, right? Like the idea is to kind of capture in some sense, like what you're utilizing the domain for. So if it's a portfolio, maybe I do a .pro or a .bio. If I'm an artist, I could do .photography. I don't know, like there's a level of creativity to it that I really like, that I think is really cool. But like coming full circle, like our domain API, basically as a registrar, it basically caters to all the diversity of the TLDs. So as people do build more and they do expand and domains get more competitive, you can use our API to unlock a diverse range of options for publishing for your customers and your users.
I love that. I love that. So basically, if you're building any type of SaaS, or even if you register a bunch of domains yourself, you want to sign up for name.com or name.dev and just use the API and probably be cheaper than doing the random other services that people might have heard of before.
like from a use case perspective, a lot of people are thinking about it like, how do I embed it in my SaaS product, or how do I embed it in my service? But we do appeal also to people who hold large portfolios of domains, like investors. And it's an easier, more turnkey way that's like AI enabled to allow you to manage your own personal portfolio. So domains are slightly addictive.
I know a guy that has many.
How many do you have?
I have a bunch. Well,
Okay.
I mean, not a bunch to your level, but like I probably have 40 to 50.
That is good. I think you probably have more than I do.
Really?
Yes.
I feel like I don't have. I know a guy that has a bunch of domains.
Oh,
and
yes.
yeah, he's a domain hoarder, and then he tries to sell them.
Hoarder, investor. Yeah.
Yes, exactly. All right, so as we close out,
Yeah.
anything that, since I derailed our conversation,
No,
anything
you're
you want to
right.
talk about name.com or name.dev before we head on out?
I think the only thing I want to say is just that, like, we're so excited to be here. It's our first Laracon. The community's been awesome, and it's really been awesome to get feedback from the developer community in general here.
Right.
And we're just excited to be a part of the event and excited to talk about what we have to offer as we grow our business.
I love that. Well, we want to thank you so much for coming and sponsoring Laracon. It's been a pleasure.
meet you.
I'll come
Thank
find you
you.
later and we'll geek out more on domain names.
Yes, please do.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, so that's name.com, name.dev. You want to. All right, we got another a real special guest. Look at this guy. Look at this guy, Aaron Francis.
How we doing?
This is the newest member of Team Laravel.
That's right.
I'm so excited for you because
I was sitting upstairs and I saw you on video and I got to go talk to my friend.
I appreciate that. Yeah, I didn't even have you scheduled. So this is a nice surprise.
Yeah.
All right, so you are emceeing the conference.
I am.
You are a new VP. You
am.
are making solo.
I am.
You're in a podcast, a couple, and you got 17 kids.
That's right, 18. We only do round numbers.
Round numbers. So, all right. So, what are you gonna?
What are you gonna do next?
Yeah, I'm like, well, what are you gonna get rid of so that way you take this new role? But
Not the kids.
Not
the
the
kids are gonna stay.
You're keeping those. Okay.
Keeping those. Most of the content that I'm doing will start to just kind of dwindle down. I
Gotcha.
still have several more videos kind of in the can that I'll publish, but pressing on content will slow down a lot because solo will stay alive.
Okay.
It'll transition to my programming outlet, right? Because I always want some sort of like programming hobby.
Yeah.
Ever since I was a kid, but all my energy and brain space will be dedicated to spreading the good word of Laravel.
The good word of Laravel. I love that. So I guess my question, as a outsider, somewhat outsider, but somebody in the community.
Sure.
What is your I know it's VP of marketing, sales, or whatever. What are you actually going to focus on? Cloud or all the products or framework, or is it a mixture of everything in between?
It is. Even in the title, it's marketing and community, which I'm really grateful for because I've seen, not at Laravel, but I've seen at other companies, marketing succeed at the cost of the community.
Yes.
And I've been in this community for more than a decade, and so I would hate to see that happen. And now I'm in control of that not happening.
I like that.
And so marketing and community is my purview. Individual products probably going to be mostly focused on cloud, the framework, events, everything around that. And so really my goal is kind of to activate the existing community. Like the first thing I said on stage was, hey, we're going to get a lot of new people. Because in my, I guess now, biased opinion, but before I was employed, my opinion was Laravel is the best way to ship product.
Right, yes.
It just so happens it's PHP, which I grew up on and I love.
Yes.
But I think moving forward, we're going to be welcoming a lot of back-end office people, founders, marketing people, just anyone inside of a company that is like, I have these new superpowers to build, what should I use? And so my hope is that all of the artisans in this community continue to be welcoming, which they have been forever, but continue to be welcoming to the new people who may identify more as builders than they do as artisans. So I kind of view it's a concentric circle. The big one is builders. The people here, they're the artisans, but we can get builders in and then convert them to artisans later. But I think we as Laravel have a huge opportunity in this landscape because we truly do have, from my machine to millions of requests, we've got the whole thing all the way through.
Yes, I totally agree. And that's actually, you kind of touched on it a little bit, but one of the cool things about this Laracon is, as I was, like last night we had an after party, we're all kind of hanging out, I'm talking to random people, and it's just like some of the stuff that's being built or used by Laravel, you would just never imagine in a million years. You're like, really? You're on Laravel doing that?
Yep.
And you know, everything, it's just wild to me.
Yeah.
We're in our little ecosystem of Twitter, and we don't see the real world a lot of times.
And that is my goal, is for the ecosystem to remain super tight. Like, we're always going to come here and see our friends.
Yeah.
Like, that's just how it's going to be. But take that strength of community and start letting other communities know, not that like PHP is alive or dead. I actually don't care.
Right.
Like, what the other communities need to know is Laravel's the best way to ship.
Yes.
And that's something that we all believe,
right.
But sometimes we can start talking about, we can get in framework wars.
Yeah, for no reason.
For no reason.
Yeah.
And at this point, I'm like, guys, the language matters a lot less. I still love PHP, but what I want the world to know is we happen to have the tightest way to make your dreams come true.
Mm-hmm.
And it's also PHP. And if you want to learn that, talk to me because I love it. But your dreams will come true faster if you ship with Laravel. I believe that 100%.
I mean, I tend to agree, but you know, I'm a fanboy for many years now.
Yeah, we're both a little biased. So.
Just a little biased, but yeah, it's. I think it's going to be so good for the community. Number one, the culture and the framework, you know, that you're getting put into this role, because you know you've got the successful YouTube, you've got a known face out there, you've made commercials for other companies, you're doing, you know, you've done all the things and everybody knows you.
Yeah,
and,
so it's a little interesting that I was hired in this role because I don't have a formal marketing background.
Right.
Right. We've all, you know, everybody that's been independent is a marketer. We just have
exactly.
to be.
It's part of being.
But what's interesting is I'm coming into a very well-built marketing team.
Mm-hmm.
So I've got all these people on the team that are experts in like the actual machinery of marketing.
Right.
So like Gen Z Abby planned this enormous event. I couldn't do that.
Right.
But she can.
Yes.
And we've got all these other people that can do discrete tasks. And I think a lot of my role is going to be communicating vision and community and the power of Laravel to all of these people who are professional marketers, but may not have been in the community for 10 years.
Right, yeah.
And so what I can't do, my team can do expertly, and some of the context that they don't know, I come by naturally. And so I'm not here to do all the jobs. I'm just here to like help set that vision and that tone for this is where we can go, and this is where we've been, and here's how we bring everybody along with us.
Right, yeah. And that's and I was gonna say that's kind of the role, right? Because it's the title was VP of Marketing Communication. So yeah, you're like you set the vision, you said, vision, the brainstorming, the things, and you're like, I know this will work. I just need you to get this done.
And that's why if you go back and listen to my first 10-minute intro of Laracon, that's why I said so many of those things specifically. Is like I'm trying to cast a vision for the cohesive way to make your dreams come true, but like the more normal person version, not the emotional person version, is the best way to ship.
Right.
And that's where I'm trying to like get the rest of the world to understand what we've understood for a long time.
I like that. All right, so I just got word. We got 2 minutes left. I'm gonna need what is one of your best pieces of life advice?
My best piece of life advice, easy. Come on, you got to put yourself out there.
True.
Okay, if you go back to Laracon Nashville on YouTube and look up my talk, Laracon Nashville, I have this whole talk about how putting myself out there changed my life, right?
Yes.
And we walked through a bunch of steps. And then that was like 4 or 5 years ago. You fast forward to today, it's the same story.
Right.
And this is not a different story than the one I told at Nashville. This is a continuation of it. Because in Nashville, I told the story of nobody knew me, I was scared. I started publishing. I got a conference, and my goodness, now I'm on stage in Nashville as the MC.
Yeah.
Like, I feel like my dreams have all come true. But I never changed, even after that, I never changed my strategy. And I just kept doing things and kept telling people about it.
Right.
And now I work at the mothership.
I know, it's
So it's
amazing.
like one cohesive story all the way through. So if you're scared, I understand. I was terrified. But do literally anything, put it out there, and just keep going, and you never know what'll happen.
That's right. And if somebody leaves a mean comment, delete it.
That's right. Just hit them.
That's what I do.
Hit them with the thumbs up and move on. Don't even think about them.
Exactly. Hey, I
Dude,
appreciate you. Thanks
this
for coming
was
out,
great.
being on the live
Thanks for letting
stream.
me cut. I'm sorry,
No,
but this was awesome.
This is awesome. You got to have the MC out here, you know? All right, so that was our special guest, Aaron Francis, the new VP of Marketing at Laravel Incorporated. Come on in, Mishi. All right, so we're going to transition now. We got Mishi with Sentry. What's up, buddy? Oh, sorry, I was grab my hand away. Oh, here's your mic. I guess I was holding both together. I was not thinking through that. All right, so Mishi, we actually did this at Laracon EU a few months ago. So now that we have the Laracon US, has anything changed with Sentry lately, or anything exciting going on?
Yeah, definitely. So AI is happening, and more companies build their own agents into their products. And since a couple of months, we started to support like the Python landscape and everything JavaScript, like from Vercel over Cloudflare SDK and so on. But last week we finally
a little closer.
We finally shipped support for the Laravel AI SDK in Sentry. So we call this agent tracing. And what this allows you is basically you can capture the full input and output of your model, right? The user asks a question, there's a tool call happening, and you now can all debug this in Sentry, right? Because an LLM is kind of a black box, so you don't really know what's happening.
Right.
And with that, you have now full insights on what's going on. You can track your token usage, which models, and so on. So yeah, shipped last week, update the SDK, try it out, give us feedback, hope you like it.
Oh, nice. I love that. I love that. So Sentry's actually been a Laracon sponsor for numbers of years now. How long have y'all had the Laravel like sort of integration and been sort of within the Laravel community?
Yeah, so I'm now approaching 4 years at Sentry, and I checked yesterday. There's like this Laracon DB from GeoCodio. It's my 12th Laracon now.
12th Laracon.
Yeah. I mean, with Laravel Live included.
Yeah.
One of the first SDKs Sentry ever built was the PHP SDK, and then Laravel followed shortly after. So I think by now it must be 8-9 years old. To this day, our latest Laravel SDK version still supports Laravel 6
Really?
and up. We still support Lumen. We have no plans to change this.
Wow.
Because it doesn't hurt us. Yeah. So we've been involved for ages. It's a lot of fun to actually write SDKs for Laravel because the framework exposes a lot of hooks. So it makes it really easy for us to build stuff. And I mean, now also for Nightwatch, it makes it easy for them. So it's, yeah, the framework just allows basically every vendor to create good telemetry. So this is really nice here.
I like that. So for those, I mean, I feel like I've known Sentry forever, but maybe everybody watching doesn't know Sentry itself. What's sort of the sales pitch on why you would even want to put Sentry onto your Laravel application? What benefits is that going to give them?
Yeah, so in a broad term, what we do at Sentry is called application monitoring. So we want that you as a developer can ship with confidence. So when something breaks, and something breaking does not only mean there's an exception or an error happening, it also means something becomes slow, something doesn't work, like you click a button and nothing is happening. So we are basically providing a vast set of different tools to help a developer debug problems, and now also with AI to give your agents or our own agent more context to produce better fixes.
Gotcha. Yeah, and it's super useful because then you could, anytime something breaks, you get emails, you get all these features that are just sort of common with that application performance monitoring now. So you talked about the new features, talked about conferences. What else am I missing that you'd like to cover about Sentry or PHP or Laravel or anything in between?
Yeah, we have been doing some investments as of late. So one thing we want to do now at Sentry for PHP is to expand a little bit outside of Laravel and Symfony, because I mean there are still companies that use things like CodeIgniter, Cake PHP, Yi, and so on. So we also want to build a little bit more closer integrations for these frameworks. For that we created a new extension. So this is something we're currently working on. Generally at Sentry, we're really trying to close the loop from you write code, you ship it to production, it breaks, and then it gets fixed. So currently, the industry is calling this self-healing software.
Right.
And yeah, we are currently having like a big focus. Basically, the idea is you go to bed, the night shift starts, your agents go through Sentry, identify problems, create a PR, and in the morning when you wake up, it's on GitHub, reviewed by Sentry or some other tools, and then you just hit merge and move on with your life.
See, that would be an awesome workflow, right? Because then you don't have to really think about stuff. Have you tried that in real life yet with any of your like side projects or anything? Does it work pretty good, I guess is my question?
Yeah, definitely. So besides like our like built-in Seer agent, I've also heavily using our MCP server that you can just connect. Like it comes for free, it's no extra cost. And it's a really nice workflow, right? Like you get a Slack notification. I copy the link to Sentry, paste it into my local Claude Code agent. It pulls down the details from Sentry, it opens a PR. Yeah, that feels very magical.
Yeah.
And, I mean, it also really saves me a lot of time because while this is running, I can do some other stuff. And I think right now, large language models, like the change sets they are producing are getting really, really good. And I mean, I'm not talking about like Fable and all of this super hyped stuff, but like we also recently tried some like open weight models and they're getting really, really, really good. So yeah, it's just super exciting to be a software engineer, I feel like.
Yeah, I agree. It's we got, so it's funny because on our, we've got a little iPad here telling us sort of like notes and stuff like this, and it just said Sentry MCP is amazing too, and I love that. It's, what's that?
Some of this is coming from the chat box.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. So if you chat on, so while we're live streaming this on the Laravel YouTube, if you write a comment and you want us to ask questions or do anything like that, we can do that. Just don't write mean ones, please. Right? All right. So, Michi, I want to thank you for coming over here. You know, to wrap the conversation out, do you got any closing thoughts or anything you want to tell the listeners?
It's raining a lot in Boston. We definitely had less rain in Denver.
Yes.
Though yesterday was a really nice day. It's a great city. I'm really surprised how nice it is. Very walkable. Yeah, so looking forward to the next one, I guess.
Sweet. And are you going to Laracon, any of the other ones this year, AU or?
No, sadly not. That's my last one for this year. But the next year, India.
India? You're going to India?
Yeah.
Nice. And
So,
EU? In EU?
Absolutely. EU, US, UK, Denmark. Let's see.
Sweet. That's awesome. All right. Well, I appreciate you. Thank you for coming and joining me.
Thanks for
and
having me.
we will see you at the next one. I hope. Oh yeah, and I forgot to give a plug while we're transitioning. Oh, well, now I'm drawing a blank on the podcast name. They have a podcast that Wes, Boss, and Scott do. Anyway, Marcel.
Hey, good
welcome
to see
to the live stream.
Yep. Thank you.
So, everybody knows you already, right? So Marcel, creator of, well, there it is. Syntax FM. Syntax FM was the podcast I was trying to think of. Good. So Marcel, Beyond Code, Laravel Herd, Tinkerwell, Polyscope, a little bit of everything. Expose, Hello, probably name a few more things here and there. So welcome to the live stream. If you don't mind, say hello to everybody.
Hey everyone, it's good to be live and good to be back at Laracon US. Like it's always great here.
It is. So you've been to basically all the Laracons, I think.
Yeah.
I mean, I know I've definitely seen you many years out here. So what I wanted to ask you about is like Laravel Herd. How is Herd doing? I feel like I use it all the time now and don't even think about Herd. It's just there and it's useful and I like it. Is that
and
kind of
that's
the
kind of the
feedback you're getting?
goal, I think, because we wanted to just work for you in the background without getting in the way. I mean, it kind of started as valet a GUI, you know, and Valet is still running under the hood in
Right.
a way, like heavily modified by now, but it's still serving it. And so, yeah, Herd is doing great. We have Laravel, because it's like the official Laravel Herd tool, that's
Right.
of course helping
Yeah,
it.
yeah, that definitely helps.
And no, just we're working on a Linux version. I keep saying that for quite a while now. It takes a bit. It's been out to some beta testers now, so it's coming for Linux as well. And then we have like all the operating systems.
Yeah, I was going to ask, you do have Windows, right?
Yeah, we have
pretty sure I remember
Windows.
that.
We started with Mac, and back then I thought we're never going to support Windows because I'm a Mac user myself. But yeah, well, as soon as that was released, so many people were asking for a Windows version that we had to do it.
Yeah, had to. Yeah, so Herd's been like this little, like I said, it's just kind of the app that runs in the background for me. It's sort of magical. You know, I got a new computer. I just throw it on there, and you don't have to have like, what is it, DB Engine app. You don't have to have all these like random other apps and stuff. So it feels like it's really a very useful app that doesn't get doesn't get talked about a whole lot.
Yeah.
And then, so we'll talk about some of your other stuff. So you got Tinkerwell, which has always been my favorite because I love when I do like little shorts and YouTube videos. I always just use Tinkerwell to demonstrate the code that I'm writing and stuff. So how's that been going? Is still people using Tinkerwell all the time?
I mean, there's still, of course, people are still using it, but with AI, like there's now the Laravel Boost Tinker skill, so that the agent can tinker for you. And I mean, not sure how it is for you, but I haven't opened my IDE in quite a while.
Yes.
So the act of typing code by hand and tinkering with it, I find myself doing it less and less. So yeah.
I was gonna say that is true. Yeah, I'm trying to think of the last time when I I guess only for demonstration purposes, really.
Yeah,
so for me,
sure.
it's more like a slide deck now. So when I am making content, I can be like, hey, you can see it right here instead of opening a full IDE or something. So what else you got in the works? Just Herd, all these things.
Yeah, so for Herd, we're actually working on a new version. It's probably going to be a 2.0 because a lot has been added by now, and we want to integrate, of course, AI into it.
Oh yeah.
So the main idea is that it's kind of a mix between Polyscope. Kind of, we want to bring that experience into Herd so that you can just download the app and start with an agent in Herd to prompt your app or to keep working on your app in your browser.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not like it's not going to be like Polyscope or Solo in a separate desktop app, but we're going to bring it into the browser so that you can then work on your app in the browser directly with AI. So yeah.
That'd be interesting. Is that you? Well, I guess I don't want to ask too many questions before you're ready to launch it. Is it going to be able just like a debug setting? It's like boom, you turn this on and then you can just kind of change things.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah,
that's
right.
cool.
Yeah. So we, as we control like the whole stack with Nginx, we can kind of just inject that into your site. So when you just visit your site, you'll have a edit with Herd button somewhere. You can click it and you're in this AI editor. If you don't want it, you can disable it. But so that's the idea, and that kept us busy for the last couple months, I'd say.
That's awesome. What about I know you had Forge integration with Herd. I'm assuming you got full cloud integration now and everything.
Yeah, that's also coming.
That's one thing I never do. Like I just have it pointed to my sites folder. I add a new directory. I just run it in the browser, and that's it. But you can get really advanced with Herd. Like if you start learning the tool and dig in and like do the cloud integration.
Yeah, that's
all this
also
stuff.
coming in the next version. More like I see it more like Herd DevTools. That's what we called it internally so far. So you will also have access to your terminal if you want.
Oh yeah.
Or we automatically start Vite for you, or the queue worker, just to make things smoother, especially when you're testing different like Git work trees or something like that that agents made. You don't have to start things manually, so just to make everything a bit smoother, because I feel like the experience so far needed some updating in terms of how we now work with apps.
Right, that makes sense.
Yeah.
this might do this. I'm gonna tell you my feature request, and it
Yeah.
might already do this.
Okay.
The being able to share the site from the Herd app. I would like to just say share, and then just copy and paste it to my messages app and send it out to my friends.
That's also coming.
Instead of having to go to terminal. I don't know why. It's just I don't want to go to terminal. I'm getting old.
Also coming. So next to the deploy button, basically, there will be a share button. It just shares through Expose. Also, the Expose integration was a bit cumbersome so far. You had to register an account, then copy paste tokens. So now it's like an OAuth flow, just to make things easier. And then you can just click share, send it to colleagues, clients, or use it for webhooks. So,
Nice. Yeah. So anything else you want to talk about outside of those products, or?
I think that's what. I mean, one of the more side project side of stuff, when I was in Japan, which was really like a passion project, I made music with PHP. That was a lot of fun, and I'm hoping to bring that to other conferences as well. So I have some ideas to control like a MIDI keyboard with PHP.
Right.
So I really want to explore some more of the weird stuff there.
I love that. Yeah. You're gonna marry the PHP with like the real world, and that seems super cool.
Yeah, like yesterday's talk about building silly software, that really resonated with me. And now with AI, it's so much easier to build silly software. And I enjoy doing that.
That's awesome. I love it. All right, Marcel, I think we're out of time. I want to say thank you so much for coming here, and thanks for being a Laravel community member for all those years, and we appreciate you, man. Awesome. All right, well, up next, we got a new, not new, he's not new. We got a man that needs no introduction.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I need that.
Let me get this out. Oh, thank you. I should put this on?
You can, or you can hold it.
Oh, yeah, okay. That's also good.
I should just hold it about here.
Okay, like this?
Yeah,
Wait,
that's
or
perfect.
I can just
Or you can
hang
hook it.
Yeah.
Either way.
It's like this. Like this.
All right, so next up on the stream, we have the man who has 1 million packages.
1 million is a little bit exaggerated.
Okay, he has over 1 million downloads, 2,000 packages.
Yeah, indeed.
How many do you have? Do you have any idea?
Packages or downloads?
Packages.
Packages, I think about 300 or
300.
something. Yeah.
So, one thing I've always been curious about is how do you, even with a team of however big your team is, how can you update them when a new release comes out to make sure they're all good? Is it just you've got it down to a science now, and your tests are so good at testing that stuff, or is it just still a lot of manual work when new releases come out?
With the AI, everything changed, of course.
Yes.
But in the previous years, we have like this big Excel list with all packages, and we split it up between team members. So everybody does a little bit. We're now with a team of 12 people, and most of them are technical. So let's say I have like 10 people, and we just divide the work, and everybody just does 30 packages or so. Most of these packages are very stable. They have good tests, and Laravel itself doesn't change as much as previous. I still remember, like in the Laravel 5 days, like a dot release was really something, you know, from going from 5.1 to 5.2. Some things may break. I still remember like collection methods changing signature, and then you had to walk it. But now it's just taking a look. Are the tests still green? Are there maybe any new features that we can use? Because I like to keep the package very modern. What also helps is that we're pretty aggressive of leaving old PHP and Laravel versions behind. So that makes maintenance also much more easy. But yeah, this year, we had the friend, we had the help of everybody's friend Claude, I guess. And you can just say like, hey, take a look for me at this, describe the end goal. I want to have like a package that requires a new Laravel version, but CI must be green, and then you can tag a release, and it can just
do it
go through them.
Well, I was going to ask, was there ever a point when you're like, these are too many, and I think we need to just not make any more, or do you still feel the need to be like, hey, this is useful, we're going to have a new package?
It's very simple. Whenever I see something that could be a package, we make a package out of it. But also, when we don't use a package anymore, we also not afraid of leaving it behind if the maintenance burn is becoming too big. We also are very lucky that there are a lot of people using these packages, and some of these packages, some of the users know the packages sometimes better than us, and then we give we get help from community members. I think the biggest one is like Laravel permission, which is a very popular one. We don't use it as much as previous, but Chris, one of the guys who uses it extensively, has been helping us for years maintaining this. And there are a couple of packages like that as well, and it really feels nice. I only step in when there are like big decisions that need to be made, but all of the maintenance I don't need to do. Yeah.
And that, that goes back to the beauty of open source and the way it felt in the early days of course, sort of like coding under Laravel. In those early days, you're just like, everybody just wants to pitch in, help, make everything better. And I love that about the programming community, because that's not actually a Laravel thing. That's every programmer wants to do that, or developer.
Indeed.
So
and we're lucky to have like a good community around us. We have like in our office we have our dashboard with like statistics about our open source work, and it also counts like the number of contributors, the people that have raised an issue or helped us answer. And I don't know the number by heart, but it's a couple of thousand people. Imagine that, like 1,000 people just helping us throughout the years. I think it's amazing.
It is. Well, and then you talk about all the people. What about the postcards? You still get postcards all the time, or?
We still get postcards all the time. I'm still missing a couple of billion.
Well, I did send a postcard. I remember sending my little city had this like special postcard edition where they came out with like 5 or 6 different ones for the landmarks around my city. And I think I sent one or all of them to you, but it's been years ago now. It's so long. So anything else you're working on recently? We have 2 minutes to wrap this up. Anything you want to pitch? Anything you want to tell the community?
I'm working on a new SaaS. I'm mainly building it for myself. I'm building an AI-powered help desk. So at Spatie, we've been working for products for many years. We have Flare, we have Mail Coach, Ray. I also personally, with a buddy, I've made Odeer as well. And all of these products need support. And I want to have like the best support help desk. And my main credo is I don't want to answer our users with like AI and AI generated answers, but I want like a help desk that helps prepare the answer so I can inspect it, and so I can give like a good answer. And so that's what the new help desk is called. It can read your documentation, it can read your source code, you can connect it to MCP servers, you can connect it to Stripe, so it knows everything about your product, and it can usually craft a very good answer for anybody who needs support. That's what I'm passionate about now.
That's awesome. Yeah, that'll be useful. So, where can they find that?
At dare-dare.app. That's the website.
There.
There you go.
All right, Rick.
Hey,
thank you so much. Thank you for joining us here, and appreciate you, and thank you for all you do.
Thanks, Eric.
All right, thank you.
Appreciate it.
Let me grab that off of you. Awesome, thank you. All right, another special guest. Look at this.
How's it going, dude?
Good. Glad to see you, Adam.
Yeah.
All right, so we're now on the live stream with another special guest, Laravel. What do you say? OG, Laracon OG, probably one of the.
Not quite. I didn't go to the very first one.
Did you not?
I
thought
went
you were
to the
there.
second one.
Okay, but anyway, yeah, you kind of got your start with Laravel back.
That's right.
With vehicle or I think it was vehicle.
And then I think like when I was working at Vehicle when they had a different name, and we were doing client projects with like the Laravel 4 like beta at the time.
And then, all right, so we got 6 minutes. Refactoring to collections, the revolutionary book and course you came out with, which was amazing. And it's crazy because it's still kind of useful. I still go back sometimes, although AI is kind of taking it away.
AI
from
has
it.
changed
It's changed a little bit. But anyway, Tailwind CSS changed the world, changed the life.
Yeah.
How's that feel? Is it raining in here? Is that what's happening?
I think that's a little bit what's happening.
Okay, we think we might have a leak, but
We're good.
Yeah, we're good. So yeah, Tailwind CSS. How did that come about, and how is it taking over the world?
Oh, I don't know how it took over the world, but it came about because I was just hacking on a side project, and Bootstrap 4, I think, had just come out, and they had switched away from Less to Sass.
Right.
And I really liked Less, and I didn't want to use Sass, but I did like Bootstrap also, but I didn't want to use Bootstrap with Sass, so I thought, I'll try and make like just my own custom thing. And I was just writing this custom CSS. I was porting around from project to project, and as I kind of copy and pasted it between each project, I was like keeping all these utility classes, but deleting everything else because the utility classes is the only thing that like were reusable across all different projects.
Right.
And that just kind of evolved over time. And I never really thought too much about it. It was just a thing I was using for me. And I was doing all these live streams, so I was working on like little side projects, trying to like teach people TDD and like some UI front end stuff. But all everyone asked about all the time in the comments on YouTube was like, what is this CSS thing? What is this CSS thing? So I decided to open source it almost as like marketing for the app that I was working on.
Right.
I called it Tailwind because the project I was working on was called Kitetail. And then just took off, you know?
Yeah.
And now
it went to Hacker News. Everybody was angry.
120 million downloads a week now, I think.
It's so wild. And then, I was going to say, then you got Tailwind Labs or commercial product.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think of the right word. Is it Labs? It's not Labs.
The company is Tailwind Labs, but it's not really like a public name that we like throw around.
Okay.
And then Tailwind Plus is like the commercial thing.
That's what I was thinking,
Yeah.
Tailwind Plus. I mean, how's life been since Tailwind took over the world? Y'all been staying busy. I know
always staying busy.
You have the same struggles as everybody else. So AI's coming for all of
trying
us.
to figure out how to adapt to that and like what we can do that is useful again in the world of AI other than Tailwind itself. You know, it's a bit challenging when we used to sell web designs basically, you know, that's what it boiled down to, but now you can just ask Claude or ChatGPT or whatever for a web design. So figuring out where do we fit into that workflow now, which we're slowly figuring it out, but it's a new world that everyone's trying to navigate.
It feels like it's disrupting everything. You know, like even from the news side, we're getting disrupted. Tutorials are really disrupted.
Tutorials super disruptive.
Yeah.
For sure.
But I was gonna bring this up because you tweeted about it. You made a gym workout video, and that thing kind of blew up for not having a gym.
It was a brand new
you're not a gym influencer, and that thing worked.
That's where I'm
really
going
good.
next if this Tailwind stuff doesn't work out.
AI can't replace gym.
No, AI
gym talk.
can never replace muscles. You know.
That's true. That's true. All right, so we got 3 minutes left. What do you want to? Do you want to plug or pitch anything, or you want to talk about anything in specific?
Plug or pitch, really? I mean.
I just heard him say you should go subscribe to the Laravel newsletter.
Right.
He did just say that. I did hear him say that.
Check out the brand new redesign that Eric did with AI and not with any Tailwind products.
Oh, is it? No, it did. I think it used Tailwind.
It used Tailwind, but not Tailwind Plus.
Oh well, yeah. it was. What did I use? I used Codex with Soul. And it just one-shotted it. It was like, okay, we're happy with this. It's good enough.
A question for you is what did you give it?
Oh, it was 2 sentences. I said.
Did you give it any visual inspiration
or
anything?
I said I want you to come up with 5 designs based on what you know
so you asked
of.
for 5 designs.
Yeah, 5 designs based on what you know of news websites, and so that was like the second design it came up with out of all.
I think that's the most important hack for getting good results with design with AI tools. If you ask it for just make something, first of all, you don't even know what you're asking it to make, so you are worried about saying the wrong thing. And second of all, I think that all the models kind of like, they have the thing they want to try first, like every single time. There's like that discernible AI look.
Yes.
But if you ask it for like 5 things, now all of a sudden, like you don't feel like you have to tell it what you want because you're waiting. You're just gonna choose what you want from the stuff that it gives it, and you force it sort of out of its default path. So.
Right. Yeah. And And to me, it was amazing too, because I was like, give me 5 designs, but I want a new controller and I want 5 routes. That way I could just preview it in the browser. And it just one-shotted it, and then I uploaded it and sent it to the team. I was like, which one do you guys like? And they're like, oh, we like this one.
And did you do it within the existing code base, or did you just do it in like a new app?
No,
with, like,
it's
baked
in my original Laravel News.
Okay,
repo.
so it was using like all the real articles and all that stuff.
Yep. So it used all the real stuff and everything. So to me, it turned out pretty well. And then I'm gonna start doing that on other pages to try to match that, and we'll see how it goes. But
well, it looks
and then the only problem though is people want dark mode, and I don't really want to go do that. But I guess I will.
UI.sh Tailwind product has a dark mode skill.
Ooh.
Yeah.
That's what I need to get then, and then I can just feed it that, and that way I don't have to deal with it. Because to me, dark mode is so hard compared to need to think harder how I probably. Oh, that's our next talk coming up.
Yeah.
Next talk.
I'm looking forward to that one. That'll be a good talk.
Think Harder, How I Prompt by Thorsten Ball, and we got 20 seconds left. I'm gonna leave it to you.
Subscribe to Laravel News now.
Go check out Tailwind CSS, and next time you see it on Hacker News, go write nice comments. All right, so we're gonna head back to the venue, and then at the end of the day, we're gonna have one more break like this, and that's all. So see you then.
Hello, hello, hello. Y'all fill on in. Everybody get their ice cream? Yeah, there we go. I was shocked he had to keep making announcements about ice cream. Come on, people. All right, y'all find your seats. We're gonna keep it going. Up next, we've got Thorsten, okay? And if you don't know who Thorsten Ball is, you should ask your favorite developer who their favorite developer is, and odds are it's Thorsten, okay? Thorsten is one of the clearest thinkers in this space, and has been for a very long time, okay? He's written a couple of books, writing an interpreter in Go, writing a compiler in Go. And so I have seen people here with their books getting Thorsten to sign them. And now, these days, he spends his time thinking about, and writing software for his new company that he co-founded, AMP. So he's going to talk to us about AMP today. Previously, he's at SourceGraph. Previously, he's at Zed. So he's been in developer tooling for an incredibly long time. And so this is someone with a deep well of expertise that's going to help us think more about the frontier. So, all the way from Germany, please welcome Thorsten Ball.
All right, here we are. It's nice to be here. This is my first Laracon, and I know this is tacky. You shouldn't use too many F words up here, but I just want to say it's fantastic to be here. Just phenomenal, you know? So today, I want to talk to you about how I prompt coding agents specifically. And the problem with a lot of people who talk about AI is, of course, when you ask them, what have you shipped? The answer is, well, goes to a different school, you wouldn't know it, blah, 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 it's hard, I can't talk about it. So to establish my credentials a little bit, I'm one of the co-creators of AMP, which is a coding agent that came out last year, a couple of weeks after Claude Code. We were one of the first, and a lot of people call it polished or high taste. Aaron actually told his wife that it is a delight, which, you know, pretty good thing to hear. And this was our TUI last year. It's evolved tremendously in the last 6 months. So now it looks more like this. It's a full-blown development environment. You can spawn orbs, which are sandboxes, and you can run agents in them. You can remote control agents running on your Raspberry Pi, your fridge, your lawnmower, wherever you want. You can preview stuff. You can do a lot of things. People call us, to quote, again, I'm not bragging. I'm getting to a point here. I'm not just saying this to brag. People call us the Porsche of coding agents. And the guy on Twitter doubled down and was like, no, it's the Ferrari of coding agents. So it is one of the most complex distributed systems I've worked on, and I worked on some interesting things over my career. And here's the kicker. Here's why I'm saying all of this. This is 99% written by AI. Nobody in our team really writes code by hand anymore. I certainly don't. I did a poll 2 weeks ago, and I asked the others on the team, how much code do you write by hand? You know, I started with by AI, 99, 95, 90, and less. And Camden was like, I think I write 10% by hand. And I'm like, really? And he's like, nah, not really. So it's a complex product that's beloved by many. I would say it's not slop. So today I want to talk to you about how I prompt, like how I build AMP or build large parts of it. Today I'm going to reveal to you the effort that goes into prompts like this, the discipline and training that makes this happen, technique, you know, artisanship you can call it maybe, the obsession and methodology, all of this, you know, finesse, I guess. And to be honest, I think let's call it what it is. Like this is engineering, right? Like this, look at this stuff. You know, at the end of this talk, I promise you, you will be able to prompt like this. I'm just kidding. This is the end of my talk. This is how I prompt. Thank you very much. No, my prompts actually look more like this. Pretty text heavy. And the good news is, it's pretty, oh, let me go back. Sorry, let me go forward. Oh, sorry. There you go. It's actually pretty boring how I prompt. So I don't use any MCP servers. I don't have to. I use 1 or 2 skills. I don't use any frameworks. I don't have any you know, custom / commands setup going on. Everything you see in this talk is something that you can do at home, ideally with AMP, but you know, you can do it in other coding agents too. There is no secret sauce. There's no magic keyword, really, except while researching for this talk, I look at the last 2,000 prompts that I sent. It turns out there's this one word that I, as a non-native speaker, have never pronounced or said out loud in my life, and yet I keep using it in every thread when I talk to an agent. It's ridiculous. Like, it showed up in every conversation I have. I mean, look at this. I even spent extra money to correct what I said just to get it in there again. So maybe this is the magic keyword, right? But if there is such a thing as a magic little trick, it is this question. This is the one thing that I want you to take away from this talk. This is the one thing that I want you to ask yourself when you write a prompt. And I don't mean in the existential way that you have to, you know, bow your head in front of the desk and wonder, where does information come from? But what I mean is, when you write a prompt, you're talking to a large language model. And what you have to think about is, how is the model supposed to know what I mean? You know? A coding agent under the hood is just a large language model that has a context window. Like, it's magical, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying it's a stochastic parrot or anything like this. But it is, at the end of the day, just a long piece of text that you send to a model and gets completed. So if you ask a model to do something, the information with which it can interpret what you're saying, your prompt, can only come from a bunch of places, right? On the one side, we have the training data. That's, as we know, the observable internet, or all of the books, or all of Stack Overflow, like all of this. And then here's the more interesting stuff. That's the stuff that you can influence, the context window. So in the context window goes your system prompt, the tool definitions, the MCP tool definitions, skills, agents, messages, meaning the whole conversation, the tool results, so everything that the model executed, every tool call that it issued, the results are in the context window, and most importantly, your prompt. So if you write a prompt like this, how is the model supposed to know what the bug is or what the upload is? If this is your entire prompt and your code base doesn't have an agentsmd file where you clearly define what the bug is or what the upload is, it won't know. But it's not like us. It won't say, what the hell are you talking about? What bug? What upload? It will say, you're absolutely right. I'm going to fix the bug with the upload. And then it's going to do whatever it thinks that is, right? So here's the mental model that I want you to use. Imagine this, and I hope this doesn't hit too close to home for some. You're a senior engineer. You've done it all. You've worked Windows, Linux, Unix, Mac OS. You've done backend, front-end, client. You know all the languages. You've read Stack Overflow. You got the most points on Stack Overflow. You can invoke an anonymous function in every language known to anybody, right? And then one day you walk to work, and somebody snatches you off the street, throws you in a van, puts a hood over your head, drives you somewhere, and then suddenly hood is pulled off your head, and you find yourself in a room where there's nothing in front of you except the desk, and on that desk you see a computer, and on that computer there's a code base open in a text editor, there's a terminal, and a web browser. And then magically, or tragically in this case, somebody hands you a note, and on that note it says, fix the bug with the upload. You know? That's what the model experiences. So when you write a prompt, you have to think about the reader. The goal of all writing is to be understood. If you're not practicing touch typing, you want the reader to understand what you're saying, right? It could be a commit message, Slack message, text message, pull request message, or a prompt to a model. Every time you write something, you have to think in a loop, what does the reader know, and what do I need to tell them? Like, what is the information they're missing? So when you write a prompt, you're talking to a model, it's the same thing. You have to wonder, like, how does the model know what I mean? Like, where's the information supposed to come from? Is it the training data? Is it in the context window? Is it in the code base? Is it in my prompt? Okay? So again, like, if you take anything away from this talk, it's this. It's this mental model of where's the information supposed to come from? And in the rest of this talk, we're now going to look at some of my prompts that I write. And this looks scary, but it's not, right? So this is a prompt that I use to build a feature called daemon mode, which allows you to run AMP headless on multiple machines, and you can remote control them. And this is pretty big. This is probably one of the biggest prompts. I can already, this is spoiler, I can already tell you I don't always write prompts like this, right? But just to drive the point home, look at this. This is the start. I start out by saying, I need your help in building something biggish. Right now in server and in thread actors, we can spawn new thread and sandboxes. So I point it at 2 directories. Then I say, they spawn an E2B sandbox. We start amp-headless, which is our CLI. So I say, in this folder is our CLI. That's this process. Then I say, then it connects to this, and then the user can remote control it. Like, the details don't matter. But after this paragraph, I already pointed the model at 3 folders. This is where the information lives. And this is roughly how they're connected. And then the next paragraph, I say, well, now we've kind of abstracted away this provider behind the sandbox manager. Look at this file, look at that file, and read those docs. So again, 3 sources of information, right? So you have 2 paragraphs, 3 folders, 3 files. This is what I would tell a senior engineer if I were to ask him to build this feature for me. Like, here, look at this stuff. Like, this is what's in my head. Like, this is what I know about this. Please look at this. And then I go on further down, and I just spell out what I think the feature should be. So I say, I want a new mode for the CLI called amp-daemon. It registers with this. When I launch this, it should do this, and then it should do this. Again, details don't matter. The point is I'm spelling out how I think it should roughly work, because that's information in my head, right? So then I say it should be in a repository. We don't do checkouts, no work trees, because again, that's a constraint. Like, how would it know that this is a constraint if I wouldn't put it in there? And then I continue, it say it should manage the lifetime of the process, again, a constraint, and then when it shuts down, it should kill all of that. And then I follow, and this is it's pretty wild to talk about this on stage, actually, because I start by saying stuff like, it should be super, super thin and mostly focus on this. I used Fable for this prompt, and it handles this stuff super well, but obviously this is a little bit vague. But it's just stuff that's in my head, right? It's information that I wanted to get out and the model to know. So I then also said stuff like, I want us to go in the direction of this. And then I say somewhere here, this is something I keep in the back of my head. I want you to keep it in the back of your head, which, I don't know, it worked, but maybe strange, right? And then I say, maybe it should do this, right? And then I follow up with a bunch of other stuff. And the point here is, this is all stuff that I know or think I know about how it's supposed to work, but I know that the model doesn't have this information, right? This is not in the training data, it's not in the code base, it's not anywhere else. So I put it in my prompt. And it worked, or apparently, as I like to say, you know, this, which is weird. But then 2 weeks later, we wanted to change the feature. So now we had this big feature, but I didn't like it, so I wanted to change it. So how did I do it? I started by writing here, look through this file, look through that file, how it works, and look at the mentions of this in this file, analyze how it works, and then here, because I want to change it completely, at least to some extent, which doesn't even make sense. But I pointed at sources of information, right? I know that the information of how the feature works is supposed to be in these files and this doc, so I point the agent at it, because otherwise, how is it supposed to know? And then I do this and say, see here, image 1, which is a screenshot that I attached to the prompt. And guess what's that? This is a screenshot of a long Slack conversation. You don't have to read this. This is just a conversation between me and the two Tims at AMP about how we think the feature should work. And the point here is not like the contents, but the point is, if you were a senior engineer and I would ask you to build this, I would also link you to the Slack conversation and say, like, oh, the information is in here. And this contained a lot of information so that at the end of the prompt, they only, again, had to spell out, like, this is how it should work with a lot of typos. Like, here, you start the CLI, then it does this, and it connects to this, blah, blah, blah. And this worked. Like, we shipped the feature. You can now run agents anywhere. It did it. That was a good prompt, This is what we say, or I say. And then here, now, the first two prompts are big prompts. Like, I put all of the information in the prompt. You don't always have to do this. I said there's no techniques in here, but I'm trying to coin a term. I call this the 1-2 punch. So if anybody ever refers to it like this, I coined it right here, right now. I just want you to know this. So instead of putting everything in the first prompt, I ask it to find the information. I say, find the asset for this trumpeter guy that we use to display news and chronicle posts in the web UI. And then the screenshot attached is a screenshot of this. I was pretty sure that it could grab the AMP chronicle, which is a fixed static string, and find out where it is. And turns out, yes, it could. It found it. And look, now in the context window, we have like where the images are. We have the swell component. We have a different OG image version. It's all in the context window. And then I can make my ask. And then I say, can you create some variations of this guy? 4 or 5 variations. Instead of a trumpet, it should have, what is it, 2 symbols and a bunch of other stuff. And it says, like, yeah, I can do this. I know where it is. I can change this. Should I use the painter? The painter is a thing we have in AMP, like a tool to generate new images. I say, go ahead, use it. Work for 6 minutes, created variations. And then I say, can you create another one where he's playing a Gibson Flying V, and it should look like he's playing Master of Puppets? And it worked. It actually did like the Gibson Flying V. So that was a good prompt. Yeah, exactly. So slight twist on this. We had, in AMP, you can queue messages, you can steer messages, but the web version didn't work correctly. The CLI version did. So I wanted to fix the web version. So I started my prompt by saying, investigate how queuing works in our CLI. It is the gold standard for how it should work. Right? I pointed at the directory and said, this is what good looks like. And then I say, messages can be queued, you can steer them, you can unsteer them, you can dequeue them. So that means I kind of tell it I'm interested in not like how it looks or formatting or anything like this. I'm interested in the mechanism. And then, once it knows this, I make my ask and say, well, the web version is kind of not working. I want you to investigate and make it so that the CLI works. So I say, this is where the information is. This is the gold standard. Now make this other thing work. If I hadn't done the first thing and said, like, our web queuing is kind of broken, the question is, what would it have done? Like, would it know what broken looks like, what good looks like? So I had to point it at it. So at this point, you're going, OK, I get it. Like, information has to come from somewhere. But dude, Thorsten, I'm not going to write all of these prompts by hand. Like, it's too much text. And I get it, right? So let's talk about how we can make this easier by showing you more text. So this is how we debug stuff in production, or I debug stuff a lot in production. But the funny thing about this prompt is that this is the only part that I wrote by hand. And that in itself is a pretty shitty prompt. What is going on here? Why is this not booting up? Imagine, you're sitting in the room, somebody pulls the hood off your head, and you're like, why is this not booting up? This day couldn't get worse. But the thing is, the rest of the prompt defines what this is. Right? It's a bunch of points at docs, it has IDs, it has data dumps, has a lot of information. It even has down here like debug scripts, URLs where you can find more information. And all of this is auto-generated. So I didn't have to type this by hand. So in AMP, if you have a problem with your agent, in this case, say you had a problem with my orb worms, there's this button up here that every AMP admin or developer can press, and open pops the dev sidebar. And then when you look here, you can see that we have debug prompts and commands. So these are auto-generated. That's like an information dump. It's just markdown. It's just text. But when you're debugging something, it's really easy to just copy this from production, point the agent that has read-only access to prod, and say, like, figure out what's wrong with this, and you don't have to do a lot of typing. And it even includes like debug scripts and little commands that only the agent uses. So that's a nice trick. The other thing are screenshots. If you can't tell by now, I do love screenshots. Half of this talk are screenshots, I think. And they're a really good source of information, obviously. So in this prompt here is pretty bad, right? Don't read both directories. Again, imagine yourself in a room, hood of your head, don't read both directories. What the hell are you talking about? Like, what directories and why, right? But the image I attached, again, is a screenshot. It's a screenshot of a customer question in Slack where they ask about these two directories. Don't you read like the agent skill and the config agent skill directories? And it also points to a separate GitHub issue, which again is another source of information. The agent has access to the web. So all of the information about what both directories are is contained in the screenshot, and then the agent figures it out. The agent knows what it is, and then after that, I can just say, make it so that we read both directories. And writing this prompt took me, what, like 30 seconds, maybe even less. I love screenshots. They're really, really good. Like I thought about making this the title of the talk and just show you prompts where I have screenshots in them, because I swear to you, 90% of my prompts have screenshots in them. I'm incredibly lazy, and taking screenshots is so good, and throwing them in prompts. So maybe this is the second thing you should take away from this talk. Take more screenshots. Now, we have another small trick. AMP reports. Again, something you can copy and do at home. So if you look at this prompt, investigate this report, please. You have prod access to logs. Pretty bad, right? Like, pretty bad prompt. There's not a lot of information in there. But this thing here, that's an AMP report ID. So whenever an AMP user runs into an issue, they can hit this command in the TUI or in the web, and it generates a diagnostic report. That means it compiles local debug information, debug logs, the last 500 lines of logs, and it compiles this and sends it up, securely to ampcode.com. And then in our repo, our AMP agent has access to this tool. Like in AMP, you can define custom tools with plugins. This is like 20 seconds it takes for an agent to generate this tool. Get AMP report data. You ask it about a report, it downloads the report, and what's in the report? Just information. Like just debug information, debug state, production information, concatenated logs, it's all in there. And once it has this, all you then have to do is, ask it what the bug was, because it knows how to figure it out, how to debug it. So now we come up to the last prompt, and this is slightly different. This is my favorite way to prompt, actually. So let's take a look at this. So here I ask, can you change this picker in the web UI so that it includes descriptions? Right? And can you add a subtle scroll down for more at the bottom? And the screenshot doesn't contain much more information. This is just my colleague Will asking, this is a bit too subtle. I don't see that I can scroll down. Can we fix this? But I just attached it because I know the agent will be able to find the component based on the screenshot. And then I say, implement this fix and show me a screenshot of the storybook story. So I assume you're all familiar with storybooks. It's just a little website where you can render your UI components and see them in different states. So I asked it to do this, and just based on this prompt, it actually did it. Like, it worked for 15 minutes in a headless instance, in AMP orbs, and it produced 2 screenshots. It fixed the thing. That's it. And now you're wondering, well, how did it know how to do this? Like, how did it know how to take screenshots of the storybooks and whatnot? But if we look at what it did for 15 minutes, we will see that it read some files, right? Oops. Most notably, it read these files, agents.md files. So in most coding agents, they're automatically read into context if the agent reads a sibling file of them. So if you litter them around your code base, you can leave like trails for the agent whenever it's in a separate directory. And in these files, this is our root one, we define like, hey, if you want to start the dev server, use this command. If you use browser automation, use this. If you want to do this, use this. And then down here, we say, if you need to create a storybook, write it like this. This is the name of the component. And then in the storybook folder itself, we have another agents.md where we say, this is the storybook. It runs at this URL. You can find the port here. This is how you check it. And it works. And this, to me, is like the ultimate way to prompt. When you start to move the how to do things out of the prompt, and it's in the code base. So over time, you want your code base to contain more and more information of how an agent should treat a certain directory, of how it can do things. The information is then in the code base, and it doesn't have to come from your prompt, right? So you can Save this and just say, take a screenshot, and the code base will tell it how to do this. It doesn't change the fact that the information has to come from somewhere, but if you make your code base contain it, you don't have to put it in your prompt. And that makes it pretty easy to write good prompts. And that's all I got. Thank you so much.
All right. Nicely done.
Thank you.
OK, so you said early on that 99% of the code at AMP is written by agents.
Yeah.
So I can almost guarantee some people in the audience heard that and said, well, how do you have any idea what the hell is going on?
I don't.
Yeah, you showed at one point, hey, tell me how we're doing this, and you kind of talked to it. How do you keep that, because I know you have one, how do you keep that mental map of the application in your head if you didn't write it by hand?
I think you need to know what is load-bearing. I've used the term load-bearing before the agents started using them, by the way, right? But you need to know what's load-bearing in your code base, like what's important, like what are the foundations of this code base that are unshakable. And for those, when we wrote our distributed system, like the protocol between different components, like the runtime behavior, when something goes to sleep, when something wakes up, like the business logic and how it's encoded in code, this we didn't write by hand, but we kind of watched it like a hawk when the agent would modify it, right? And we would like write down our business constraints, the domain logic in docs, had the agent check against them, reviewed the code, right? You can review code without writing it, and just make sure that like the most important pieces are really solid and that it's documented why they're solid, so that the next time you use an agent, it doesn't come around and change them again. But then, you know, a lot of the code is not load-bearing or that important. Like if the more to the edges of a code base you come, the less you need to review. Like, you know, not to offend, where's Adam? Like, not to offend anyone, but like, I don't really care about the CSS, you know, maybe that much. Like, there's a certain aspect where you kind of need to figure out, is this worth digging into? And I think the more you work in a code base, the more you get that feeling, like the more you trust the agent.
Yeah.
And I think the most practical thing that maybe a lot of people haven't done yet is try and give the agent a super long leash and try and see how far you get, and then maybe undo the changes or see what you need to change. Do you need to document more? Why did it do the thing? And I think you develop an intuition for where it works and where it doesn't work.
Incredible answer. Y'all give it up for Thorsten. Nice job.
Thank you so much.
He did accurately quote me. I have said many times that AMP is a delight, so I love the product that he builds. Up next is a returning speaker who stood on this, not this, but the Laracon US stage last year, and that is Will King. He is a senior design engineer at Snowflake. Before that, he was at Crunchy Data, and so he's been in the game for quite some time. He is a self-taught developer, just like many of us in this room, based in Montgomery, Alabama. And he co-hosts a podcast with our very own Josh Seary. I don't know if he's in the room, but they have a podcast called Riff and Refine that is quite good. And the thing that I love and respect about Will so much is that he is ruthless about craft and taste, but he is still trying. He's still trying to be out in front, and so he's not giving way to slop. He's still holding that high aesthetic standard, and so he's here to talk to us about the very exciting title, "AI Can Do Your Job Now." Please welcome Will King.
Alrighty. A fundamental shift is happening right now. Like electricity, like the internet, something new has come along that demands us to change the way we think about, honestly, everything. But I've only got 20 minutes on this stage, so we're going to focus on how it's changed the way we think about our job. Now, obviously, the it that I'm talking about is AI. And for the longest time, we've defined our job by our output. I'm an engineer, so my job's to write code. But AI has changed that. Because if the job was to write code, AI can do your job. In fact, if your work looks like this, If you can describe what done looks like before the work starts, AI can do that. And it should be doing that, because this type of work is exactly what AI is getting really, really good at. But this isn't the job. The job has never been lines of code. Yes, we've written a lot of lines of code, but that isn't the job, right? The job is creativity. Okay. I get it. There's a room full of developers, and I know that a lot of you are probably sitting there thinking, what does creativity have to do with me? Well, that's because creativity has a branding problem. Design does not own creativity. Creativity doesn't look like this. Creativity looks like this. And more accurately, it looks like this. Before any lines of code can be written, you have to know what lines are worth writing. What work should be done? What does done look like? The answer to these questions requires a different kind of work, creative work. And today I'm going to give you the playbook for how to navigate this. Today, we're getting better at creative work. Wait, isn't creativity something you have or you don't have? It's inspiration or a magic thing, right? Nope. People think creativity is binary. Either you have it or you don't. And there's a really good reason that people think that. Creative work is intimidating. Now, my wife, who's sitting here on the front row, is a teacher. I was working on my slides, and she pointed this out to me. It's called Bloom's taxonomy. It's a framework for defining how you learn. And the higher up the pyramid that you go, the more complex it becomes. And guess what's at the very top? So yeah, creative work is intimidating. And when you're inexperienced, creative work looks like madness. So it's easier to chalk it up to something binary, to bow out and say, well, I must not have the gift. But this looks like madness because we're looking at creativity too closely. We're looking at the path instead of the process. Every creative path is messy when you trace it step by step. It bends, it doubles back, and not everyone's path looks the same. When you compare them, they almost never match. That is why creativity feels so hard to explain. We confuse the path for the process. The path is personal, but each one of these paths has a rhythm if you know what to look for. And that's what we're going to answer. What is the rhythm of creativity? And to start with, creativity demands a catalyst. Creativity doesn't happen in a vacuum. Creativity is a reaction. This is important because you can't have ideas for things that you never notice. The foundation of being creative comes down to your ability to notice what's going on around you. Have you ever seen something and thought, oh, I could have come up with that? Well, you're right, but you didn't. Because that person did this, and you didn't. There are lots of different forms creative catalysts can take, but they all fall into two buckets, from the work and from the world. And most of the catalysts that trigger work you do day to day come from the work. Feature requests, complaints from customers, bugs, errors from the systems that they surface, product misuse because you realize your product incentivizes the wrong behavior. All of these catalysts, they're all catalysts, and they surface naturally during the life cycle of working on products. The question is, how do you react to them? How do they make your work better? Well, make feedback find you. This is a big one. All the feedback in the world means nothing if you never see it. There are a bunch of ways to do this. I'm not going to prescribe any of them today, but there is one that I want to point out ever since AI has been in the mix. Ramp, they created this internal product called Glass. It's a workspace that all of their employees get that's already connected to everything. User metrics, product usage, support tickets, internal comms, all with AI tooling built into it so that it gives every employee access to feedback at their fingertips. All right. 2, a common mistake when people react to feedback is that they confuse evidence of a problem with the solution to it. It's easy. The customer told me exactly what they want. The error says this exact thing is broken. Catalyst should always be treated as a signal, not the source of truth. Our job is to take that signal and find out where it leads. I like the way that this post described the same thing. How to be good at your job. Realize one thing is actually made up of two separate things. Realize instead of solving the direct problem, you can solve a broader problem. Instead of implementing thing, implement other thing that makes it easier to implement thing. The point is, when a catalyst surfaces, we should pause, dig deeper. Now, a good way to do this is to change your aperture. I really like this technique because it's a reliable way to get more context. Zoom out on what you're working on. Take a look at the bigger picture. Zoom in, dive into the details, pull apart why each piece is needed. Look at what happens before, what happens after. The more information that you consume, the more context that you are giving yourselves, the higher the ceiling will be on the creativity that follows. Now, catalysts from the work tell you where to pay attention. But just because you know where to look, where to focus, it doesn't tell you what to create. For that, you need another kind of catalyst. Can you guess why this one's called From the World? When you see novel solutions, something that you see that stops and makes you say, how did they even come up with that? That is because of these right here. They represent all the things that you have seen, that you've learned, that you've experienced outside of your work that shape the way you solve problems. They're responsible also for expanding the range of connections that you're capable of making. Now, what does that mean? This will be familiar to some of you if you were at Laracon last year. This project exists because I spent my childhood playing Game Boy. I had an industrial design degree in college where I had to learn 3D rendering and lighting. I tried to build a game engine from scratch. I dug into web audio APIs, trying to build music makers into the web. All of these just unrelated things happened at different times, but one day, all these connections came together and a new connection was made. And now, this exists. Novel connections are unpredictable, but filling your life with inputs that make them possible is not. Now, the way that you can do this, in case it isn't obvious, is get off the beaten path. You will never unlock new possibilities or unique solutions if you just stay in your lane. The most interesting connections are going to come when you try things that feel completely unrelated to software. You need more inputs. Our brains are capable of making connections we could never predict if we just give it the raw material to make them. Now, the moment you experience something may not be, and in fact it rarely is, the moment that you are working on something that it applies to. So collect these moments, build a library, let those moments become catalysts in the future. Now, this is some of what my personal library looks like, and as you can tell, it's full of plenty of things that have absolutely nothing to do with my job, but that's the point, right? Creativity requires a catalyst, a reaction to something that you notice. And the more of these catalysts that you have available, the more reactions you will have. You can't control how or when these reactions happen, but you can give yourself more opportunities for them to happen. So what happens next? Catalysts trigger a reaction, but does every reaction become an idea? Ideas are the result of what you notice colliding with what you know. Now, what you notice is the catalyst part that we just covered, but what do I mean by colliding with what you know? Let's look at some real-world examples. You're mad because you forgot to bring your USB drive on a 4-hour bus ride and realize you can't work on your project, and you happen to be a comp sci major. You dislike how the rich treat art as commodities, how they commercialize it, and you happen to be an artist. Maybe your girlfriend dumps you, and you're an expert paper salesman. What you know is the conduit for the catalyst to become ideas. It explains why some people turn frustrations into products, others into jokes or into art. But for a large majority of people, this is the end of the path. Because if you can't apply the catalyst that you're experiencing into something that you're familiar with, it's the end of the road. But it doesn't have to be. Master your medium. Give catalysts something to collide with. Expertise, as I said, is the conduit for creativity. And it has never been a better time to master, honestly, anything. here are some ways that you can get started. This is Matt Pocock. If you are not familiar with him, I'd be surprised, but you should go check out what he does. This is just one of the skills he's made. It creates an instructure agent how to generate a learning plan based on understanding you. It asks you what your goals are, and it adapts to where you currently are at. All right, build to learn. All right, this is a synth that I generated when I was getting into making music. And I added all these like knobs, these explanations for what each of these different parameters can do to play around with, to see what it does in real time. And anytime I didn't understand what one of these was changing, then I could just generate an even more specific focus tool to visualize what was going on. This one has been a new favorite of mine. It's called Sideshow by Ben Vinegar. I'm a very visual learner, and a wall of text is the last thing that I want to see when I'm trying to learn. This pairs with your agent sessions and outputs contextual UI for what you're currently working on. So, like I said, there's never been a better time to master anything with the tools at our disposal, no matter what your learning style is. All right, and last, for this is the language, that language is power. To get good at animations from an AI, you need to get good at telling it what you want. Emil then goes on and lists very specific domain language about animations, but domain language is not only good for AI. Being able to express thoughts in specific domain language also improves your ability to make connections between catalysts and ideas. This tool was made for this exact purpose. It lists out every word you will ever run into related to design and defines it for you, but I imagine that this would be an extremely valuable tool for engineering or Laravel if someone made one of these for that as well. After the previous post got some traction, Emil went on to share this one. This vocabulary is a side effect of domain expertise. Having domain expertise makes you way better at getting what you actually want from AI relative to other people. So, learn how to code, learn design, all the fundamentals. It's incredibly relevant and will stay relevant. So, I will say it again, ideas, good ideas, only come when what you notice collides with what you know. So, go get better at something. Okay, you've got ideas. Maybe you've got a bunch of them. Maybe you only have one, but ideas aren't real. Your brain has lossy compression. In your head, ideas are perfect. The edges are blurry, the hard parts are hidden. You get to live in this fantasy land of rainbows and dopamine because nothing has to work up there. So the question you need to answer is, can the idea survive contact with reality? So make the abstraction, build a prototype, tell the joke. Now that idea is not just floating around in your head anymore, it's made contact with reality, and contact with reality gives you something new. You start using the abstraction and you notice that it feels clunky. You send the prototype around to your team and they point out 5 edge cases to you like immediately. You tell the joke, no one laughs. That's not failure, that's information. And in the case of this last one, that's just every day with my wife. If there's one lesson that you get about creativity from my entire talk, it's this. So listen up, at least for this part. The output of creativity is not the artifacts that you make along the way. The output is the clarity that you get while making them. Artifacts are not precious. They're not special. They're a tool, a means to an end. Now, whether this is like design in Figma, whether this is like code prototypes, tools that you're making, they're just there to give your work a chance to answer back by exposing what you don't understand. And that gives you something else to react to. That reaction becomes the next catalyst, carrying you through a loop again and again until you get all the answers, till everything becomes clear. Now, this is the perfect example from Caleb Porzio. I grabbed these posts from when he was sharing his work on the calendar widget, and I grabbed maybe half of what he actually shared. And you could probably ask Caleb, I bet this is half of what he actually made to explore the calendar widget. I added this to my talk before I realized that Thorsten was the one speaking right before me. This whole article is fantastic, but I want to highlight 2 parts from it. There's no way, absolutely zero chance, you can build something new and avoid bumping into. That's not what I meant. Embrace that we need to play around with ideas as fast as possible in a way that lets us learn what it is we're building. And I had to go in the archives for this one. This one's like one of the greatest posts of all time, in my opinion. Good idea generator. 1, have any idea. 2, pursue it. 3, build something that makes it easier to achieve. 4, number 3 is your good idea. Ideas are perfect because they can be, but you won't find the right solutions until those ideas meet reality. So, how do you know you're done? How do you know when you found the right answer? Now, the word I'm about to throw out is one that we can't seem to escape from since AI has entered the ring: taste. Now, everyone has a different idea of like what taste is, but I think my favorite definition of taste comes from Daniel Colborn. Taste is pattern matching earned through pain. Now, there's a story that I remember from when I was a kid. I don't like remember exactly all the details, but it was about like government employees who were testing the counterfeit bills. Like their job was to figure out, are these bills real or are these bills counterfeit? And it blew my mind to find out that they don't use a special machine, they don't use markers, they just can touch the bill and immediately know which ones are real and which ones are fake. They've touched so many bills, they could immediately tell the difference between what was real and what is fake. That is how you get to the right answer. Not by being gifted, but by being relentless. Finding the right answer not through a single moment of magic, but because you found enough wrong answers to recognize the right one when it shows up. Now, taste is when you've done this process so many times that you've built intuition. You need fewer at-bats to get to the same conclusion. You have better pattern recognition. And the way that you get better at finding the right answer, the way that you get better at pattern matching, is by doing more, a lot more, which is why you should optimize for exploration. You need more at-bats, because regardless of your experience, regardless of how long you've been doing it, there's one truth to creative work: your first idea always sucks. Even if you end up choosing your first idea, it still sucks. Why? Because you've not found enough wrong answers to trust that you found the right one. Now, there's this video that Rolling Stones did with Phineas and Billie Eilish, and there's this clip that I want to pull out of it that I hope hammers this point home.
So long. Not even recording them, but deciding what it was going to be. I'm telling you, dude, we tried so many different ways. We had like 800 different versions. It was like, oh my God, it took so long.
800 versions to nail it. Now, if something doesn't seem right, if it feels off, that's your taste at work. Don't settle. Try again. All right, a lot of the times, the biggest hurdle is just getting the ball rolling, the blank canvas problem. The reason that this is such a common trap to fall into is that you're expecting too much from your first idea. Remember, artifacts are not the output, so make them less sacred. Becoming someone who's good at exploration begins with one simple shift. Stop asking and optimizing the beginning to be about quality. Optimize it for motion. There's this creative exercise called Crazy Eights. You have to come up with 8 ideas, completely different ideas, in 8 minutes. And the goal of this exercise is to push you past your first, most obvious idea, to turn off that voice in your head that says, man, this is terrible, and just get ideas on paper. Now, this is a great exercise if you just have a pencil and a piece of paper, but these days you can do even more. Paper is a canvas-based design tool, and they've built this into their product. Pull from real data sources, pull from your design guidelines, and get agents to generate as many ideas as you want. Guess who's back? This time with his prototype skill. Whether it's CLI, UI, API, this skill is really great for quickly getting ideas into a format that you can interact with and start testing what feels right. Okay, when you get stuck, get a new perspective. The more perspectives that you get on creative work, the more possibilities that work can have. The best way to do this is to not do creative work alone. Smith & Diction is one of my favorite brand studios. When they get a new client, everyone on their team works on the client in the same file together. This lets everyone be inspired by each other's work, pushing them to explore paths that they might not have ever found on their own. And then there's this one. There's a reason that pair programming has been a thing in this industry for decades. And this is the next iteration, working on single agent sessions with others. The last thing that we're going to cover today, one of the easiest traps with creative work, is that you get over the hurdle of the blank canvas and you get started, but you try to solve the whole world all at one time. When you try to solve everything, what you end up doing is actually solving nothing. It's too much. So either you give up or you get lost. So you have to work at the right fidelity. The artifacts you need to produce need to be focused. You need to ask yourself 2 questions. What am I trying to learn? And what is the smallest thing that I can make to learn it? The goal isn't perfection. The goal is clarity. Industrial design prototyping is a great example of this. You don't build in production materials when you don't know what you're building yet. You explore form and function using the cheapest materials that you can that give you clarity. That way you can move on to the next problem. Working at the right fidelity has never been easier. One of my favorite side effects from the rise of AI is that the cost of tools built for single throwaway use cases has inverted. Now, this is a tool that I built for tuning icon animations. I could change timing curves, other properties to my heart's content. This is a performance testing tool for a text morphing library that someone built. Working at the right fidelity for every problem has never been easier. The cost of building a one-off tool for an exact problem you're experiencing is now cheaper than ever. And it's cheaper than shoehorning your problem into some third-party tool. This is the process. It isn't magic. Now, this looks a lot cleaner than what we were looking at the start of this, but this format was just so we could communicate the process clearly. This is a little bit closer to reality. It usually isn't just one catalyst, it's multiple. And those catalysts don't generate just one idea, it's multiple. Sometimes catalysts work together to inspire ideas, sometimes you follow them down their own paths, but not every idea is good. Some turn into dead ends when they have to meet with reality. And the clarity that you get exploring those ideas in reality narrows the field even further. And you have to decide if you've landed on something good enough, or if you need to loop back, try something different, iterate again. Creativity's hard, but there is a rhythm. You expand, you contract, you riff, you refine. All right, let's land the plane. Can AI do your job? If the work you're doing looks like this, it can, and it should. But you can't do the work that looks like that until you do the work that looks like this. It's hard work. Creativity, it requires creativity, but creativity isn't magic. It has a rhythm, and it's something that you can get better at. So what if AI can build anything? There is work required not only to explore what is possible, but what's good, to figure out what's worth building. And that is a job AI can't do. I'm a design engineer over at Snowflake. You can find me at wking.dev or on x.com, the everything app, at Will King. Most Wednesdays, like Aaron mentioned, Josh Seary and I have a live show all about creativity called Riff and Refine. And if you want to listen to something that has absolutely nothing to do with tech, you can listen to this podcast that me and my lovely wife, Allie, who's sitting here on the front row, do for fun called No One Asked Us. Thank you.
Great job.
Thank you, thank you.
This is not my official question, but how the heck did you make those slides?
Codecs and
Really?
motion.dev. All from
Is it all HTML, CSS,
yeah,
JavaScript?
just static HTML, and it's like offline, so no internet issues could get me down.
Those were incredible. So I really like the notice something, know something kind of framework.
Right.
On the notice something, you briefly scrolled through what looked like a gallery.
Right.
Can you talk to me about like the nuts and bolts of when you notice something, podcast, thing on the internet, article, whatever, where does it go? How often do you tend to that garden? Like what does that actual process look like?
All right, so I had a whole slide actually about this.
Oh, perfect.
But then Allie said, Will, you're talking too much. You need to cut some stuff. So I cut it.
Unbelievable.
But there's this tool called MyMind
Okay.
that I use. It's like built for this. It's got like a browser extension. It can go on your phone. Anytime that I run into something, whether it's like a blog post, a tweet, an image, a product, you can easily save it to My Mind. And the thing that I really like about My Mind is that you mentioned like pruning, how do you keep up with it? They have this tool where you go into this like focus session, and it just flips up all things that you've saved, and you get to decide if like, do I like this? Do I not like this? It has like AI search built in. It's like Tinder for your like ideas that you've saved. And then it's got like AI semantic search, so you can search by like green, you can search by like tech or like grunge or whatever. Like, it's a really good tool.
Okay, I'm glad I asked. And then I guess my question is, so the benefit of having that giant library is when the problem time comes where you have to like design a thing.
Right.
You're not going out and desperately trying to search for things. You just go look and see what sparks joy.
Right. Well, most of the time, like we said with the catalyst, it usually comes from work. Like you mentioned, like, hey, Will, you need to do this thing because we noticed this product issue. And at that point, it's like, okay, you start thinking about it. And most of the time, because you've saved it in this like place that you can visit, the more times that you like browse through your ideas, or like a lot of times it's just like, oh man, what was that one random thing that I saw that makes me think about this? Like, there's no rhyme or reason to it, but if you've done the job of intentionally pausing, like you don't even have to look for it, but if you've done the job of intentionally pausing, noticing you like something and saving it, just that motion of noticing it, thinking about why you like it, putting it in some library, even if you never look at it again, puts it however our brains work to be able to like pull that together at some point.
So it's like very little continuous work, and then when you need it, it's all there.
It's just there. It's just
amazing. Y'all give it up for Will. Great job.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, we're going to take a break till 3, so you go get some food and drinks. Make sure you check out the merch store. Make sure you talk to people. Be back here at 3 o'clock.
Here we go. Hey everyone, welcome back to the final break on day 2 of Laracon US Boston. It's been an amazing event. You know, I hope you've all enjoyed the talks and everything. During this last break, we've got a couple more sponsors that's here, people within the Laravel community, and all of the above. So it's going to be a fun time. So with me first, we got Michael. Black Airplane.
Yes, sir.
So Michael, thanks for being on here. So why don't you tell the audience, what is Black Airplane, and why do they need to know about it?
All right, Laravel News. It's great to be with you guys. I'm Michael Caldwell. I own Black Airplane. We're about a 30 full-time software development agency. We do everything from design through development. So we got, again, about 30 full-time. We have a dedicated design team. All 30 are here onshore. So it's a full-time team here in 9 states across the United States. Wow. We had to do work with a ton of enterprise, a ton of mid-market, and we are here to solve real business problems. So everything from that concept through design up to actually developing the product out. We've been long-time Laravel partners. We're huge believers in the platform. Obviously, the technology is amazing, but the community is really what makes it click, right?
Yes,
it's just an incredible community. The fact that we can be sitting here doing an interview about Laravel, and that enough people are tuned in to care because it's such an incredible, again, not just the technology, but a group of people who are all willing to pour into this together.
Yeah, and
we're here to do the same.
I was going to say, one of the interesting things you just brought up is design.
Yes.
It feels like, you know, we're all so developer focused, not design oriented. It's nice to sort of hear that from somebody else. It's like, we can do the designs for you.
Absolutely.
You know, even if you have a developer on staff, you can even do the other side of it.
It's so funny because the team is probably 4-to-1 developers to designers, but when we're here at Laracon, so often the conversation centers around design and front-end development because we all know how to build a great backend. Right. I mean, that's if you didn't, you're probably not here at this conference. Where I think we can really help shine, particularly in the Laravel community, is helping that finished polish, right? Getting it to that 95% really well-built platform, but getting it to the point where your customer turns it on and goes, holy crap,
yes, they're impressed.
This is really something. So
so you're based in Atlanta.
We are.
So right down the road from me, like
yes,
4
sir.
hours. So
yeah,
that's awesome.
Down in God's country.
Yeah, so that's awesome. And so design development, you said everything from sort of mid and up, or just kind of everywhere in between?
We can help pretty well across the board. Our sort of sweet spot tends to be those mid-market companies that where it often still founder-led, but large enough and at scale where you really need that technology help, right? So particularly good at what you do, but you need help on the tech team side. But really, again, we do a lot of enterprise work because we come back to the, hey, I need that final polish. I need you to help me figure out how do I make sure this is really ready for market, ready for the customer base. We've got enough experience. We've been in business for 9 years now. Got enough experience helping enough companies all around the world do just that we can really come in and help you shop.
I love that. I love that. And how big did you say the team was?
We're just about 30 full-time.
30
yeah.
full-time.
Yeah, spread across 9 states, almost all East and Central time. And so we try to keep everybody time zone aligned so we can stay focused on the work and not on the clock.
I like that. And I like that. And that way, when y'all have your meetings and everything, everything's
our
all
meetings,
on.
when you call, you know we're going to be at the desk, so we're ready to work.
I love that. I love that. We talked about this briefly. This is your second Laracon.
Our third Laracon is my second one here with you guys.
Second one here as a partner.
The team's been here for 3.
Yes, I love that. I love that. And so let's just talk about like more personal stuff.
Yeah.
Laracon's third one.
Yes.
What do you think? Is it changed since the first one?
Oh man, it's a great question. Yes, I think it's changed, but it's just so much fun. I think it's what I love about Laracon is it takes on a different flavor for the city you're actually in, right?
Yes.
Like everywhere you go, you get to actually feel. I mean, last night I got to eat at the Union Oyster House. So it's the oldest restaurant in North America. Just that experience that you get to have with peers who are building the same kinds of things all around the world. Just what an experience to get to meet the Laravel community. We're a hyper community focused company in a lot of different ways. So getting you plugged back into this community in cities all over North America is just, it's awesome. It's where you ought to be.
So we have a question on air.
Yeah.
Mayor.
Yes.
So there's a rumor spreading that you are the mayor.
I am the mayor of the city we're based in Woodstock, Georgia, which is a really fun thing to get to balance with owning a growing and exciting agency too. So yes, I said we're community focused, right? We're community focused in a whole lot of ways, but
that's awesome. So you get that, So I can't imagine you get the complaints on one side and you get the love on the other side. So you get the best of both
I don't know
worlds.
which side was which side. Just I'll tell you what. Shameless pitch for Woodstock. If you're in Metro Atlanta, we like beer, art, and balanced budgets. We would love to have you come visit. It's a ton of fun.
That's awesome. How long have you been the mayor?
I've been mayor. I'm in my 5th year now.
Fifth year, and it's
it's a 4-year term. So I won re-election last year. So I'm not up again until 2029, but we're having a ton of fun. It's one of the fastest growing cities in America and just a really, really fun place that really does feel community-based, a lot like what we're doing here.
And I assume Black Airplane created your committee website and your voting. Come and vote for you.
We do good work.
Yes. I love that. I love that. I think our 5 minutes is about up.
Awesome.
Michael, I want to thank you so much for coming out here. It was a pleasure meeting you.
Thank you for having me. And guys, thanks for paying attention. We're so thrilled to be here with you guys. Thrilled to be part of the community and just grateful for the time with you.
Yes, for sure. All right. Appreciate you. Let's grab that mic and we're going to swap out Vishal.
Perfect. Guys, thanks.
We've got a lot of action going on behind us. I don't know what's going on back here, but people are screaming and shouting. So apparently it's quite the party back here. And speaking of party, we have Vishal here who likes to party and dance. And,
the goal is only one in life. Full power, 24 hour.
All right, so Laracon India.
Yep.
You're still the main guy that's running that with the team and everything?
So far.
So far. So what is it, third year for Laracon India?
No, we finished 5 years. So it's going to be like the 6th Grand Slam. I think 5th, 2021, 3, 4, it's going to be 5th.
5th this year.
They're going to be like an exotic location.
Oh, can you give it away or are you going to wait?
No, I can share with everybody. They're going to be in Goa, and Goa is one of the most exotic location, ideal destination, not only for conference, but for parties as well.
So every year.
We want to party.
I was going to say, so every year, if you've not checked out Laracon India, they have some of the biggest dance parties after the event or during the event or hyping up the event.
Yep.
It just never ends. All the excitement and the hype and the
I mean, like source is the energy. Energy is the real source behind community in India. Everyone is fantastic. Everyone is so overwhelming. All speakers come in, and this year because of Goa, because the venue is going to be at the beach. It's going to be a beach property. First venue in the history of Laracon where conference is going to be at the beach resort.
Right.
So that's where everyone is excited about.
That's awesome. Well, my question for you personally is, you are so energetic at these events. Do you have to go home and crash after it's over for a few days, or it's always this way?
Well, for me, my source of energy is people. And the more people I meet, the more energy is there. Okay. If you put me alone, like in home, like for 24 hours, I get headache or I feel something wrong. So for me, my energy doubles once I finish Laracon, and I feel that if there is another Laracon 1 week after, I'm ready for it.
I love that. Yeah, and you actually went to Laracon, well, of course, India, but I've seen you at EU.
Yep.
Are you going to all the other ones the rest of the year? Australia and Denmark and London just happened, and then there's one more, I think, Pakistan.
Yep.
Yeah, so you've been to all of them. You've done them all.
I'm like, there are like 1 or 2 places where I've never been, but apart from that, I finished my 10 years with community this year.
Right.
So I enjoyed like my spending all 10 years. Last year I was only one of the 3 in the world who was in all Laracon. So that's the world of Laravel.
I love that. I love that. All right, so let's transition a bit. So your company, Vito Cloud.
Yep.
Did I say it right? It's VITO or V?
Yeah, VITORCLOUD, Vitor Cloud.
Yeah. So tell the people watching what is Vito Cloud and why do they need it?
Oh, that's a good question. So nowadays everyone talks about AI. Everyone talks about vibe coding, but no one talks about production ready. So Vito Cloud, we are more AI enabled company, not just who works in AI or who talks about AI, but we bring our 15 years of domain expertise and we bring success within the organizations, not only organizations, within the world of corporates as well.
Right.
So we are the company with whom you can rely upon, not only behind success of the project, because nowadays programming is just a barrier.
Right.
No, everyone can do programming, but a production ready programming, which is working fine along with having a domain expertise. For example, if you talk about logistics, if you talk about healthcare, then we have 12 plus years of experience, or even in some domain 15 years of experience with those domain as an expertise, which helps in technology. So in one word, I can say that we are technology enabled and AI empowered tech company who are ready to bring success in the world of technology. That's what we are.
I love that. Yeah, that's a good sentence for it. Yeah, good description. So I'm trying to think, what else are you? You're kind of into everything. So I'm trying to think of what else you are actually into. I know Laracon India, Vito Cloud, and then I think there's another company there. Or am I drawing a blank on what that is?
Think about it.
Yeah.
Laracon Pilot.
Yes, there you go. See, I knew. I was like, yeah, it's been a long day.
Yeah.
Excuse me. Laracon Pilot. Let's talk about Laracon Pilot for a minute.
Well, the thing is that Vito Cloud is the company which I started. And then Laracon Pilot is one of my passion project, in which we thought that everyone talks about vibe coding, but no one talks about production ready. So Laracon Pilot is the product, is a platform in which you just write a simple line of prompt. You want to build something like that, blah, 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 whatsoever it is. And it will create your entire full stack web app, which is not just vibe coded, but that is production ready. So we are not just like one among the other like vibe coded tools. We are production ready platform. You use the code which is ready for the production. That's where we are different, and that's what we build. And we are happy for the community as well. Yesterday only more than 15 to 20 people subscribed because they like the product and they keep shipping, and that's what we do.
I love that. I love that. Yep. All right, so we're gonna have to cut this off because our 5 minutes are up. I appreciate you, buddy. And
thank you.
And we will
thank you, everybody.
Go see him in India or every
Come
other
to India, Laracon, boom.
Hey, you got the mic. You got the mic. I got it. All right. Josiah, we went from the most energetic man ever.
That's hard to follow. Yeah.
Vehicle gave away Nintendo Switch at 2:45 p.m. So we missed that out here in the sponsor booth here. But so apparently somebody on stage won a vehicle, a Nintendo from vehicle. So that's kind of sweet.
I think we heard that noise.
Is that what was going on? That's what was going on. Okay. Yeah. Okay. There you go. That makes more sense now. All right, so Josiah, who are you with? Actually, we'll do it this way. Tell us about you and who you're with and what y'all do.
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm the product leader for Postmark.
Wait, hold that up.
Hold that up a little higher here. Okay, let me
yeah, you can hook it or you can hold it either way.
Let's get that.
There we go.
All right, there we go. Yeah, so I'm the product leader for Postmark. We do event API-driven transactional email.
Yeah.
So we kind of made our name as just the best in class with time to inbox, deliverability. So getting those transactional emails, those login notifications, receipts, anything that you need to reach the inbox, that's our specialty.
I love that. And I've said this in the last one, my memory's getting faulty, but I seem to remember Postmark was like one of the first integrations Laravel had for email, transactional emails.
Yeah.
I could be mistaken on that, but I feel like that was one of the really early ones.
It is. There's been a community SDK for a long time, but now we are a part of Symphony Mailer, right?
Okay.
So we are a couple configuration changes, a Postmark account away for signing up for integrating Postmark with Laravel, the default mailer. But yeah, we've had a PHP package, we've had a Laravel SDK for a very long time.
I love that. And while we're talking about email, from my opinion, email is one of the most important parts of your app. Because if your email does not get delivered, people cannot reset their passwords and they get angry. So email is just so important to the whole infrastructure of the internet. And that's why you need somebody like Postmark.
Absolutely right. It's funny because it is an old technology. It's been around forever. But in today's day and age, it is still open source, right? Anyone can, build an email client, be an email sender, right? So it is that trusted record for most people, right? Like if I'm going to find when my flight leaves, I'm checking my, my inbox, right? If I want records on what purchase I bought or when I expect delivery, I'm going to my email inbox, right? So it is still that record of truth. And I think even in this agentic era, it's also, as things are happening more autonomously, it is still that place to notify. It is that record for what your agents are doing as well, right? So
and it's still so important in this agentic era. Like I don't know if email will ever be disrupted because it feels like it. Like you got WhatsApp, you got all these other things that you're thinking like email will go away eventually, but it's like it just lives forever.
I mean, those are proprietary, right?
Yeah.
So those are a walled garden, right? Where email, really SMS is the only thing that comes close to it, that it is open for anyone to use, right? Everything else is behind, it's owned by Facebook, it's owned by, Meta, whatever. So absolutely, I don't see email anytime soon. There's really nothing else like it, right? That open source, that open license that it is, right? So,
I agree. I'm sold on email. And then just quickly, like I'm assuming you take care of like all the spam issues, getting all your domains set up, doing the whole 9 yards, making sure your email's getting delivered and doing all that stuff.
Absolutely. There's a lot more that goes on behind the scenes to actually
DKIM records, all this.
Yeah. So we do allow marketing or broadcast emails to be sent, but we completely separate transactional and broadcast. So the entire back-end infrastructure, and we own our own infrastructure. We're not a white label, not a wrapper for other one. Every step of the way, it is Postmark infrastructure, Postmark's mail ops, our deliverability, our engineering teams maintaining, improving that. And so by separating that out, by being very strict on who we let into our platform, that's how we go ensuring that email arrives, right? Because the reputation, those noisy neighbors impact your deliverability. So we're really explicit on how we separate transactional email that you don't need to opt in for and broadcast and marketing, and how we preserve our IP reputations, how we preserve all that is it is really key to how we get that email in the inbox.
I love that. All right, so 5 minutes are coming to an end. We'll give you 30 more seconds. Just go tell everybody where to go check it out and find out more information.
Yeah, I mean, go to postmarkapp.com. And I think if you're looking for that trusted mailer that's going to make sure that the emails that you have to get there arrive, and you just want to set it up and forget about it, I think that's the one thing that I've enjoyed most about the conference is everyone coming up to us and say, we've used it for 10 years. I don't even know my password anymore. It just works, right? And so I think check us out, postmarkapp.com, but that's what you can expect from us, is it's just going to work. Right?
Sweet. All right, I appreciate you. Thank you for taking the time to come and talking to us.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
I'll grab that from you there.
Thank you.
Wait, closer to me. I can't hear if they get too far away. Come on over here, guys. All right, some special guests here.
Check 1, 2.
We have
this side. Okay.
We have
how much time do we got?
We have 5 minutes. All right, so right now we have Michael. Oh, we only got 2 minutes. So we're gonna make
2 minutes. We're good. We're gonna make it count.
Tight. Laracon AU, Jacob Bennett, Laravel News Podcast, and the other one, North and South.
That's right.
And so 2.5 minutes. Go ahead and just pitch whatever you want to.
Pitch whatever I want to?
Yeah.
Can I just talk about the conference?
Sure,
yeah.
We got 2 minutes. So
yeah, it's been great. We've had a really good time. I feel like there's been a lot of really good talks. My Notion document has a ton of takeaways that I feel like I'm going to need another week to kind of process all the things that I've been hearing and learning.
I feel like it's been really good. Last year, AI was just sort of coming on the scene. This year, I feel like a lot of us have got good experience with it, but we're learning how to use the tool efficiently and really well. And so a lot of talks with just how you do prompting in a really good and effective way, and how you use it not just to write the code for you, but to be a mentor and teach you how to even learn, accelerate your learning. So that was really good. And then Will King's talk, unreal. That guy's an incredible designer and teacher. And so was really excited about that one. So it's been great. People have been wonderful. It's glad to be back. I'm glad to be back again this year. Feels like coming home every year. So it's been wonderful. All right, to you.
Me. Well, yeah, like Jake. I mean, it's a travel for me to come out here from Australia.
It's a long travel.
20 hours, 6-7 hours in an airport. But I make the effort because it's like a homecoming. Getting to see these guys that I've known for 10 years at this point. Coming up, catching up with friends, and learning from the community, not just in the talks, but out here. Getting to see everyone is really cool. And it would be remiss of me not to mention my conference, Laracon AU, but all of them. There's so many of them around the world now. There's Europe, there's the UK, Denmark, Japan, India, Australia. If you can get to an event, if it's not feasible to travel to the US, there's events all over the world. There's local meetups. So community is really important now, I think more than ever.
Exactly.
So if you can get to an event, go to an event.
Absolutely.
Totally agree. Even if it's local, just a local meetup, just meet the guys that are there, guys and gals that are there, have fun, meet connections. It's great.
If you don't have a meetup, you start the meetup. You're the one responsible for it. So
we're looking at
find
you.
people.
Yes.
Laravel does some great work sponsoring the community around the world as well. So make sure you check out the community page at laravel.com as well.
Boom. 14 seconds left. We want to say thank you for tuning in to the breaks, and I hope you enjoyed these little interviews and things. We're going to go back to the event, and again, thanks for watching. Thank you. There we go.
Show of hands for the amount of time that people have traveled. So raise your hand if you traveled 5 hours to get here. Okay. Raise your hands if you traveled over 10 hours to get here.
There's still a bunch of you. Wow.
There's still a lot of hands, yeah. 15 hours. So keep your hand up at 15. What about over 20? So you guys really like
over
us.
20.
There's
That's
a lot
crazy.
of people that really like us, which we want to do the community update because the reason we're all able to be here at Laracon is because of the community, because of the great community that we have built around Laravel, the framework. And in this community update, we want to show everything that the community has helped us achieve this year. So we want to focus on some of the open source contributions, the meetups, so like the physical meetups and conferences, as well as some things we're doing to sites like Laravel Learn to give back to the community as well. So let's start us out with talking about open source contributions.
Yeah, like Leah said, we are here talking about all of you. And the awesome thing is so many framework PRs have been merged. And all of that is not just because of the Laravel team, it's because of you, the wonderful community, to be able to make numbers like this happen. So being able to have 1776, shout out USA, Boston, that many number of PRs merged to their repo, but then also have 3,242 PRs across all other open source documentation is not just a number that is having our community growing and being inviting for others, but also showing how much you all ship and the Laravel team ships as well. It's awesome to see.
So the total PRs was over 5,000 because it's the 1,776 plus that 3,242.
Math.
Yeah. I majored in mathematics, so I had to point that out. And then out of all of the people that contributed to the framework, 270 of those people were brand new contributors. So it was their first time ever contributing to the framework repository. And then you might see some people you know at the bottom of the screen here. These aren't new contributors, but these are people who are in the top 5 contributors to Laravel, the framework. And you might have seen some of these people around here at Laracon, like I know Jack is here and Luke is here. If you see any of these people, please tell them thank you, because they are part of the reason why the framework is so amazing And they contributed a lot to make that possible.
If you are one of those 270, can you raise your hand to see if you are a new contributor this year? Anyone in the room?
Yeah.
New contributor in the past year. Awesome. One. That's awesome. Can we just give a round of applause for all new contributors?
Yes.
That's so great. I love it. All right, this is a big number, and it's so cool to see because every single person who has started a new Laravel application contributes to this number, because this is the number that happened across all starter kits, both React and Vue and Livewire, which were all here last year, but also within this past year, we've also added the Svelte starter kit and the package skeleton just last week. And it's incredible for me to see that this is the number of people who are not only still in the community, like you all in this room, who are shipping every single day, but also a whole number of people who are new to the community, who continue to learn, who continue to build, who are bringing into the Laravel fold. So this is an incredible number for me.
Yeah, like Josh said, the package skeleton is pretty brand new. Like, it just came out a couple of weeks ago, and I think Josh said when we were practicing, someone was showing him a new package they created using it today.
Just today.
Just today. So
I
this
love
number is going up probably every minute. Yeah, thank you. Which leads us into meetups too. Ooh, I hit my mic, but meetups and events in general. So this includes, in general, we have a lot of conferences and meetups, and we've had 156 meetups over the last year. So this is total meetups, total events, which includes conferences, and this is across 27 countries and 6 continents.
We're close. Antarctica is the only one that doesn't have a meetup. So if you are from Antarctica or know someone from Antarctica, let's get a meetup scheduled.
Or if you're open to moving to Antarctica, or maybe like a penguin can learn Laravel and do a conference or meetup, you know. But we want to hit all continents.
That's
and
awesome.
then across all of those events, we had 9,781 attendees.
Woo.
2 worldwide meetups. Yeah. That is a lot of people, and that includes like you all coming to events like this and being here today. So thank you all, especially the people who are organizing the meetups. Like I know Harris, who organizes Laravel Greece, is here. We have organizers for some of the conferences, like we have Michael Dorinda, who organizes Laracon AU, and Vishal, who organizes Laracon India. So thank you all for what you do.
Awesome. One of the things that we talked about last year was we launched Laravel Learn. And so this was a first-party site to be able to highlight just, hey, how do you get started with Laravel? And one of the incredible things about this community is that there's so many awesome resources built in. So we wanted something within the Laravel fold to say, hey, here's how to get started with PHP, the absolute basics, which Christoph was able to make a whole course for. I was able to do a course on the basics of Laravel, the bootcamp to Laravel, which doesn't even use AI at the time. And the awesome part about this was we are still seeing so many people get into Laravel, being able to build with Laravel and learn from absolute nothing, people who were not even developers before. And that's where Laravel Learn was. But Leo, what does it look like for Laravel Learn in the future? Because I think this was a good starting point, but now that we also have a brand new boss of Naren Francis, what is Laravel Learn going to look like?
Yeah, I think we can all agree. Aaron probably knows a little bit about developer education. What we really want to do with Laravel Learn is make it more community focused. So we don't want to just showcase the little bite-sized courses that we have made, but we want to also showcase the community and the content that all of you are making every single day. So we want to showcase courses from Laracast, like that Jeffrey Way puts out. We want to showcase content like Povilas, who spoke earlier, makes, and showcase videos and blog posts and maybe put the live streams on it. And we want to make it more of a community hub, so it's very easy for beginners to be able to go there and easily find all of the resources that they need to get started with Laravel, as well as even more advanced ones as well, to really showcase all of the wonderful content that's out there that the community is continuing to create.
Absolutely. One of the things that we want to say is thank you. So this is not just us saying thank you to close up our time so we can get off stage and Aaron can come introduce Devon. This is us saying thank you, the community, for being here. Because like Aaron said to start off this whole entire conference, like Taylor has mentioned several times as well, is we have this wonderful opportunity to be a community that inspires people to build, inspires people to create, inspires people to learn and go to new heights than they never have before. And we've seen that with numbers, and it's really cool to highlight numbers of starter kits. It's really cool to highlight numbers of PRs and even numbers of meetups. But the whole thing that we want to emphasize right here, right now, and why we are focusing Laravel Learn's content to be about you is because it really can't happen without you. So thank you. Why don't you give yourselves a round of applause? And with that, we'll head off. Thank you so much.
I was just watching in the wings and thinking, oh, I'm so grateful. This is my team now. I think it's very exciting for me. Up next, we've got some behind-the-scenes details coming to us. So Devon Garbalosa is a solutions engineer at Laravel, and he has a very unique insight into how some of the biggest Laravel applications in the world are actually running. And so he gets to see things at a different scale than at least I'm used to. And he has this very rich and multifaceted background. He knows a lot about databases. And so he'll call me and just want to talk about databases sometimes. And I'm like, you know what? That sounds great to me. So he knows a lot about databases. He knows Laravel. He knows sales. He knows public speaking. He knows it all, which makes him an incredible solutions engineer at Laravel. And so today, he's going to come up and he's going to walk through several different companies that had scaling issues. So when you get to a certain point, scaling becomes a lot more difficult. And so in his role as a solutions engineer, he gets to be the one that talks tech to them. So it's not just pure sales, it's like talking technical credibility to them. And Devon is deeply credible. And so please welcome to the stage, Devon Garbalosa.
Thank you, Aaron. How's everybody doing today? Awesome. How's the conference been so far? Awesome. Well, let's get started. Perfect. So, my son Miles turned 1 yesterday. His first birthday. Thank you. And I missed it because I was here with all of you. So, I told him I owe him a good talk, so I'm hoping I'm going to make good on that today. The picture you saw of me up there and now up here is I use it for my professional headshot. It's actually cropped. Here's the original. As you can see, I cropped Miles out, but I couldn't crop out my smile because he was the reason for it. So, if I look confident up here, it's a little bit borrowed. And while I'm being honest, this is my first time ever giving a conference talk. I tend to be the kind of person that likes to push my luck, hold my 6-week-old son over my head, trade an engineering and managing engineers career for selling to them, and giving my first conference talk the day after my son's first birthday in a room full of my peers staring back at me. So, if it looks like I'm winging it, you'd probably be right. So, let me tell you who I am. My name is Devon Garbalosa, and I'm a solutions engineer at Laravel. What that means is most days I'm on a call with a team that's about to move a production application onto the platform and is nervous about it. Other days, that's me talking to a team that's already migrated onto the platform, and they're struggling to wonder why things aren't working the way they expected to, and they're hitting the next wall. Before this, I spent 5 years at a company called Empower, building cloud-native solutions in finance. The kind of place where the words "just ship it" is not something anybody says. You know, compliance reviews, change windows, all of that. So I've sat on both sides of the conversation that we're going to talk about today. I've been the person who's petrified of touching my production servers, and now I'm the person who, when consulting with customers, tells them, you know, it's going to be okay, right? We'll figure it out. So a typical day for me looks like this. I'll start my morning with a call with a customer. They're running 6 EC2s behind an ALB, and they've got a Black Friday sale that's coming up, and they're projecting they're going to 5x their traffic, and they're terrified. So we talk through their queues, their databases, everything that's going on, and we come up with a migration plan and make sure everybody's ready to run that down. By the afternoon, I'm talking to a customer who's running on cloud already. They've got 5 replicas and only hitting 200 requests per second and not understanding why, and we go to fix that. And at the end of the day, I'm in our internal Slack channels writing up a feature request for something that the last 4 people I just talked to all brought up. And it's very ironic, so. Now that last part's why we're here today. So this talk is going to be war stories. Real customers, real migrations, real walls they've hit. Some of those walls, cloud handled. And everybody walked away wondering what we were so worried about. And some of those walls, cloud did not handle, and we built something. And both of these stories matter. The question is not, is the platform good? It's what does it take to scale a Laravel application and how the platform fits into that. So that's what we're going to talk about. So back in March, I was in Amsterdam at Laracon EU. And I was walking by our artisan booth during one of the talks, and I see Pete Bishop from our team, and he's our tech support lead in the EU. And he's talking to a guy that I've never seen before, and as I look across the room, this guy just looks tired. And not like tired because he was out too late partying with us last night. More like he's tired because his application that he has to look at every day is always paging him. So Pete waves me over, and this is where it gets a little funny. Both the people in this story's name is Pete. So Pete says, this is Peter from Sport Monks. He has this problem he's running into. I think he needs to talk to you about private cloud. So we start to chat through it. So Sport Monks runs a sports data API, live scores, fixtures, odds. The kind of platform where on the other end is fantasy products and betting platforms. You know, like when their data's not refreshing, somebody's sitting there refreshing over and over and over again. So we start talking about the numbers, and as I have them up here, these are kind of big. Their application at rest runs 1,000 API requests per second. At peak, 24,000 database queries per second. And sub-second jobs leading up to 1,000 jobs per second running on their application. And on match weekends, that just continues to go up. So now I'm listening. And anyone who's run a Laravel application in production probably is also trying to do the math of like what handles that, right? So SportMonks was on a platform called UpCloud. And their entire setup was managed by one contractor. Very skilled guy, but one guy. The app was barely holding up, the database was on fire, and every Saturday and Sunday, when hundreds of matches kicked off across Europe, someone's hands were on keyboard having to scale out new servers. So I tell Peter, let's take a meeting and start a proof of concept, and let's see if private cloud will work. And I want to tell you what we found. Because what we found is the pattern that this whole talk is going to be about. Real workloads, real bugs, and the bugs are never in the same place. So we started with a database, because that's where the smoke was coming from. The queries were slow under load, fine at low volume, fell apart at scale. So we decided to move the database, and we moved the database over to planet scale metal. Now, the reason we chose PlanetScale's metal was the unlimited IOPS that it gave us. And what unlimited IOPS gives you is it essentially takes the pressure of the CPU and RAM off the box, because the IOPS are as fast or faster than the RAM is itself. That was an infrastructure win. Now, the other thing we didn't know at the time that we made this decision was that PlanetScale also was going to give us database insights. And this is where the story gets really interesting. 75% of the database CPU on one query, and it was on the failed jobs table. So, for anyone running queues in production, and statistically that's most of you, the failed jobs table is doing something that you've probably never really thought about, or often don't have to think about. When a job throws and it can no longer be retried, it lands there, and then the framework's going to query that table at a certain point, and, then the framework is going to query against that table in order to see what it needs to do with that in case there's redrive skills or other things that are happening there. And at this scale, as we can see, it got pretty expensive. So what I want to highlight here as I walk over here to point at it, my favorite number here, while 75% of CPU is great, 87,000 times performance increase by adding this one index. So Peter from Sportmonks adds this manually, and lo and behold, the CPU dropped to the floor. The fire was out. So, what do we do next? Well, if this is a problem at their scale, and it was that loud, and it took us that time to find it, that means this is a problem at your scale, because every Laravel application comes with this table. So I opened a PR to the framework, so that nobody else has to ever run into this problem in the future. So that was bug number one. Bug number one was in the framework. The fix went into the framework. So let's move on to their app tier. Auto-scaling was firing, but it was always trailing the workload, like it was reacting to a fire that already happened. So we dug in to try and see what could be causing that, and we found out that it was a signal problem. So queue workers are I/O bound. They wait on the network, the database. So your CPU really never spikes, because the CPU is really never your bottleneck. What was also really interesting about this is the code that Sportmonks had written is some of the most wildly efficient of CPU and RAM utilization I have ever seen. I'm talking, we were seeing thousands of API calls go, and the CPU just never moved. So basically for them, scaling on CPU was just a really expensive way to never scale at the right time. So the platform needed a new feature, not a tuning knob. If we can't get that CPU to move, doesn't matter how we try to make that lower, right? So managed queues shipped. Managed queues scale on queue pressure, the job's waiting, not just the CPU and the RAM utilization. Sportmonks had about 150 to 200 Horizon named queues. 3 years of infra they trusted. And when we released these managed queues and we were talking to them, the way their app was set up, I recommended that they collapse those all into one queue and use SQS as fair queues in order to make it work. Peter looked me in the face and said, "How will this ever perform?" After some tuning, making sure it got right, I'm happy to say that Peter has since said this performs better than he thought it could. So bug number 2 is in the platform, and the fix was Laravel Cloud shipping a new feature. So look at what just happened here. Bug 1, the framework, PR to Laravel. Bug 2, the platform, managed queue ships. And bug 3, their infrastructure, the manual provisioning, that was fixed by them migrating over to private cloud. So 3 bugs, 3 layers. Your code, the framework, the platform. This is what scaling looks like. It's not one decision. It's not one vendor. It's chasing the fix wherever it actually lives. The rest of the talk, we're going to go through 2 more customers that are very similar to this. So the next one is a different customer that we were speaking to with a different scale. Completely different conversation. Their application was a live streaming platform. So you could probably imagine chat going, reactions, needed to feel real time. They were considering cloud, and they hadn't committed to coming over yet. And they were nervous if cloud could take their peak load. So they gave us the peak load from their last one, and the number they were looking for was 2,500 requests per second. So there's the polite answer that a solutions engineer should give of, will your platform handle my requests? And then there's the answer I gave. Why don't we load test it? So I built a Laravel 12 application. At the time, 13 wasn't out. And I put it on private cloud, mostly because what I was about to attempt to do, throwing 20,000 virtual users through Grafana's Cloud K6 to an endpoint on an application, sounded like I didn't want to knock everybody else off the platform if something went wrong. So this application, the main thing that I wanted to make sure I hit home on was this passed through real routes, middleware, sessions, CSRF, everything. This was not trying to get a benchmark by just hitting something straight. This was going all the way through as if it was there. And to add to that, I added what was called a bimodal latency jitter. Essentially, in the controller, I wrote code that would say 85% of the requests should just return as they go through, and they would return a data payload as well. 15% of those requests, however, would hold a connection open for 33 seconds, because that's how real traffic hits an application. It's not all the same. Something's holding open a connection while all the other fast ones fly through, and how does that handle? So we set this out, we got it deployed, we made sure everything looked good. Funny enough, I actually didn't give my infrastructure team any warning, so they got alerts that I was DDoSing the platform. And their response was, I think Devon's testing something. So 20,000 virtual users, 1 hour. Here's the results. 17,000 requests per second sustained over that hour. 39.6 million requests with only 173 failures. 157 millisecond P95 that barely moved. And when this started, the replicas spiked up to about 50, and as the platform found its rhythm, it settled into about 10 to 20, and there were 0 restarts of any of the replicas. The platform didn't flinch. Now, remember the number they were worried about? 2,500 requests per second? The platform showed me 17,000. And an unconfigured app with holding connections open for 15% of the requests. And I touched nothing. So at modern scale, the platform is actually almost never your constraint. If your app is slow, it's probably your database or your configuration, and I'll almost guarantee you it's some layer that you control. So if you're pre-worrying about whether cloud can handle your scale, almost certainly the answer to that is yes. So worry about the stuff that'll actually break, like your code, your database tuning, your team's readiness to actually perform the migration, because the platform's likely not the wall. So for our last story, we're going to talk about a company called Pile. Pile does B2B flooring SaaS. Flooring. Yes, it's a bigger business than you think. So what's different about this story is the last 2 came to me with production problems with scaling that they were coming to. Pile, on the other hand, their app worked. And they came to me because they were sick of duct taping together infrastructure for years. So They had 13 Laravel applications between their prod and staging. They do about 1.5 million requests per day. They handle 800,000 jobs per day, and their databases that we were migrating were 300 gigabytes without the backups. They were on Vapor, and then some piece of it were on Forge. They had to do this kind of hack to get the AWS VPCs to work together, and their solutions architect, FA, said to me, our infrastructure was becoming a hack. So, like I said, Pile's app worked. It wasn't on fire like Sportsmonk's apps was. Their problem was complexity. Every code path had a fork in it. If you're on Vapor, do this. If you're on Forge, do that. Every infrastructure decision had to account for both. And every bug needed to be reproduced twice. Then, their database, they would over-provision it to 25 ACUs on Aurora serverless because padding for unpredictable Vapor spikes was less scary than the bill. I said that wrong. We're going to say that again. So they over-provisioned their database because paying the bill was less scary than what happens if the app wouldn't run. So, $11,000 a month is what they were spending across that. And a lot of it was in the line item called EC2 Other. And if you've ever read an AWS bill closely, that's where money goes to die. So this was not a load problem. This was a complexity problem. So they had 6 applications, and we migrated them in 12 weeks with a Christmas break in the middle. Every app was the same. Clean up the drift, migrate the staging, dry run, cut over. And every wall they hit during that process, Cloud shipped a fix for. So they needed to be able to have their IPs whitelisted with some of their vendors to be able to hit. And at the time, Cloud didn't have support for that. We ended up creating an outbound IP API that you can query so that when you do have vendors, you can now go and get that programmatically or go retrieve it from our documentation and have that out there. During one part of their migration, we were cutting over the DNS, and it was pretty painful. It took us about 6 hours going back and forth with Cloudflare support to make sure we were doing things right. And after that, we said, hey, we should probably make this simpler. And if anybody has moved over any DNS using Cloudflare since January, it's much better now. Now, the manual database migration was also an interesting one. They wanted to use my dumper and my loader, and it needed elevated access to the database in order to be able to run that faster. So, when we figured this out, we just said, hey, why don't we just standardize that so every customer can do this and doesn't have to call us? So, by migrations 5 and 6 that they did, this first one we did, the 6 hours with Cloudflare, right? By 5 and 6, FA wasn't even calling me anymore. I literally sent him a Slack message one day and said, hey man, when are we migrating that last app? I want to make sure I'm available for you. And he goes, we did it 2 weeks ago. It went fine. So their bill dropped by about 50%, and they had 1 hour of total downtime across all 6 migrations with 0 data loss. And in his own words, his only regret, I would have moved off of Vapor earlier. So the moral of this story is the layer gets fixed one customer at a time. The platform you'll move to next year is partly built by the customers that have come before you. So, 3 stories, 3 shapes of scaling problems. Sportmonks taught us that real workloads find real bugs at every layer. The streaming company taught us that the platform layer is almost never your problem. And Pile taught us that the layers get fixed one customer at a time. So when you put all of these stories together, what you get is what it looks like to scale at Laravel right now. Now, this is not a marketing story. This is not one decision. It's not one vendor. It's 6 conversations a week, slowly building a better platform. Some days, that's me submitting a PR to Laravel. Some days, that's our awesome cloud team shipping a new feature. And some days, that's me telling a team that they're worrying about the wrong layer. If you take one thing home with you, the platform you're going to migrate to next year will be better because someone in this room will have hit a wall and told somebody who can do something about that. And if that's you, find me afterwards. So I said at the start that I owed Miles a good talk, and I hope I made good on that. Thank you.
Heck yeah. Well done.
Thank you.
Incredible. And happy birthday to your son. All right, so you laid it out in these nice four little stories. I'm curious, from like a volume or frequency perspective, when you're helping engineer solutions, at what layer does the problem usually live when we get to big scale? Is it database? Is it like customers' code? Where does it normally live?
It is usually the database. Like, we'll be real. It's almost always the database.
And so if somebody's thinking like, one, I've never heard about solutions engineering before.
Yeah.
Two, it sounds awesome, because I was sitting over there thinking, that sounds awesome. What is kind of like, I know your background, but how does one get into solutions engineering? Because you're like part performance, part database, part archaeology, part observability. Like, how would somebody find their way into that career path?
Yeah, it's the most important thing for somebody who is a solutions engineer. Now, I will caveat this. I've been doing this almost a year, and I've never done this job before.
Perfect.
So
you have a microphone. That's fine. That's plenty of time.
Perfect. See? What I have found to be the most successful thing for me, and in people that I have had as mentors and others that have done the role, is a curiosity that just you can't scratch without finding the answer. And so when there's a problem, like we talked about here, and somebody's trying to get something going, being able to just be like, you know what? Why? And I think that's the one skill set that it takes to really be successful at this, being willing to chase it wherever it is.
And what are your favorite things to find? Like, where do you? I have to imagine the index is an all-time for you.
Oh, that was a pretty good one.
That's a pretty good one.
What's really funny, I called up our contact at Planet Scale, and I was like, this must be wrong. And he goes, no. In fact, I'm sending that to the team because I didn't think it would load that number that big.
Incredible.
And so what's funny is when I was making this slide deck, I was like, hey, dude, do you still have that screenshot?
Well, that is a heck of a find. Well done. Y'all give it up for Devon. Great job.
Thank you.
Ooh, what's going to happen next? Before we do the panel, which I'll explain in a second, after this panel, that'll be the end. There will be, however, a happy hour. And because, of course, it rained a bunch, there will be a bar over in the sponsor tent. So feel free to wander after this over to the sponsor tent, grab your drinks. You can come back in here. The sponsor tent's a little too small to hold everyone, but that is where the happy hour will be, just right here, so you don't have to go anywhere. All right, ship or die. It's good. It's a good catchphrase. We may tone it down a little bit because we're bringing out real members of the community, and that feels a little harsh for ship or die. But here's what we're going to do. We have 7 brave souls who decided, yeah, I'm going to come on stage in front of everyone, and in 3 minutes, I'm going to pitch my something. My startup, my art project, my side project, my something. I don't really know what it is. I haven't seen them. So a contestant will come out. They will have 3 minutes with their computer to pitch whatever they want, Shark Tank style. Then they can't touch their computer anymore. So once this timer goes off, it's like, I hope you got through your demo. We got to keep it moving, okay? And then they will walk over here to the Dragon's Den, if you're from Canada, to the Dragon's Den. Oh, we have one Canadian. And they will stand right here, and our panel of judges, who can come on out now, come on out, judges, our panel of judges, let's give them a round of applause. Here we go, look alive. All right, I will intro them in a second, but our panel of judges is going to have 3 to 5 minutes to pepper them with questions. And at the end, or just in the middle if they're excited, they get to say, ship it, and for each judge that says ship it, they're going to get $100 of Laravel Cloud credits. So they may walk away with 0, maybe, or 400, but regardless, they're going to walk away with a brand new Laravel keyboard just for being brave enough to come up here and pitch whatever it is they're pitching. So we're going to need a lot of encouragement, because you can imagine the pressures that they're going to be under, okay? So we have Hannah Gahoviak. I almost got it. She works in sales at Laravel, but her background is as an engineer, so she's seen both sides, so she's going to be able to judge both on the technical and the commercial viability. We have Taylor Otwell, who's a PHP developer. We have Adam Wathen, who's a CSS developer, and you know Thorsten Ball. So these are our judges, and so we are going to welcome out our first contestant, and it's somebody that you probably know. Please welcome Mr. Hank Taylor.
We don't clap. We are skeptics.
Hey.
Hey.
You ready?
Thanks for having me. We'll see. They didn't like my Windows machine back there. So.
I'm going to give you a 3, 2, 1, go, and then that timer's going to start, and you better go, go, go.
Here.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Or die.
So we're going to call it ship, or maybe let's wait a little bit to ship. It's not quite as pithy as ship or die.
You guys don't have to go easy on me.
But I don't love 4 judges shouting at a community member, die! So just the optics of it all. All right, Mr. Hank, are you ready? 3, 2, 1, Hank.
Thank you, Aaron. Okay, the situation.
3, 2, 1, Hank.
Okay, donors have this situation where they're trying to find a charity that serves the cause they care about. Could be vaccines or poverty or pet health, whatever, that also has a good, measurable, reportable impact on that. It's very hard to sift through 1 million charities to do that. I have a friend, Todd, who sifts through charities to try and help donors do that. And in February, Todd called me, and he said, hey, I want you to check out my new AI workflow. So I went to Todd, and he opened up Perplexity in one window, and then he had a Google Doc with 7 prompts in his other window, and he would copy prompt number 1 and wait, and prompt number 2 and wait. And this was his new speedy process. And he said, I wonder if there's a better way. I said, Todd, I think I can help. So that's what Tokens for Good is for. Now, the idea here is we can take a little token or 2 from everybody and speed up this research even more. Here's how it works. You install an MCP, you get an API key. This is very similar, by the way, if you're familiar, to SETI at Home or AlphaFold. Some of you guys will know that. Crowdsourcing GPUs, we're crowdsourcing tokens. We have 2 different people's agents research the same charity for some independence. Then we have a server on Laravel Cloud. Thanks for the credits, Taylor. Then we have another agent do some validation, another agent do some consolidation, and then Todd's review and his team's review goes much faster. There's a lot of ways this system could be used in the future. Our first goal is just to research 1 million charities. That would be all the charities in the US that aren't universities or churches. I opened this up in a public beta, and I've got 10 people contributing fairly regularly. Some people just do it Sunday nights when they're not token maxing. Some people, like me, I don't use that many tokens, so I do it every 2 hours. We've made a lot of progress on reducing the hallucination rate, because you can imagine these agents want to make up cool stuff about charities all the time. And yeah, what's next? Improving the directory and discoverability of the research, supporting more agents and harnesses, and getting more people to actually use the thing. Did I do it?
You done. You want to wrap it up?
That's
it? All right on time. Come on. Tokens for good.
MCP.
Well done.
I saw MCP.
Thank you.
Okay, so now judges, what questions do you have? What nits do you want to pick? What holes do you want to punch? Begin.
Ship it.
Ship it, she said.
Hey,
we got one.
I got you,
got
man.
your first one.
I'll start with a question. I wonder, like, okay, if you did this, how long would it take it to research enough charities to where it felt like almost the UI directory was like complete? I mean, like, how would this run forever? Is it like time box? Would you pivot to like a new, thing to research?
It depends on how many people start contributing, but you can see that like you have to break up. Like, you can't have one contributor do the full suite of research because there's trust issues. Because you can't actually transfer your tokens to my account.
Gotcha.
You could be putting whatever junk in the API sometimes, so that's why there's all those extra validations and stuff. But a few thousand developers over a year, I think, could do this.
Okay. All right. What else? What else? What else?
I like the idea, but I think you lost me a little bit when I saw MCP and pipeline, and
Do you like the idea? You feel it's maybe a little too technically complicated?
Yeah. Like, what's? It's hard to see what the value add is. Like, I think in general donating to charities is a good thing. It's already hard to do it in a way that's efficient, I would guess, and I didn't understand like how you can get more efficient or more value out of it.
I guess I'll say one thing to that. So Todd first asked me, hey, what would it cost for you to just run your agent and do all the research? And when I mapped it out, it was like $1 to $1.5 million. So I was like, this would be nice to crowdsource.
To map out every charitable...
To do all the charitable research just directly. And we could go get that donated maybe, but I also like the idea of getting more people involved because they'll have better pipeline ideas, and I've already had a lot of great feedback on this that's improved it a lot.
And so the technical complexities, because there's no way to just hand you tokens.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, I can't just take your tokens and run the research. I have to take the outputs of your tokens. You can only donate outputs.
Thorsten looks skeptical. All right, what else we got? What else?
I think ship it.
Ship it. You got two.
Okay.
got two.
I do lean ship it from the perspective of the creativity of sort of like the SETI at home for the AI age and crowdsourcing research that people are interested in across a wide variety of topics.
Yeah, that was a good hook.
Yeah.
So is that 3 ship its?
I would go ship it.
Don't be shy. You don't have to. What is your final verdict?
I think ship it. There's no downside to it.
4
There's
ship
no
its.
downside.
Give it up. Hey, nicely done. All right, come on. my man. There you go. Yeah, there you go. Hey, that's a good start. All right, come on up, Vince Mitchell. All right. Woo!
We're being too nice.
So basically can't
Take it out. Here we go.
All right.
It's so hard.
Hello, Laracon. How's it going out there?
All right.
First question for you guys.
Go.
Who likes fancy cars? Oh, we got no slides up yet. No slides.
It's okay. Your timer didn't even start yet, so you're not
Okay,
behind.
go back.
We're ready for slides. And
There we go.
There we go.
All
3, 2,
right.
1, go.
Who likes fancy cars? Who likes car shows?
Woo!
Well, do we have the platform for you? I'm pitching Whip Rate today. So Whip Rate is by me and my cousin Ashley. She does more of the marketing stuff. She's not here. She's not a developer. But basically, you can check out car shows on the website and the mobile app and post your own cars. It's built with Laravel, obviously, and native PHP. I'm using some AI to do car show imports, so I don't have to, look at those posters and figure out where they're at and what the address is. We're using GeoCodio to get coordinates, so we know exactly where the show is, so we can say, hey, what shows are near you? What shows are in Boston while I'm out here? This is some screenshots of the app, so you can see, you can go to a specific show page, show the near me, like I mentioned, and you can mark yourself as going or interested. You can add your own car, and people can vote live on your car online. And the last one is a snap thing. So if you're out in the wild and you see a car that looks cool, you can just take a picture and add it to the snap thing. And so people can like or star your postings. We got People's Choice as well. So if you're at a car show, it'll do geolocation through the mobile app, and you can enter your own car there or even rate other people's cars at the show that you're at. And so then the next piece is what's after that. And the next thing that we're doing is show management. So you can see we can keep track of ticketing that you have going. You can add staff members. You can do judging for like official shows. And then this demo on the right, Apple won't let you record a tap to pay. So I had to do a manual recording. But that's actually using native PHP in super native and a Stripe test terminal card to actually take a tap to pay straight through a super native app that's backed by Laravel running all the back end code. So that's my pitch. I was a little fast on that, but thank you very much.
That was amazing. Well done. Under time. Come on. Nicely done. So you're fully building a two-sided marketplace here. Hardest thing in the world to do. Judges, what do we think?
Yeah. Ship it.
Ship it already.
It's a lot of
Thank
fun.
you.
Looks like there's a sense of the web. You know, like people share and rate stuff, and it's.
So you like the nicheness of it?
Yeah, and it looks fun. Yeah.
Okay. Got an early fan. That's a
awesome.
good sign. All right, what else we got?
I think it looks very fun as well. I love anything that's sort of built around like community and like people sort of being able to show off the things that they're passionate about and stuff like that. I enjoy these sort of like things built around hobbies. What I am curious about, I guess, is what your ambitions around it are in terms of like, is this something that you want one day to like replace all your income as a business?
Yeah, I mean, that's our plan, is to eventually make some money, because it costs money to run servers. I mean, maybe I'll get some credits here that'll help me out.
But you got 100.
But yeah, so the idea is like, well, do we go more into the advertising aspect of like, there's a lot of companies that, make wheels or, cleaning kits and stuff like that, that would be wanting to advertise to people that are trying to find car shows. So that's one avenue. The other avenue is when you're running car shows, we have all that judging platforms that we're working on. So it's like, well, we can charge per car that you have in the car show for, entering and handling the judging for you. There's actually some drama going on in the community right now about judging and whether or not people are just giving trophies to their friends instead of giving trophies to the best cars that show up at the car show. So my cousin is actually doing a thing later today on Instagram Live about that. So that's sort of where we're at, is like trying to figure out, okay, well, what does the next step look like? Because we love supporting the car community, but we also have to be able to pay for the servers and everything, right? So
yeah. I think ship it.
Ship it. That's
awesome.
2.
Yeah. I think it was really cool. I think some adjustments I would make is, I think the social aspects seem cool, but I just feel like it's going to be so challenging to launch like a social network of sorts. But I really like the car show management aspects of it. I would almost maybe like strip out some of the social stuff and double down on the car show stuff. Even around me, car shows happen almost every weekend, just like a random small town in Arkansas.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of that happening around the country. I think there could be something there, but I think it would help you focus on the right stuff and
you
not.
think B2B should be the focus, not the
I
B2C?
think so. In this case, yeah.
Okay.
I think so.
Yeah, I mean, I think that makes a lot of sense.
Because you only have so much time, right? And if you're like working on these social network features, that's time that you're not spending like on maybe something that's a little bit more viable if you want to turn it into like kind of a lifestyle business.
So is this a die, or I'm sorry, is this a let's wait, or is this a ship it? It's okay.
The stuff I would ship is there. I would just remove some stuff. I don't know how you want to
Tie goes to the contestant. That's a ship it. Okay, that's 3. Hannah, what do you say?
I'm a little new to the car show world, so I'm curious, what's the current experience when you go to a car show? Is it all offline? Is this all happening in paper flyers? What's kind of like the current experience?
There's actually quite the different vibe depending on what kind of car show you go to. If you go into like a supercar show, you have a lot more people just walking around looking at stuff. I went to Barrett-Jackson that happened to be in Columbus, Ohio, where I'm from, the other week, and there's not that many people out on their phone. But if you go to like more of like a lowrider, donk, newer builds that have a lot of customized cars,
yeah, you get it.
Clocking it off.
It's a different. It's really a different world, and you have everybody's out with their phone, they're posting on Instagram, they're tagging people or whatever. So the hard part that I've been sort of struggling with is how do you sort of encompass both sides of that, right? And I think it's easier to encompass the mobile side on the more modern, custom cars versus the supercars and the older, classic cars. So.
All right, what's the verdict?
Two audiences. I say ship it.
Ship it. We got a bunch of great judges. Well done.
Thank you very much.
Come on this way. I know. I'm sorry. Come on out. Come on out. All right, up next, we got Ides Kebores. Here we go. I think I'm sending the contestants off the wrong way. I'll work on that. Here we go, Chip.
Hi, everyone. I'm technical co-founder.
Hold on. Let's wait. I don't want you to lose any of your time. All right, can we get the first slide up? And 3, 2, 1, go.
Hi, everyone. I'm a technical co-founder of GoTherapy, a mental health platform. So what is GoTherapy? GoTherapy allows to connect therapy seekers with therapists, as well as we allow businesses to expand mental health benefits to their teams. So here on the screen, you see our homepage and how someone would book a therapy session. This is a fragment of UI that shows how business can extend fractional mental health benefit to their team. This is another UI that shows how user would see as they book their session. And lastly, another fragment that shows how therapist sees all their sessions in their dashboard. So we have launched 18 months ago in Lithuania, and since then we have facilitated over 6,000 therapy sessions, as well as more than 50 therapists had joined our platform to run their private practice on. So even though we are live in Lithuania today, we have built GoTherapy with a vision in mind to be a global mental health platform. So in order to achieve that, we had to come up with architecture that enables us to chase that vision. GoTherapy is built with a tool stack that allows us to ship and iterate quickly, as well as we deploy multiple Laravel applications to do our business, essentially. So here you can see we have GoTherapy Core, which handles all the data model of multi-market support. And then we have different market applications that essentially are launched for each country. And we have decided to do that in order to be able to adapt for regulations in each market, as well as tailor our go-to-market strategy. So primary infrastructure tools that we use for GoTherapy are Forge and Nightwatch. So about Forge, I'm very proud that we were able to utilize Forge's V2 API and use AI and a custom skill that essentially gets access to Forge, and that process allows us to deploy into a new country in under 15 minutes. Also, Nightwatch has been instrumental for us to see how everything is going across all these multiple deployments. We also managed to save thousands of development hours by relying further on Laravel ecosystem. And we use Flux UI to make GoTherapy UI look beautiful. We use Livewire, Spatty packages, Filament, Laravel Horizon, Scout, and all the other.
All right, give us your wrap up. The slides are gone. Give us your final words.
Sure. So just the lesson that I want to share that I learned from Laravel is that I don't have to be the best engineer out there in order to ship impactful products. Instead, I can rely on community, thousands of hours that community put into Laravel ecosystem, and build upon that.
All right, well done. Come on over. All right, so here's my read on the situation. You've already launched in one market, so maybe we scope it down to, are we ready to launch in new markets? Are we doing this multi-domain thing? Judges, what do we think about the presentation?
How did you do your launch in Lithuania? Like, how did you get to those 6,000 therapy sessions? Like, what's the marketing and,
Sure. So basically, when we started, this idea was pitched by a therapist. And he already had MVP, but he just didn't know how to execute it technically. Yeah. So he built it with WordPress. It didn't work, and he gave up on the idea. And then when we met, he was pitching me a slightly different version of that, and I kind of brought him back to this idea because it already had like MVP essentially, and like basic proof that we needed to know that, okay, there is something here. And we just built on top of that essentially.
Okay, what else, what else, what else?
I mean, I would just say, like, I think if you were coming to us with this idea as just a concept and had done nothing with it yet, that my reaction would be, this is a very hard thing to do and very scary to pursue because two-sided marketplaces are sort of like historically one of the hardest things to build and succeed at. So I was quite pleased to see that you'd already launched and already found customers. So that's amazing. Congratulations on that. Really good job. I think the UI looks really beautiful, which I like to take some credit for as
CSS developer Adam Lavin.
But I think you guys are doing a great job. So I think you sort of already proved that you can do it in one place. Like, ship it.
Ship it to the next place. All right, that's one. What else we got down here at the end? Either one of you.
Yeah, I felt like this is shipped already.
Like, what do you want from us? What are you here for?
No, I thought it was good. You know, what's the competition like in these other markets that you would be launching into?
Yeah, so there is quite a bit of competition, but we kind of took the approach of where, like most of the existing platforms, they only support online therapy. We went with an approach where we are fully transparent, so you see who the therapists are before you have to answer a billion questions about yourself that you don't necessarily want to submit to some third-party platform. And we also allow in-person sessions as well. So like that's one of the differentiators that we have. And we really are also a fintech in a way because we handle all the money flows on Laravel. So we can offer these fractional benefits for like that businesses would provide essentially. And that sounds easy, but behind the scenes, when you have to split one order into multiple fractions and then issue different invoices and such, it gets pretty complicated.
All right, we got 30, 45 seconds. I need a ruling from the other three of you. Adam's already ruled. What do we got?
I'm skeptical because I think you should stay in one market before expanding first.
All right, so that's a wait. What do we got down here?
Healthcare is really hard, but I love a Forge moving to cloud, so I say ship it.
Ship it for the free credits, move to cloud. Okay, all right, Taylor.
I would maybe ship it.
All right, that's three of them. Here you go. You got 3 ship its and a keyboard. Well done. Great job. Fantastic.
You're the German.
Yeah, there you go.
We got to inject some more drama. Y'all got to be turning. We need one that gets 0 votes. Okay, I couldn't do that. I would never be able to do that. But I'm counting on y'all.
All agree to the next one.
All right, let's bring out the next. We got Michael Leroy. Come on out, Michael.
Starts talking.
Here we go. Woo! You ready?
I'm ready.
You ready? All right, let's see it. When you see it, we can go. 3, 2 and a half, 1, go.
What's up, everybody? My name is Michael. You might know me from some of the stuff I do in the Statimate community, but I'm not here to talk about the best flat file CMS ever today. I'm here to talk about something that I know is near and dear to at least 1 or 2 people in this audience. I play in this home poker group, as many of you probably do too. And the problem with ours was it ran on a group text. Who's coming? What time does it start? Whose house are we playing at? All that stuff. Who's bringing snacks? If you wanted to find any of that information at a glance, you can't because it's buried 200 messages deep. So I figured 7 years ago, I can solve this problem. So I got to work.
7 years.
And I think this is the wrong one. That's the one I want. OK, so a club manager can manage his roster here. You can also schedule a game and get everyone to come. So I'm just going to select one for this weekend and say, don't forget to bring snacks. And we'll schedule a game. And then I can send my emails out to everyone in the club, and they can RSVP right from their email. So here we go. So now I can say I'll be there. Maybe I can't make it. We'll see. And then whatever note you want to place in there. So I'll say, sure, I'll be there. And that's the wrong one, too. Let's go back to here. Let's give it a refresh. I should have a notice to say, hey, you got an invitation. And of course, it's not there. But I can now RSVP right from here. And that is basically it. And once I record the stats for the game, I can view how am I doing, how do I stack up against everybody else in the club. I can see the club history, how many games have we actually played. I can see a leaderboard and see how do I stack up against everybody else. And if you're in a pro account, you can select what season you want. So you can do multiple seasons, close it out, issue your prizes. And what else do we have in here? That's about it.
All right. Well done. Finished early. Impressive. Come on over. While you walk over, is there a wild Ian Landsman out there? Pokerman, what do you say? Needs a mobile app. All right, that's from the Pokerman. Ship it. But don't listen to him. He never ships, okay? All right. The four of you, what do you think? You're shaking no already.
Yeah,
okay, let's hear it.
I'm oddly qualified. I'm in a monthly card game, and I don't think this solves a problem that we have. Like, we have a WhatsApp group. We have a calendar thing. That's all we need. And the problem is not the technology. It's that people have other priorities or family time or whatever. And I don't think an app solves this.
Okay, so that's one wait. What do the other three think?
I think like my first question would be, how do we know with certainty that you don't actually work for the FBI and you're just trying to build a database
it's an
of potential illegal
game.
poker games to raid?
Yeah. So legally you have to tell us if you're in the FBI.
I can neither confirm nor deny.
In the FBI. All right.
I like it as a hobby project to solve a problem for a group of friends. I think if you're going to ship it just for you and your buddies, I say ship it. Why not? You got it. See if it solves your problem. I'd be skeptical on whether or not you could grow it into a business.
Okay.
So I don't know.
That's a qualified ship it then.
That's not to ship it if you say ship it to yourself and your buddies.
Well, that's what I'm wondering. That's the problem. All these things are already built.
Everything I do, I ship to myself.
It's not shipping if it's local. It's not.
But it is. It's on the internet.
It's not shipping. He said not ship it. That's what he said.
I'm not saying delete it. Like,
yeah.
It exists.
Yeah.
You know.
I had a similar thought to Adam. I think this is a great example of like, in the AI era, of like this kind of hyper-personalized thing that you can build for you and your friends. And if y'all find it useful, that's great. I would not ship it to like a wider audience if it were me.
All right, we got a Thorsten take over there, Hannah.
I disagree with everyone. My husband's poker group manually tracks their leaderboards and their stats in spreadsheets, right? So call me, I'll get another user for you. You can expand to Mahjong groups. I play Mahjong. I want to know our leaderboard. There's a whole market here, so I say ship it.
But that's on your husband that he still uses spreadsheets and not
He doesn't, but it's like, it could be tracked. I think there's something there.
I love how strong Thorsten. Do you have any rebuttal in the last 30 seconds here? There's a lot of talking over here.
I think what you're talking about is one of the other reasons. Our poker club manager tracked everything on a spreadsheet. He'd print it off every time, fill it in by hand, and then no one knew what the results were until the next time we played.
That's right.
So that was one of the other reasons. And Ian, it's already shipped at pokerfriday.app. You can find it.
There you go. And you got 2 ship verdicts, and we'll say, did we count Adams as a ship? No, we count Adams as a ship. So you got 2 ship verdicts and a keyboard. Right. Congratulations.
And a keyboard.
This guy's a plant.
Shipping it to yourself doesn't count as shipping.
It does.
Incredible. All right, Bryson.
I can put my own address.
Are you ready, sir?
In the mailbox.
As I'm going to be.
Okay, we are ready to go with Bryson in 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, thanks for having me. Today, I want to show you commit history. It's a project I've been putting together over the last few weeks that I think you're going to like. In today's age, it's hard to feel like we have much control or ownership over the things that we consume. AI has revolutionized the way that we work, but that wave of change is also present in many other aspects of our day-to-day. You may have seen
Just a short while ago, Sony announced the end of physical game production. No more discs, everything's digital now, everything is a service, which is fine, right up until it isn't. Because when the service goes away, so have the things that you've paid for. They're not damaged, they're not lost, they're just gone. We're more or less at the whims of these organizations, their product offerings, their roadmaps, and even their uptime. So let's go back to basics. Introducing commithistory.io, a service for ordering your GitHub repos on actual physical media. Floppy disks, CDRs, flash drives, and believe it or not, IBM-style punch cards. Thank you. I stood this whole thing up in just a few weeks, and truthfully, I couldn't have done it without Laravel. Though interesting enough, a lot of the harder problems weren't even in the code base. For example, you might not know that almost the entire US supply of floppy disks is owned by one man. I had to call this man, I had to set up orders with him and negotiate pricing. It was a bit of a process. The labels and sleeves for 3.5-inch diskettes aren't manufactured anymore. So I spent hundreds of iterations and many more dollars than I care to count reproducing those things as faithfully and period accurate as possible. I've even did a manufacturing run right here in my hotel room in Boston. Those disks there actually exist, and you may have even seen some of them floating around the conference here. I'll tell you how you can get your own in just a minute. The software side got weird too. I had to build containerized pipelines that download and chunk repos across multiple volumes of physical media, all securely. I had to build an ephemeral artifact registry, so bulk orders don't have to re-download and process the same objects over and over. And my favorite feature of all is that the Laravel code base that drives all of this is actually 3 separate applications. The storefront, an admin panel, and then the software running on a physical machine in a spare room of my house, making all of these things possible. I've learned a ton building this. Laravel and cloud carried all of it. You can order your repo starting today. The site is live at commithistory.io. We will unlock orders shortly after this talk. And thank you for having me.
Bryson, all right, come on. I think you got a couple of fans in the audience here. That went over well. All right, so what do we think? Physical Git history.
Taking it back.
I feel like I almost have a conflict of interest because he was very nice and gave me a Laravel 1.0.
He gave me one too. Yeah. He was bribing.
So I would feel bad, shooting it down after that.
I'm working hard.
I think it's really cool. GitHub struggled lately, so it's nice to have my own physical copy of Laravel.
Shouldn't we ask, does anybody even have a device to read the physical?
So, okay, related to that though, I think
you can get them pretty readily on Amazon. So if you place an order,
but
you could have it.
GitHub is down versus I have to order the thing on Amazon to.
I think I like it a lot, but I don't think I like it for the reasons that it was created, if that makes sense. Like, I am not paranoid about losing access to things necessarily, and I don't think I would want it for that reason, but I like it as almost like a collectible novelty sort of thing. I think if I was going to give you any feedback at all, it would be like, how can you turn the physical thing into something that someone could put on their shelf in a more sort of
Yeah.
So is that the idea?
So that is the idea. I'll say it's very tongue-in-cheek, but generally the perspective on it is it's a novelty.
Yeah.
It's a retirement gift. It's something to commemorate releases. There are framed punch cards that you can put on your wall and decorate.
Have you seen that company that disassemble iPhones and stuff?
Yes.
And put them in
Studio
a frame?
Grade, I think.
Is there a version of that? Maybe it's
I think it would be cool if GitHub sent out these contribution,
3D printed.
Yeah,
sort of thing,
exactly.
yeah.
That. If you contribute to open source, they could send you this as a gift, and you see your little dot of your contribution to the bigger thing. Doesn't have to be.
I think the real disk or whatever still has to be there, and you still have to be able to look at it and know the code is on there.
Yeah. Well, we definitely plan on expanding into related products. Things like that, framing of these punch cards. Framings of commemorative releases, those types of things.
All right.
Did you actually put the code on the CDs, or are you betting that nobody will ever?
I'm sorry?
Did you actually put the code on the floppy disks?
I actually did.
Oh, yeah.
It's all period accurate. There's archive manifests on all the floppies, along with restore instructions.
All period accurate?
And checksum.
All right, let's get some verdicts.
Yeah, I think it's a great origin story. I think it's fun. I think we should all be having a little more fun with these kinds of projects, so I'm a ship it for sure.
We got a ship
Yeah.
from Hannah. Have a little more fun, okay? What else?
Thank you.
I was worried that the potential audience was way too small, but I really like Thorsten's idea of an individual contributor having like some sort of memento on the disk. Laravel has thousands of contributors, and then of course other open source projects do as well. So that could open it up a little bit. I think that makes it a ship for me.
So a ship because you could find one person that would potentially gift thousands instead of trying to find thousands of individual people?
Well, yeah, because I just think like very few people have like open source projects compared to contributors to all open source projects. So I think that just like gives you a much wider audience.
Yeah.
You got two. Who's up next?
I say ship it.
Ship it 3.
Ship it and iterate.
Yeah, I think
but
ship it.
4 ship it.
Awesome.
My man.
Thank you guys.
Go the other way. Sorry. Go that way.
All right.
Would be cool to
All
have
right.
Ship your
and
code,
the pages
Lottery.
you contributed are in a different color, so you
Yes,
can see them
We got 2 more.
Yeah.
This is Jacob. Jacob, how do you feel?
Ship your
I
code.
feel nervous.
Good. That's perfect. All right. When you see your slide, Jacob, you can start, and you have 3 minutes, and they will cut you off. Ready, go.
All right, I'm Jacob Graf. I build all things digital at GhostBed, and I also have this company called Graf Technology where I build this random stuff. And it's mainly things that I want to use. So I built this product called Side Mirror, and it's to see what you normally can't. So the feedback moment I never got, there was something somebody knew about me, and they liked me too much to tell me that, which respectfully is a terrible way to like somebody, in my opinion. So the feedback moment I never got, everyone in this room has a blind spot shaped exactly like the people, too polite to mention it. That's why cars have side mirrors. So I built one for people. So this is a quick demo. I'm gonna roast myself here if this doesn't work. Get your phone, scan that code.
Let's do it.
Put some feedback up here quick. It's one question. I want to know what people, and I know you guys just met me, so maybe you don't have some real constructive things, but let's go. Use it on me right now. So what's one thing you wish I knew? There's no account, there's no app, there's no email, it's completely anonymous, everything's encrypted before it touches the database. I use AI to do a sentiment check on it to make sure that it's constructive, because I don't want this just to be a way for people to roast me. So, hey, I like that, too handsome. And it just asks you to shave the beard.
Don't listen to them.
I have a baby face, it doesn't work, trust me. So yeah, this thing's gathering the data and it puts it into your, I don't know, brilliant beard, let's go. So I did also do a cleared for the big screen check with AI, so it runs it through that as well.
Appreciate
so
it.
hopefully nothing goes through that shouldn't. If anything does, let me know and I'll kill it. So yeah, these are anonymous responses, and like I said, I built this for myself. If I'm doing something that pisses somebody off, I want to know about it so I can ship it, so I can do something different. Life's too short to run around just flaming. So I did ship this just recently. I threw it out here. It's at sidemirror.app. But yeah, I intentionally didn't build this to be like one of those corporate ones. It has a real like personal feel to it, and it can be used in team settings or family settings or conference settings as well. So it has a lot of different uses. So that's it. I appreciate it. I'm so glad that thing didn't go sideways.
Well done. Come on. Oh, you're so brave. That was incredibly risky. Well done. All right. What do we think?
I like the idea and the execution. I think it's really well done. I was really impressed with the demo. I also think the vast majority of the population is not capable of hearing this information. I don't know that I want to know what people want me to know. I think I'm too soft or fragile for that personally.
Yeah, I couldn't.
So all I could say is I don't think I would be a customer. So I don't know what that means in
Okay.
terms of a ship or don't ship.
All right, we can come back to it.
I heard him say the word ship. Isn't that what?
Well, I appreciate the effort. We'll come back to it. All right. Who else?
I think like, giving feedback is as much as a thing the person giving the feedback should practice as the person receiving it. And I think by anonymously sending stuff, you're skipping a valuable part of that. It's like when your manager and somebody comes to you and says like, can you tell this other person they wrote shitty code? It's like, no, you should try and find a way to tell them. Like, that's the thing. So
you think
in an ideal world, that's what would happen. In my experience, people kind of back away and don't have that hard conversation.
Yeah.
And you think that's reinforcing a broken process?
Kind of.
All right, so that's a no ship. That's a no ship from Thorsten. What do we say down here?
This scares me a little bit. Definitely the bravest demo I think we saw today.
For sure.
I like the use of AI for like constructive feedback, although maybe it makes it a little bit too nice or something. I wonder if I would almost like try to find some specific focus area. Is it like conference speaker feedback that's constructive? But kind of like a generic personal feedback thing, I maybe wouldn't ship. But if you could narrow it down with like a tight focus, that might be interesting.
Okay, so we have
I
one
like that
definite.
idea. It could be for like events or meetings or whatever. You could gather feedback, and honestly, it doesn't have to be attached to an actual individual.
That's a good idea. Anything to address about that feedback before I force them to vote? This is your last pitch.
No, I mean I put it on my own personal Facebook, and there were things that came back that I had no idea, and I still don't know who these people are. So there was positives. Actually, it was mostly positive.
People will kill themselves.
It's an avenue for people that don't have the confidence.
What do you think about the feedback somebody wrote down that you can't see?
I didn't see much of it because my eyes were rolling in the back of my head, but I was about to pass out.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I think it can be used in very unique situations, and I do agree that could be tailored towards one or the other.
All right, so I need 3 final verdicts. We got a bunch of fence sitters.
Here's
what do we got?
a question for you.
Okay.
Can we somehow like XOR the results so that if everyone says no, he still gets the credits?
Of course, yeah. We're making it up as we go. So if everybody says no, we're going to give you credits anyway. So what do we say?
I said don't ship for the health and safety of
Don't ship.
society.
I think I would lean don't ship.
Don't ship.
I'm too fragile.
That's 4 don't ships, which means you get $400 credit.
Thanks.
Well done. You're a brave man. That is incredibly brave. All right. This is our last one. We have Mr. Chris Lemon. All right, are you ready? Well, hold on. We need a timer. Whoa. We need a timer set to 3. I don't want to shortchange you. All right. Are you ready, Chris Lemon?
I have never been more ready in my life.
3, 2, 1, go.
All right. Hello, Laracon! You guys ready to see something really cool? All right. So what I'm going to be talking to you about today, who's got smart devices at your house? You got a smart thermostat, smart fridge, smart toilet? I don't know. But today what I'm talking to you about is what I'm calling a smart shelf. It is called Collection, and it is an app designed for record collectors to help them track, organize, and elevate their record collection. So it knows everything about the record collection. It knows what you own. It knows what you like. It knows what you've played. But more importantly, it knows exactly on your shelves where each record is. So if you find that record in the app, you tap on it, it's going to turn a light on above above the record to show you exactly where on the shelf the record is. Very cool. It's got some other things like AI integration. So, you could say, hey, it's a rainy day out today. What is a great record to listen to on a rainy day? It's 3 Laravel apps all working together to make the magic work. So we have a Laravel app deployed to a Raspberry Pi that acts as the base station. It controls the lights. It knows everything about the collection. We have an app in Laravel Cloud that acts as the interface that lets us talk to the base station. And then with native PHP, we have a Laravel app on mobile devices to let you also interface with the base station. I have a very quick demo that I can go through just to kind of show you how it works. I think seeing is believing. So, not that. Not that. There we go. All right, so here's the app. And up in the corner there, you can see my collection. Very cool. So let's just play the video. You can see, guys, I've been preparing for this trip by listening to a lot of Boston by Boston. So this is just the dashboard, just kind of showing what I've been listening to lately. And we're going to head over to the collection page. So this is my collection, of just a few of them. And we're going to search for, of course, Boston by Boston. And what we're going to do is we're going to select this. And when we do that, you're going to see up in the top right that a light is going to turn on. Voila, there it is. So that is where Boston, the record, is on my shelf. Very cool. And then we're going to click play. We're going to say, let's play this record. And what we're going to do is we're actually going to change all the lights to match the color palette of the record. Super cool. We can do a few other things. We could set up, we can set the collection mode, which basically lets you segment each part of your collection, so by genre or by artist, into different colors to kind of give a bit more personality. We could set everything to one color, or we could do a super fun effect like that, like this chase sequence. Awesome. I think that's about all I have. I got a bunch more features, but I've only got 20 seconds left. I don't think I can get through all of them, so I think that's where I'll leave it. But thank you for your time. If that was cool for you, collectshine.com.
Oh my goodness, come on. That's incredible. Wow, you could be an auctioneer too, how fast you go. That's amazing. All right, what do we think? Record guy.
How complicated is it to get your collection in the app?
Yeah, it's definitely not simple, but I think... Let's rephrase that. There is some work that needs to be done, but for example, if you save your record collection to Discogs, which is a service that lets you also track your record collection, you can just one-click sync it from Discogs, and then you kind of have to just, figure out where each thing is on the... you basically put it in order. There's a UI that lets you kind of organize your shelf visually, so that it kind of maps to what is on the shelf in reality. So I've tried to make that as intuitive possible.
Have you gotten a single other person to do this with their collection?
It's just me.
Okay.
Yeah, unfortunately.
So this is a true ship it or not. This is a one person so far.
Imagine I had a record collection like roughly the size that was in the demo, and I wanted to use this. How long would it take me to get everything set up?
Yeah,
so I can do the lights, everything.
Yeah, so I have about 1,200 records, so definitely there would be probably an afternoon involved in doing that, but that's just because it's 1,200 records. Smaller collections, it'd be half an hour, depending on the size.
Can I get my timer set to 1.5 minutes? All right, who else?
Does this requires you putting your record back in the right place, I'm assuming, as well?
Sorry?
This requires you putting your record back in the correct slot.
Well, that's why we have you can turn the light back on to see where it's supposed to go again, right?
Oh, it'll tell you where it goes.
But you don't
exactly.
have to put it there.
That have to put it back. Yeah, exactly. So that's part of keeping it organized, right? Is that there's never going to be any drift because you can just press the record again and say, oh, this is where it's supposed to go, put it back.
So does it electroshock kids if they try and take it?
Is there a defense system?
Yeah, no, it's really honor system.
Okay. All right, let's start landing some verdicts. Unless there are any more questions, what do we got?
I think it's a really fun project.
Okay.
Would I invest in it? No.
No. No. Thorsten, you have
I agree.
something?
I think it's cool. I think I would find it fun to see it, but I don't. It's like your thing. I don't think there's a, something that others do with it.
Okay. So we got 2 hobbyists who are out. All right, what else?
I think it's a lot of fun. I like it a lot. I think you got to be really into your record collection to do it.
Yeah.
Oh,
Does that check
am.
out for you?
Yeah, I think
okay.
I might be.
Hannah, what do you say?
I agree. I'm thinking about on that.
Okay, so you got 4 no's, which means you come all the way around to $400. Well done. There you go. All right. Well, my friends, we've come to it. Give it up for all of the very brave contestants. That was a lot of fun, and I bet we do that again. Give it up for all your judges. Everybody but Taylor can go.
All right.
Good job, judges.
Thank you.
All right, Taylor's going to close us out, so that is all from me. Thank you so much. See you next time.
All right. It's been a great Laracon. I won't keep you too long, but thanks for coming out. I always love coming back to Laracon. It's like a big family reunion to hear what everyone's been building, to meet new people. Hopefully you made some new friends and got inspired to keep shipping amazing things. We're going to have drinks, I think, for the next hour in the sponsor tent. So hang out. I'll be hanging out. We can chat about Laravel and building things for the web. Other than that, thanks for coming, and I'll see you out there.